amesema kamwe hatojiuzulu licha ya shinikizo la kumtaka ajiondoe serikalini. Akizungumza huko Bichifu, Mumias Mashariki, kaunti ya Kakamega, kwenye mkutano wa mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza, naibu rais Ruto amesema kuwa alitekeleza majukumu yake ya naibu rais kwa ukamilifu kabla ya majukumu hayo kupewa maafisa wengine wa serikali.
Mimi nimefuata katiba na sheria ya Kenya. Hakuna wajibu ambao nahitajika kutekeleza kikatiba ambayo sijatekeleza. Hakuna ushauri nimeulizwa na rais ambayo sijapatiana. Hakuna assignment nimepatiwa na rais ambayo sijatimiza. Na kama kunayo, mimi nataka hawa wawaeleze wa Kenya ni wajibu gani, ni kazi gani nilipatiwa kama naibu wa rais ambayo mimi sijatimiza. Ndio muweze kusema ati nijiuzulu.
Na wewe ndugu yetu William, simama imara, usitishwe atutoke kwa ofisi.
Hawa jamaa wanapenda kuleta statistics ambazo ni za kupotosha. Wanasema kwamba uchumi wa Kenya umekuwa kwa 7.5%. Je, nyinyi unaona uchumi umebadilika ama uko kwa hali mbaya? Uko kwa hali mbaya. Basi ndio sisi tutawashinda ili tuweke Kenya sawa sawa.
Wanajua uchumi wa Kenya iko hali mbaya. Ndiyo bei ya unga imepanda, bei ya mbolea imepanda, bei ya mafuta imepanda, bei ya kila kitu imepanda. Usiwahadae wa Kenya kwa kudanganya ya kwamba uchumi umegrow by 7.5%. If that is true, wacha tuone benefits ya hiyo growth mkibadilisha bei ya vifaa ambayo mwananchi wa kawaida hawezi.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Mtembe TV. And apologies for starting a little late. I see some of you are really worked up. Take it easy. There are so many factors to put in consideration. But I'm glad I'm here, and let us get down to business. The DP says he's not resigning. He's not going anywhere. He remains defiant despite the calls for him to get out of office if he's not following his boss in articulating what the government stands for. Okay, that is the latest, and we need to dive into the same so that we all get on the same page. Well, Kirinyaga County leads the mountain by starting out door-to-door campaign for one Raila Odinga. Is this the pattern that will turn things around in the mountain? We need to hear from you what you think and feel about the same. Well, another one is 8 have been shortlisted to deputize Baba. What is your feel about the names given? Kalonzo is included. GIDEON Moi is included. Of the 8 shortlisted probable deputy presidents to one Raila Odinga. We'll love to hear what you think and feel about the whole thing. Well, the link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be here for us to talk face to face. Well, once again, I welcome all of you and appreciate all of you for continued support and continued followership of Mtembe TV. It is you that make us stay awake all through to see to it that we bring to you what we bring across over to you. And with that in place, we really salute and appreciate everyone. We don't discriminate because we are all valuable in our differences. And that our diversity is what really makes us attractive and useful in this point and time. God did not create any unnecessary people. God did not create any unnecessary creature. And so you're valuable. I am valuable. Let's bring our variety together and form one product that will help our world become a better place. Tatu Juma, thank you so much. Alum, asante sana. Jeremy, karibu kwa show. Kuna nani huyu? Maslini Musundi, karibu kwa show. Kevin Otieno, karibu kwa show. Kuna nani huyu? Nikta Nyambane, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Kevin Otieno tena hapo. Kuna Richard Makedia Makiadi. Yes, sorry for mixing up that. Let's move on. Nani mwingine? Meril, karibu kwa show. Obuya Collins, karibu kwa show. Julia, asante sana. Ombuya Collins, asante sana. Yufin Otieno, asante, karibu kwa show kila mmoja, nashukuru. You are really putting me under pressure. Paul Tony, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Nani mwingine? Kuna Karis Official, karibu kwa show. Robert Opilu, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Kipangetich Nixon, karibu kwa show. Kuna James D Mwaringa Badizo, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Salome Mbone, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Kuna Mwalimu Mbathe Mwaringa, asante, karibu kwa show. Kuna Kelab Nyamburi, asante sana. ZP Mwangi, Olvia Kemunto, Alan Onyando, kuna huyu Yufin Otieno, Dennis Mutundura Nyangao, karibu kwa show. Hesbon Kaunda, we salute and appreciate you. Thank you so much. You say Dennis Ondiek anasema yes, Baba the Fifth, Ruto is arrogant. Fatima Nasimiyu, karibu kwa show. Kuna Carlos H Ominde, we appreciate you. Thank you for being in. Nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Michael Seruri, asante sana, anasema Ruto tosha. Alan Onyando, we appreciate you, welcome. Kuna Peter Ogongo, asante sana. Ambieni huyo jamaa wasigoi wakiwa na Kashagwa wanasema baba ni mzee, ni si Resign. Whichever the case, thank you so much. Rono Kips, asante, karibu kwa show. Enoch Nyagondo, I think so, yes. I can't get that. Okay, Nyagondo, karibu kwa show. Kuna Phile Monamuze Platinumuz Imbiaha. Hey, this is serious. Karibu sana. Kuna Gloria, asante. Well, I want to share the link again. Please make use of that link. You click on the link, get in the studio, let's get talking. This is another night when we have to get everything in proper perspective, despite the calls and the pulls and, you know, the make-believe effort being pushed by politicians for us to go in one corner and support their bid. Is it worthy the support? Is it tallying with what Kenya requires now? Putting in perspective where we are as a country, who is the man for the job to help us get out of the mess we're in and get to a better place? Everybody says he is the best. Who among all the front runners and every other runner in this election at all levels is equal to the task? That is the purpose and the reason why we are all here. And so, welcome everybody. Let us get talking. And it's awesome that all of you are joining us. And if you're able to get us, please make sure you invite somebody to watch with you, somebody to join into the discourse. It is about time we got together and got talking about the future of this country and what will help it become better. And so make use of that link and get into this space and let's get talking. Mr. Wangira, habari ya leo?
Mzuri, habari yako Bernard?
Niko salama, nashukuru. Namna gani huko?
Huko tuko wazima. Habari ya bwana Derek?
I'm good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Derek. Karibu kwa show.
Wacha nichangie haraka.
Bwana Wangira, wewe anza moja kwa moja, tupatie utangulizi wako. Tusonge mbele.
Wacha nichangie. So today we have seen the short list of the prospective Raila Odinga running mates. And topping that list, we have seen the Kalonzo Musyoka. Then we have Sabina Chege, we have Martha Karua, Peter Kenneth, Gideon Moi, Hassan Joho, and Stephen Tarus. Oh, the only question that I have is one. I'm just asking myself, after this shortlisting, what next? What next are we expecting? Because already now we have the shortlist. What are we expecting next? You know, that's the question I'm asking myself. Given that we have up to 16th of up to 16th of this month, which is perhaps 1 week or so, to have the deputy presidential nominee for Azimio One Kenya. And again, if you have watched, today, Kalonzo Musyoka has continued with his bullying, with trying to bull his way into becoming the deputy presidential nominee for Raila Odinga. If you watch his meetings in Voi and then all the way in Mombasa, in fact, in Mombasa, his team were referring to him as the deputy president. So according to them, Kalonzo Musyoka is already the deputy president nominee for Raila Odinga. So that's why I'm asking myself, what next? Are we out of the woods yet? I don't know. The only thing that I would perhaps do is to make a proposal that perhaps one, either the seven are sat and talked down by the president and Raila Odinga, or to agree on one person to become the Raila Odinga running mate, or two, they do the way the Pops do it. We lock them in a room so that they talk amongst themselves, and at the end of the day, they release the white smoke for us to see that they have agreed. That is the only way that perhaps I see that will enable us come out of this quagmire. Because without such an arrangement, Bernard, oh, we are not yet out of the wood yet. Maneno itaendelea tu kuwa ngumu because of this guy called Kalonzo Musyoka. And even if you listen to him today, when he was taking Sonko to Mombasa, now you know they have resorted to now attacking Ali Hassan Joho, the governor of Mombasa, and portraying him as a person who has delivered nothing in Mombasa. So you wonder, why is he now attacking Ali Hassan Joho? You know, why is he now attacking Ali Hassan Joho? Joho is the governor. He has finished his 2 terms and he will be retiring in the month of August. Why are they now targeting him? You wonder, and you know that is now Sonko and Kalonzo Musyoka. Huh? So you wonder why they are now attacking Joho. You know, I hope that perhaps to deal with this Joho issue, to deal with this Sonko issue, the High Court and the Court of Appeal agreed that Sonko was rightfully impeached. So he moved to the Supreme Court, and I hope that the Supreme Court can deal with this matter as fast as possible. And if they can concur with perhaps the High Court and the Supreme Court, then this will help us to lock out this Sonko man from Mombasa, because he's now becoming a nuisance, I tell you, Bernard. He's becoming a nuisance in Mombasa, and as Kalonzo causes us trouble up here, he's now causing us trouble at the county level in Mombasa. The other issue that have just cropped up is the issue of Tim Wanyonyi. The political party tribune has ruled that Tim Wanyonyi was not duly nominated, and they have now said that they must go back to nominations in the next 72 hours. And you know, there's a problem here. There's this son to Fred Gumo called Michael Gumo, who was number one in the nominations. He got, I think, 1,600 votes during nominations. You wonder, how can a person win nominations in Westlands Parliamentary by 1,600? And you know, you only got 1,600 and you are now claiming that you must be given the ticket. Now, this Michael Gumo guy says that he's planning to move to the High Court to so that the High Court can determine whether Tim Wanyonyi can duly participate in the repeat nominations, you see. So those are some of the issues that we are having that could also complicate issues in Nairobi here, especially if Tim Wanyonyi gets locked out. And you know, the way this issue of Tim Wanyonyi has caused fireworks in Nairobi. We have seen William Ruto telling us that he's not going to resign. We know those are the normal rhetorics from him. He has always been saying he's not going to resign. And you know, he knows that after all, it's only 3 months and we will be to the elections, and hopefully he'll not become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. So let us enjoy his rhetorics as it lasts. But there's something that I liked with the people of Kakamega and the people of Busia. In Busia, I just saw a clip where Wetangula tried to talk about Uhuru Kenyatta in bad light, and he was almost jeered. And in Kakamega, you know, as William Ruto was addressing the crowds, you know, when he tried to introduce Malala and Halwale, you know, the crowds were telling him that the governor for Kakamega will be fed as Barasa. So you see, the crowd there is already decided on who they want to elect as their governor in Kakamega. And you see also the crowds in Western Kenya do not want people who go directly attacking Uhuru Kenyatta, as was seen in Busia today. Oh, finally, I've just liked this new concept from Kirinyaga of door-to-door campaign for Raila Odinga. I think we should adopt this particular concept for Raila Odinga campaign in Mount Kenya. I think it will do wonders instead of relying on roadside rallies or public barasas. Let us let Azimio develop small teams within Mount Kenya regions who will go door to door trying to campaign for Raila Odinga. And I think if they do that, you know, it's likely to deliver much fruit than what we had embarked on, the issues of public rallies and what have you. You know, because if you talk to one-on-one the way the Jehovah Witness people do, where they go knocking one-on-one and they try to convert you one by one, I think that will work for Raila Odinga. I think this new concept from Kirinyaga should be borrowed and be incorporated as part of the strategy in Azimio One Kenya. Ni hayo tu Bernard. Asante.
Asante sana Bwana Wangire kwa utangulizi wako, tunashukuru kwa mtazamo wako na tumejifunza mengi. Naomba tuendelee katika mjadala wa leo. Watu wa comments, asante sana. Let's keep it civil, let's keep it respectful, so that we all stay together and see to it that we better the conversation. Don't spoil the conversation, better the conversation. Thank you very much. Derek, namna gani?
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. I'm glad that I'm joining from Kirinyaga County. And
yes,
currently, so this is the real and the solid word. First of all, I want to say, before I begin my statement, that each and every politician is entitled to campaign in the entire country. And I'm happy with what Honorable Raila did, despite of the challenges that are in the ground, because we realized that the ground was not good at the start, but after that, the ground has been dissolved. I think they were just waiting for Raila to come so that they can see the real man. And I can testify that today in Kirinyaga, they have changed the tune. And the song that we normally sing in Mount Kenya region now is Baba the Fifth and nothing else. But there is only one challenge that the ground, we lack in the ground, is who to be the deputy. Because you remember last time when Raila came in, when he was in Kutus, Martha had got difficult time to calm the crowd. So many people were shouting at her, and they were even proposing that they don't need her. But to talk about the real ground, what the ground says, I can tell you that Raila has got so many votes in Kirinyaga than any other person can expect. At first, they thought that Raila could not be in Kirinyaga because it is in Kikuyu land, and also it is a place that is composed of so many people. And it is a challenge that now they are seeing the sense that Raila fears nothing, and he can come just as in the similar way he normally goes to Nyanza and in so many places. So, like today, I remember there was a meeting that was organized by some of the youths that is around Kerogoya town. And the discussion was about, can we choose on Martha Karua to be the deputy president, or can we have Peter Kenneth, or can we support Kalonzo? They were even proposing Peter Kenneth to be the deputy president. But a good number were supporting Kalonzo with so many reasons. And they were saying that historically, Kalonzo has been with Raila for long, and then, according to the nature of politics that Kalonzo started, especially the time when he went to Mombasa, that was yesterday, I think it was today. That was today when he was in Mombasa. You can see the influence that Kalonzo has as compared to Martha Karua. So you realize that Kalonzo will bring more votes as compared to Martha Karua, because we have already realized this, and we have seen it happening in Kutus, that Martha lacks the ground. So it means when Kalonzo joins, or they combine the force together with Raila, they are going to get several votes as compared to when Martha is declared to be the running mate. That is first thing that they were talking about. And then, like we are in a civilized country, and we know that in the ground, at the ground level, that is where you identify who is the best winner, or who can be the running mate of maybe of a certain of someone. Like let me also talk on Mike Sonko. You remember Mike Sonko, when he was in, they were together with Kalonzo Musyoka in Mombasa today, and there's something that he said, that if Kalonzo has not been chosen, or what they know, that Kalonzo should be the deputy president. He should deputy Baba. But now, what about if now Baba decide to choose on Martha Karua, as other people are saying, it should be based on gender? We don't look the gender, but we look at the potential of someone being deputy. But because if you go in terms of gender, then I think the second president was supposed to be a woman then, because the first one was a man. So we can't go with that. Since we want to be gender sensitive, the deputy must be a female. No, we can't do on that. But what we check is the potential of someone being the deputy to run this particular country. Because the work of deputy president is just like the president. So we cannot choose on someone who has got no idea, or someone who has got maybe she has maybe, let me say, someone who doesn't have maybe the management system as compared to Kalonzo Musyoka. So according to myself, my own opinion, I can still testify that Kalonzo Musyoka should be the deputy president, because Martha has got no ground. Because if her own place, which is Kirinyaga, they cannot control the smaller crowd. So she has got no ground. And that is why Virginia can support Kalonzo Musyoka to be the deputy president. Because last time, when Kalonzo and Gideon, like Gideon when they came to Kirinyaga, they were able to speak well and people were very happy when they were sharing together. But now, when Martha is now speaking, when this is now alone, together with the Baba, karibu Baba pigwe bwana, na watu wengi bwana. That one we cannot allow. So with me, I think if Kalonzo Musyoka, they combine force with the Mike Sonko, we are going to garner several votes in Mount Kenya region.
Okay, Bwana Derek, I would want to challenge you on Mother's capability. Mother is an experienced politician. She's a reformist in terms of her participation into the trenches during Moi's time. She's capable of running the government. She has been the Minister for Justice and Constitution. She served in Moi government. No, she didn't serve in Moi government. She walked out on Moi when no man would dare challenge Moi. Mother Karua walked out on Moi in a public rally and walked 100 meters in defiance. That in my the Karua ticket will, in my opinion, can bring more votes than Kalonzo, in the sense that the gender aspect, not because that Mother Karua is female, there is the need for getting people to vote. And the majority of the voters in the voters register are women. If we give women a reason to go and vote, and right now we are suffering from voter apathy, even those people making noise will not wake up and go and vote. But if we give them a reason to get up and vote, like a woman deputy president, that will be a catalyst. Is going to get people out to vote. And that literal vote that will really determine the elections is not this wishful of saying Kalonzo has traditionally. Traditional is good, okay? But that is what has happened. But we are in a different scenario altogether. The politics of 2022 are being driven by different motives. It's different from 2017, different from 2013. So if we still dealing with the same issue, same situation, 2017, 2013, Kalonzo will be the most appropriate. But right now, we are dealing with strange devils, strange twisted competitors
I accept, Mr. Bernard, I accept.
We may end up cooked by our own self-inflicted, locking ourselves. The possibilities should be left open. A female running mate for Baba will work two things: catalyst, get people to go and vote. Two, the feminine character around Baba has been missing for a long time. So for Baba to sell himself afresh as a new brand to Kenyans, he needs some garnishing, and Mother could just do that magic, or even Sabina Chege. So let's keep it open. Anyway,
I accept the challenge.
Yes. Okay, asante sana Bwana Derek, I appreciate that, and let's keep the conversation going on the comment section. Keep it there, please. Hakuna ruhusa kutusi mtu tafadhali. Alumu anasema thank you Bernard, we need a woman. Hata nyumbani mkikosana, watoto kama wamekosa, wanakimbilianga mama ongea na baba, alafu mambo yaishe. So Wakenya wanahitaji mama wa kuongea na baba ili mambo yaishe. Otherwise, Bwana Momanyi, namna gani? Bwana Momanyi, I can't hear you. Are you on phone? If you are using earphone toa, your mic is not picking. Hello. We can't get you. Please work on your audio. Work on your audio. It's not coming through. Bwana Wilfred, namna gani?
Mzuri Bernard, Can you hear me?
Yes, karibu.
Asante. I would start by jogging Derek's mind a bit. When you have a candidate who your enemy is supporting, you should not sleep and think that you are being given medicine for your disease. You will be given poison. Let me tell you what UDA is thinking when they are supporting Kalonzo. Their aim is to have you with Kalonzo, then they bring Musalia Mudavadi. Now, for Central, if none of the two is speaking Central, they'll go to the one who went there first, who is William Ruto. Then our man Baba will be left with what? He will be left with the usual constituency, which is 44%, minus Musalia Mudavadi's constituency to a good extent. Because if Western feel like Ruto will win, they will be able to support him, especially when their son is deputy. And that way, Baba will again need a lot of prayers to go through all the processes and go home. So the best thing is to pick Martha Karua as had earlier been suggested. You know, all these things that are going on are because Kalonzo came in and spoiled everything. We are struggling with panels because of Kalonzo, nothing else. Secondly, I want to talk about the new rants that UDA is coming up with. Initially, Bwana Ruto was saying that they don't care who is at IBC and who is leading the polls, and whichever the person, his votes cannot be stolen. Now of late, a lot of arrows are being shot from his quarters, especially to one minister for information, that he has said something to the effect that he is assisting Baba to win an election. Now, one thing that Ruto can be very uneasy about is not knowing what is happening. So Ruto knew that he knows everything that happens in the government. But when a minister comes up and says, we have prepared and the way we are seeing things are going our way, it destabilizes Ruto and it makes him fail to understand what new tricks, other than the tricks he knows, are being played. And for me, I see that as a nice style of doing things. Whether there is actually nothing going on, it's nice to keep Ruto and his people on toes, keep them ranting to the press so that their strategies cannot be specific. You know, if you let your enemy know all your strategies, then you are opening for his counter strategy. So the best thing is keep them unaware of what is going on, make them doubt that there is something going on, even when there is nothing going on. And that way, they do not settle down to plan against you. Otherwise, I still believe, with all the scandals, with all the new things on the way, I'm told there is a 25 billion slap coming Ruto's way. I cannot tell whether he's involved or not, but that's a big one. Because if you are involved with other countries to swindle money and rotate it around the world, surely how will a sane citizen of a country give you an opportunity to now have power to do things without being checked? I, for one, have never seen why, I've never thought of why a person with bad reputation would even be in the tongues of citizens. But this is all thanks to our youth. Our youth are really letting us down. Hii ya kutopangwangwa hii, whether you are going to the hellfire, you want to go all of you together, will really bring us into a very bad scenario. Now, the main problem is when we wake up, it will be too late. Because once Ruto catches the presidency, my friends, there is no way you will beat him in 2027. And by 2032, he'll have changed the constitution, and whatever he wants to do after that, there's nothing you will do. Especially now that it is clear that the legal system seems to sing its tune. And also, it is seemingly possible, because I saw somewhere where Itumbi was saying that they have inside people in IBC. And if that is the case, then we are in for a very bad ride. So the best thing for us Kenyans is, let us give this old man, who is not a threat to anybody, let him push as we check on how William Ruto behaves in opposition. If he settles down, you know, Baba was also of that character, evaporating all the time. But with all these downs severally, Baba has become a gentleman. Baba can even see you stealing and he'll not shout about you. So I think Kenyans, let's just make up our minds. Let's make our country peaceful by putting up the mzee, let him do his 5 years. And then you can go for experiments. But the Ruto experiments is the worst experiment I've ever seen Kenyans trying to commit. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante sana bwana Wilfred, but I'll take it on you. You are implicating Baba to watch you steal and not say anything. Baba amesema anapeleka watu kamiti. Don't misquote.
Yes, I'm only saying the truth. You know why I'm saying that it is the truth.
Yes.
Baba, under normal circumstances, would not be even sitting for Uhuru or standing in for Uhuru. This is a matter of convenience. That is the reality. It's a matter of convenience. But once the deal is
kwa wale watakaopitia msasa wa kumtafuta mgombea mwenza wa kinara wa Azimio One Kenya Raila Odinga. Katika taarifa kutoka kwa kamati inayoendesha shughuli hiyo, chama cha Wiper kimemuidhinisha kinara wao Kalonzo Musyoka, huku chama cha Jubilee kikiwaidhinisha mbunge Sabina Chege na Peter Kenneth. Kinara na Kenya Martha Karua pia ameorodheshwa kuwa mgombea mwenza wa Odinga. Mwenyekiti wa chama cha KANU GIDEON Moi naye yupo kwenye orodha ya 7 bora, akiwa pamoja na gavana wa Mombasa Hassan Joho na vile Stephen Tarus wa chama cha National Liberal Party. Mwenyekiti wa kamati hiyo Noah Wekesa amesema majina 20 yaliwasilishwa katika kamati hiyo, na kamati hiyo ikawaidhinisha 7 ambao sasa mmoja wao atakuwa ndiye mgombea mwenza wa Raila Odinga.
Okay, thank you everyone. Penny, namna gani? Bwana Penny, are you there?
Yeah, habari.
Salam, you're still on the street.
Hapana.
Aya, sema mawili matatu. Audio yako mbaya, tukupati?
Leo maoni yangu ni kwamba tunaendelea mzuri. Kutoka Monday itakuwa less than 3 months election itaingia. Na vile tunaenda Kakamega, wewe ndio unatoka hapo bana, lakini tuliona watu wengi sana. Na huko Mombasa sasa tujui tuseme nini juu ya Mombasa, kwa sababu huyu Kalonzo ako na nyinyi ama hayuko. Amepeleka kijana yake huko. Sasa nyinyi mnafungana ndani ya nyumba, sijui niseme nini. I will not venture to say anything negative because sasa elections ziko karibu sana. Kwa hivyo ni kusema kwamba lazima tuwe peaceful people, na tuone ya kwamba sio lazima tupigane when one loses. Yangu ya muhimu kabisa ni kusema ya kwamba tunaamini Chebukati ndio is the juror, is the one who will tell us where to go, who wins. Kama Mashamba ameshindwa, tutamwambia msisumbuke, tutamwambia aende huko Sogoi kwenda kupika chakula ya kuku. Hivyo tu. Other than that, politics is politics. Nasiweke kwa kifua vile Manda wanasema, tuende mbele. Na huko Kisii uliona jana, wote walikuja huko. Na sasa tutapata Machogu na Nyambati, ango ya Alex. Alafu tuone kama tutashinda. Hiyo tu. Mambo ya siasa Kenya inaendelea mzuri. Hakuna taabu. So let us keep ourselves positive and see what the future brings. Thank you very much, Bernard. Nitachangia baadaye. I was kind of busy in a minute, lakini ukitaka kuniuliza swali utauliza. Mimi ni mzee wa UDA. Kama mko mtu amewafanyia mbaya huko wa UDA, tusamee. We all make mistakes. We are human beings. Asante sana Bernard.
Sasa wewe ni mzee wa UDA, alafu uelewi wakati bibi na bwana wanakorofishana kwa nyumba. Wewe unataka kuwatenganisha badala ya kuwarudisha pamoja.
But it's too late, Bernard. Mumekaa na bibi miaka 30 na mwanze kupigana, hiyo sasa ni nini?
Wewe unataka kuingia ndani kama baba unasema hapana inakuwa hivi. Wewe una encourage nani aende Mombasa, wewe ni mbaya sana. Lakini
aenda bwana. Mimi sikumwelekeza ashaenda. I'm reporting what he had done. Na yule sasa.
Thank you Mr. Penny.
Thank you brother.
Asante. Bwana Kimere, namna gani leo?
Poa sana Bernard. Jambo.
Jambo, karibu.
Ulinijuba nje siku ile ingine.
Ani.
Unajua actually there's something nilikuwa nataka kukuomba. Juu saa zingine kama najua unatupa watu wale wako nyuma ya curtain sometimes, but ukiona mtu anaenda anakuja, juu kuna vitu mtu anaweza fanya hataki watu kila mtu aone. That's why like for like a minute, ukitoka for a minute or two, that's the only reason really.
Okay. You know, when the screen becomes absolutely dark, yeah. I am left with no choice but to brighten it up. And mtego wapanya wakamata waliomo na wasiokuwemo. Kama
Mr. Nyagoka anakuanga kwa curtain all the time.
Huyu alipewa barua na boss. Yeye ndo anaonanga boss kando.
Siku ingine pia aliomba asionekane mpaka 13th, lakini naona kila siku anakuja.
Ni kupitia tu kutukumbusha baada ya gym anakuja
13th. 13 ni date ambayo iko.
Nyagoka sina vita mimi.
No. I know. That's a cheering moment. That's a learning moment. 13th utanifundisha ama niwafundisha.
Tutakufundisha hiyo unaweza kuwa na
ticket. Tutakuwa Kasarani kuswea in baba. So wewe sitaki uhudhurie through Mtembei TV. Nataka uchukue air ticket. Nunua air ticket.
Huyu kijana anaitwa Roba alikuja hapo. Nitakuwa na baba yake Nairobi on August. Sasa hiyo tutakutafuta. Mzee Abuya. Asante.
Sawa. Good. Thank you. Mr. Kamere, go ahead.
Okay, so wacha ni guzie juu nimeingia umefungua saa hii Bennett like 20 minutes ago, is that correct? Juu nilikuwa nimetafuta nikaona hamkukuwa online bado. What time does it start normally? Inanga masaa ni vile wakati unaonekana.
This show begins if not 9:30,
10. Okay.
The one facing Mount Kenya, I think the person to start delayed.
Yeah.
But I think it should be starting any moment from now. We have discussed that in the back office.
Yeah, but this one starts at 9:30 normally.
Yes, 9:30 normally. That's the tradition.
Oh, okay. Because sometimes nadhani naingianga mapena naona iko na kuwa discouraged. But anyway, good to know. Okay, for now I can give my opening remarks. Nimekuwa nikifuatilia, actually I've been having a lot to say, but then I didn't have time to do over the last 2-3 days watu wamekuwa wakishangia mambo muhimu actually that we need to discuss. Kwa juu ni lazima sasa tuanze kujadiliana actually going forward. Sasa nomination zimeisha. We also have to start as much as we are informing people and educating people. Lazima, okay, if we have to campaign also for the people we believe in as well. Kwa hivyo lazima tuanze pia hiyo debate kiasi. Ruto resigning, we know he can't resign. Juu it's not his character. Kama alikuwa resign, he would have resigned like 3 years ago. Juu hapo ndipo mambo yalianza kwenda vibaya. But we know if he resigns, anajua atapoteza, because he is playing on that one. Yeah, because the state comes with a lot of privileges. Akiresign atapoteza hizo vitu zote. Hata hii influence yako nayo itafirisika kabisa. So he can't really do it now when he is like only 3 months to the election. So hiyo hata hakuna haja ya kujadili ya maneno mingi. Kirinyaga leads, that's good. That's a good thing. I haven't seen that. And did you play a video earlier? I don't know. But if that's what they are doing, that's what should happen. I'll give you an example. Unaona huku, for example, we had elections yesterday. We were voting local authorities. And the only thing that there are elections is because you receive this via the post. Yeah, and you have a list of all the candidates and all that. Some of you don't even know them. You got their manifestos on this booklet. You read the booklet, and whichever appeals to you, you go and vote. So I think at some point we'll come to that. Hata ndio maana saa zingine naona Kenya wakati hata wananchi sasa wanaleta shida mingi, husema tunataka kujichagulia, vyama hazijafanya vizuri ku do the what did they call them, consensus and all that. Unasikia tu wananchi, but I think wananchi wanasema ni vile wanachochewa pia na the leaders who are not nominated. See ati it's out of their own willing. Juu hata tukisema zote tuende ati to nominate to vote our watu, some people just vote not because of the credentials of the people that they want to nominate or they are voting in. It's just because they are excited with those people, or depending on what they have given them or what they tell them or how much they incite them. So I think at the end of the day, we need really to start giving the parties more powers to choose the people that they want to be in the party, and then propose those people to Mwananchi. Then Mwananchi has just to decide to elect those people who the party has brought to them. So that's important. Hiyo ni muhimu sana sana, and that will avoid us also having shida ya kuwa na like yesterday. That argument came from Deto, I think, about the number of candidates, presidential candidates. For example, 55. That's insane, and that comes with a very high risk. And then we still continue talking that's democracy. Well, I mean, democracy has its own limits as well. Si ati kufanya kila kitu mtu anataka, that we all define that as democracy. So I think there are a lot of things that we need to see on that. The running mate. We are still discussing on that. So I'm confused about this because I don't know whether to say Baba alifanya vizuri ku institute this panel or not. But if I were the one being asked for that, but I know maybe it's a game he is playing because the weight was too much on him, probably. Like he wasn't willing to just tell people, okay, I'm gonna just choose this person, and now there's gonna show like there is a little bit of consideration or democratic way of choosing. Then he is the one who will anyway appoint whoever he feels like is the person that he's gonna work with well. But that would have avoided all these rumors about who gonna be or these siasas around it. But for me, Rarua, I say like Julia, Rarua ticket will be the best. As much as people want to tell us about how many votes Kalonzo will bring and all that, and Temba tried to bring the argument of numbers yesterday because I was seeing the replay today. But still, even talking about numbers, it doesn't mean that Kalonzo akiwa ndani ataleta because UDA has some people also in Ukambani. It's not that they don't have some people. Na pia Kalonzo hata akienda, I don't think that the whole Ukambani people will follow him just because he has left and just be oblivious to whatever Ngilu, Mutua, Kibwana have done. There are a lot of also normal people. There are a lot of people who love Raila in Ukambani, regardless of Kalonzo or whichever leader. I know people from there, and I talk to them over the phone sometimes in very remote areas, and they tell me, "Wow, we're gonna vote Azimio," and I talked to one of those guys who is very close to me, even before Kalonzo joined Azimio, and people are for Azimio. So I don't think Kalonzo, as for Shaguliwa, it will be that effective. And the other thing is about Mount Kenya also, talking about some, Temba was saying also that if Kalonzo is better than Martha Karua for the numbers, but then again, and he was trying to look at the numbers, how many votes Raila got in Central in 2013. But then again, it's a comparison you can't make because then the Mount Kenya was voting for Uhuru Kenyatta against Raila Odinga. That doesn't mean that if Raila got 7 or 3%, that doesn't mean that automatically the votes that Uhuru Kenyatta got will go to William Ruto. It's not automatic, so those votes will be divided anyway because people will vote Raila anyway. Because there are a lot of people who would have wanted to vote Raila even in 2013. But just because there was a Mount Kenya candidate, they opted to vote for him. I remember in 2007, I voted Raila myself, and I voted in Nanyuki. Understand? And I remember having arguments with my friend at that time, why should I? But I had always said that Raila was better than Kibaki then. But that was me thinking that way. So what was he danganya ati sana ati consider tu ati vile elections imekuwa 2007, 2013. There was always a mountain candidate there. And things will be very different because people know Raila and people love Raila, but they have been taken away from him a little bit because of all the political madmiring around the campaigns at that time, but because they walikuwa wakijipigia debe. But I'm not very much worried, actually, to be honest. I'll stop it there and then I'll come in later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kimere. Let's listen out to this before Adams comes in.
Kirinyaga residents have now launched a door-to-door campaign for Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance presidential aspirant Raila Odinga. Party officials and supporters have embarked on spirited campaigns to encourage residents to register in large numbers. The campaign strategy is aimed at ensuring no resident is left behind. The residents there believe that Central Kenya could play a pivotal role in determining the next president.
Sisi wakai wa Kirinyaga hatutaki uoga, hatutaki nini. Sisi tumeshikilia baba, na baba tunasema we karibu hapa.
Unajua siasa tumezoea sana kutumika sisi kama youths. It's time for youths to stand and follow their leader.
Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, chukua Martha Karua kama msaidizi wako, ili hii nyumba iwe na baba na mama na watoto.
Okay, that is it from Kirinyaga. Yes, Kimere.
Thank you. Just to add on that, regarding the running mates, if you consider, and I know a lot of people have said it on this forum, since Kalonzo joined Azimio, yeah, he has never done any political rally for Azimio. And if you think about it, Karua, since the day one she joined, she hit the road, true or not? And if you follow, like yesterday, so was it yesterday or today, Kalonzo in Mombasa, not a single time he mentioned Azimio. The only time someone said Azimio, I think was Sonko, when he was talking, he said Azimio or Raila, something like that. Kalonzo always talks about himself, nothing else. Then how can we favor him? Thank you.
Okay, John Adams, how are you?
I'm doing very well, Bernard. Asante for the chance to be with you guys again. It's been a long time, but nimeshukuru sana. I'll keep mine short, hopefully sweet. Just like Kimere is saying, it's pretty obvious for everyone that practically, under ideal circumstances, Kalonzo as a running mate would be a foregone conclusion. But his behavior and his chemistry with Baba has not worked. In 2007, I was a young boy, not even a man, and I remember in Tononoka, the rally in Mombasa, when people started chanting Nyundo. That act alone really pissed off Kalonzo, and he stormed out because he couldn't stomach the fact that Raila was more popular than him at the time. And I think if you trace the history of Kalonzo from 2003, there was a time Kalonzo was at about 30% in the polls when Raila was doing 6%, right about, I think, 205, 204. And he has consistently declined in popularity because of how he carries out his politics. And I think for us, like where we stand, I think it's gotten to a point where I'm personally blessed to have a partner from the mountain, even though I come from the lakeside. And my partner is not particularly enthusiastic about Azimio, but my future mother-in-law is. And those are the dynamics of the politics of the day. But I think it's time that as a nation, we make a sacrifice and decide to do what's good for us. We'll be given a choice. I think Martha Karua is the right choice. Everybody can see that. And if Kenyans decide to reject that ticket and give it to Ruto, then well and good. The only thing that I would struggle with is to hear somebody complain in 2025 or 2026 about how bad things are when they clearly made a decision that wasn't right. So for me, somebody who, they normally say a relationship, how it starts is often, you don't need to put, nothing will change once Kalonzo is named running mate. The same issues he's causing now are the same issues he'll continue to cause, and it will be on a more magnified scale because now you're tied to the hip. I think like Wilfred had said earlier, or Mr. Wangira, the act of even sponsoring Sonko in Mombasa it's an act of aggression already. And we all know Sonko cannot really win. I come from Mombasa, I vote in Mombasa, so I know the kind of relationship Abdul Swamad has built with us residents over a long time, that supersedes a lot of whatever Sonko's antics might do. He has a good chance, but just causing that confusion in itself, for me, that is already an indicator of the kind of politics that they want to play within Azimio. Finally, with regards to the running mate issue, we've seen the trouble that has recently developed with Alfred Mutua and Governor Kibwana, just because of perhaps Kalonzo coming in and all these things being changed, and suddenly some people feel like they're not welcome. So I think his importance can never be understated. But I think for this election, I've been a Baba supporter, and I'm usually very emotional when we don't get the seat, because we win, but we don't get it. But this time round, I think the good thing about seeing the 9 or 10 years of the Ruto government has been realizing that sometimes you can be right and still lose. And I think as Kenyans, we are all getting to a place, not all of us, but Azimio supporters, where we realize we definitely would have been better off if Baba took over in 2013. And if we cannot see that in 2022, then we deserve whatever we will get by 2027. I think the last issue I'll comment on is the DP's remarks. The resignation story is a bit late in the day. I think this is something that it would have been nice for Uhuru to bring this up a bit earlier. It's already too late in the day. But for me, my message is to Kenyans, those who are watching us here. We've had the advantage of seeing both these great men in their own right leading or participating at high levels of government. We've seen what Ruto can do. If you want to imagine a Ruto presidency, imagine the first term on a Ferrari drive. And one thing that I think we've all seen is the impact of the mistakes made largely in the first term have hit us in the second one, and he has distanced himself from it. One thing I appreciate about Uhuru is, in as much as he tries to paint the picture brighter, he does not abdicate responsibility for the mistakes. But here you have a man who completely takes no blame and takes all credit. And for me, that is a picture of a Ruto presidency. A picture of the Raila presidency, think of him as Minister for Roads. You saw the changes that happened with roads. We can talk of the Mombasa-Nairobi highway. We can talk of roads named after him in West Pokot County that some of us do not know. You want to talk about youth unemployment, Kazi kwa Vijana, now being scaled up to Kazi Mtaani. You want to talk about slum upgrading, go see the houses built in Soweto, in Kibra. So I think we have seen and we have tasted what it is that these men are made of. I will not take credit away from the DP as well, but I think that where we are as a country, we have to be rational. We have to, and Bernard, this is the last thing I'll say, I promise. We have to get to a place where we realize that we are different. We see Kenya differently, and we need a president who has the patience and the will to work with all. Azimio has the problems it has today because it is a true reflection of Kenya. There is no Kenya where everybody agrees on everything, like in the UDA or Kenya Kwanza team. Not all of us are for bottom up. In Azimio, you will find different ideas. You will find a Kalonzo who will cause problems and havoc. So thank you for the time. Let's keep pushing, and I just hope that our team in Mount Kenya is pushing us, because I think that's the remaining frontier for us as Azimio.
Okay, asante sana Bwana John Adams, we appreciate it, and I'm glad that you are back. Let's keep the conversation going. Before Rotich comes in, Toroitich, comes in, let's listen out to this first.
Leader Martha Karua says Azimio One Kenya presidential aspirant Raila Odinga is the best placed candidate to lead the country due to his long track record of standing with Kenyans in the fight for democracy and against corruption. Karua says the time is right for Kenyans to choose the best leaders. Speaking during various stopovers as she campaigned in Kirinyaga County, Karua said the late Mwai Kibaki would not have become the third president of the country were it not for Raila. She called on the Mount Kenya region to support Raila's bid and to reject any leader with integrity questions. She at the same time stressed on the importance of Kenyans and leaders embracing tolerance and sobriety, especially during the current political season, to ensure that the country does not plunge into chaos.
Uzalendo wake wa kutetea haki za Wakenya bila kuchoka. Naweza linganisha na vile nimeendelea kutetea Wakenya hata nikiwa sina cheo yoyote. Raila Amolo Odinga amenyimwa kiti ya president mara nyingi, lakini hachoki, anaendelea kutetea Wakenya.
Imekwama.
Tena ndiye amepotea.
Sorry, my internet threw me out. I'm back. Sorry about that. We can move on. Where's Toroitich? What? Toroitich, come in, please. Are you able to get me? Somebody confirm.
Yes, you are clear, Bernard.
Yes, Toroitich should take it. Go ahead. Bwana Toroitich, are you hearing me?
Ama mwite Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi.
Okay, Daniel Toroitich for Arap Moi.
Nakusikia vizuri.
Karibu tafadhali. The broadcast is allergic to last silence. Karibu, inaonekana neti yako inachelewesha. Bwana Toroitich has issues. Mike, take it, please.
Thank you, Bernard. Greetings all. I'll maybe start by making a comment on a clip you've just played, not the previous one on the Kirinyaga door-to-door campaign. One thing you might have noticed is that Raila has been getting an artificial hostile reception in his road tours. There's a lot of stage managed hostility, which is heavily funded by the people who support UDA to create a picture that Raila is not wanted, and that has been done very systematically. You remember previously they would get people to attend meetings, and immediately Raila or somebody stands up, they walk out en masse. And people would be paid to attend a meeting, but when you stand up, they walk out to create a picture that they can't even stand your voice. So the strategy is to move to town hall meetings where you get people of like-mindedness and reason with them in a very good atmosphere. Because at this time, I don't think Raila wants to have that exchange. It's a very sensitive moment, and you don't want that back and forth, because the wrath of Kibera and Kisumu is that if people throw stones at Raila, there are people who will be waiting to welcome them on the other side. So Raila knows that his followers are very fanatical, and he doesn't want to create that animosity. So he wants to save the country from that hostility, from extremism. So I think that's a good strategy for him to go town hall, get his lieutenants to go door to door. In fact, if you listen to him, he says, "You are my lieutenants. I want you to go and sell my message." If you look at even how Obama campaigned, of course, his is a very classic case. I think that people will have to study. He used, of course, the digital platform, but he got people who really believed in him, and they created a wave that was so powerful that you get one person to talk to 10 people, the 10 people to talk to another 10 people, and the number grows so tremendously. So I think that's a good strategy for him. He will. You don't have to have those artificial crowds where you hire people for you to be popular. You can still go the route is going and still get your message and still get the people who believe in you. And by the way, those people who come up to such meetings are people who will wake up and vote. They're just not people standing on the road to be given a t-shirt and 500 shillings. I think these are serious people. So for me, that is a plus. The other thing I want to comment on is by the way, I've been observing, and one of the things we need to discuss and also interrogate ourselves as a country, because we are on a national platform, if not international, is why is the elections and the campaigns in Kenya the most expensive in Africa and the top 10 in the world? What is that drives us to make elections of a president or a governor a life and death matter? Because if we start understanding that as electorates, then we shall know why we are being pushed to the corner. To the extent that, as we speak now, the country has suspended Chapter 6 of the Constitution because it is a life and death matter. A murderer can still stand for election this year. IBC and the courts have said, let the criminals, let thieves, rapists, murderers, and land grabbers all stand for whatever seat from president to MCA. Why is that so in this country? Why are we going so low to the extent that we can suspend our constitution so that we allow everybody to stand for public office? I think those are the things that now create this type. Now I'm coming to why a deputy president needs to be a very sober person, because this ideology of entitlement, that because you are popular, whether you have killed, you have stolen, or because you have been in office for 20 years as a VP, there is that sense of entitlement that the country, the country owes you. And that approach is very dangerous. If people would want to see a reincarnation of a hostile deputy president like Ruto, they will see it in Kalonzo Musyoka. He has that sense of entitlement, of the experience of having been a VP. I am the most experienced. I have numbers. Now, if a deputy comes into office with that sense of entitlement, I think the relationship between him and the president will not be that good. And a deputy president should not carry that type of baggage or that type of credentials that I'm a VP because I'm the most popular or I've come with numbers. I think we are pushing this thing of numbers so much that we are missing the focus of why a president needs a deputy. In fact, we go to the ballot to vote for presidents, not for a deputy. A deputy is like a spare tire. You don't go to buy a spare tire and then buy a car. You buy a car and the spare tire is a need to have, but not a must have. I can still go to Nairobi without a tire. But the constitution allows us to have that smooth running of the government. Should in the unlikely event a president be incapacitated, we need that. But that cannot be the priority. We cannot now make a spare tire more important than the tire, it's the main tire. Because that is now the picture we are being pushed to the corner to create a very important function of a deputy. And if you look at the constitution, by the way, are you aware that there's no function of a deputy? It is what you are assigned by the president. If he doesn't assign you anything, you'll just accompany him and greet people and smile at people, welcome him in meetings, in funerals, in churches and whatever. Actually, that's the role of a deputy. But in Kenya, we have really heightened the role of a deputy so that a deputy is a co-president as we speak now, because you are competing for attention, you are competing for popularity, you are competing for everything. That is a recipe for anarchy, if you ask me. So the other thing I wanted to say is, as I observed the election, I don't know why when the CS of ICT says he's going to assist IBC in making sure the infrastructure of IBC is perfect, there is a rat from UDA calling it interference, and yet that is the same ministry that oversaw very smooth elections in 2013 and 2017, and they only need to perfect on what they did and improve on what they did. So I think we need to, if it's good, it's good for the gander is good for the goose. English, help me on that. So let us not have double standard. ICT did a very good job in 2013 and 2017, and we expect ICT to support IBC in making sure the elections will be as smooth and as free and fair as it was in 2013. Thank you for that.
Asante sana Bwana Mike. It is true they did a good job. I want them to continue doing the good job. Whoever is uncomfortable with it should tell us what is wrong with the ICT assisting IBC, giving us better elections like they did. If the 2017-2013 was good, I still hold the opinion that we should continue. There's no need of reinventing the wheel. Well, let's listen to the CS before Mr. Kamau comes in. Where is my CS? Okay, there it goes.
Now they are saying that I have more capability than he does, and yet he is the sitting deputy president running as a candidate. Is it me who has more resources or him who has more resources that now they are saying they focus on me? I think they should focus on themselves and they should focus on their campaigns. I'm not campaigning for them. And I don't know why they're taking this position, picking me, picking even my colleagues and saying that we should not be engaged in politics. You know, I came from private sector and much earlier, you know, in 2017, we were campaigning together with the same person. Why is it that now I'm campaigning for somebody else that it's now seeming different, and yet in 2017 it was okay? So I'm just finding this is a farce. None of us are in IEBC. IEBC is an independent institution. If they're going to investigate, they should be investigating. The office of the Deputy President, which has so much more resource than Musheru here, for them to say that I can influence the election, then he can influence even more than me. So I don't have much more to say than that, but to say they should just focus on their campaigns, move their agenda, and leave us out. None of us are in IBC or involved in IBC. We provide the policy, the support that they need. IBC for connectivity, they get that from the mobile operators. They don't get that from us. The government does not have any network. For broadcasting, they get from you. So I don't know where all this idea that we can steal elections is coming from. And so I think I will not even respond formally, and I don't even expect IBC to even question me. They are the ones who know how they are running the election. They are independent. So I think they know this is just political games. People who are afraid that maybe they won't win, and they're trying to look for scapegoats. Sasa hiyo ni mambo imeisha. Tumalizie hapo. Si ndio? I hope that is sufficient as a response.
Yaani mambo imeisha, tumalizie hapo. Bana kama
Yes,
yameisha ama imeanza?
Sasa ndio sasa imeanza. Hii hatujaona anything, you know. One of the things that makes me happy in this country is, like Mike says, this country is a case study. It's a case study because we make laws and we want to protect our society, and we are so ambitious in these laws, then we do not follow them. Then you ask yourself one simple question. Then why did we go through all that to make the Chapter 6, to create institutions like IABC? Because you can see that the more we grow or think we grow in democracy, the more confused we are. We reach a point whereby the Deputy President and the Minister are throwing words to each other. It tells you there's a bigger problem than even we imagined. And therefore, the Constitution is progressive, as they say, all over, every expert, they say it's progressive. But I think the Constitution is as good as the people, as the people manning the Constitution. Because if you are the Deputy President and you cannot adhere to the stipulated things said by put in the Constitution, then there is a problem. I heard somebody else say today that we have one of the most smart, I would say he is smart because I want to give him the credit where he is. I think the Deputy President is that kind of a guy who has identified the loopholes in the Constitution. And one of the person actually say today that the Deputy President is so smart that he can make good things look bad and bad things look good. You can even listen to him saying about handshake is bad. You know, until people start believing, I think handshake is not good. It's not good to shake hands. Because even in the funeral of Mr. Moi Kibaki, he said there will be no handshake, as if it's a very bad thing to shake your hand. You know, it's a symbol of peace. You don't have to love each other to shake your hand. But sometimes you're forced by circumstance to say, brother, tulienda tukakosa kusikizana, wewe ukaenda juu, mimi nikaenda chini, lakini tusalimiane tafadhali ndugu, kwa sababu maisha lazima yaendelee. Alafu unaona akifanya handshake iwe mbaya, anafanya mambo kama hata ya DCI kuwa I mean ya corruption kuwa mazuri. Yeah, you see okay, when you look at these people when they are defending what they have, they say that if you support deputy president, the DCI is upon you and the government. Until you are like, I think it is true. The DCI have no duty to do in this country, and they are following people who support Ruto. And therefore, when you look at that kind of a character, and those kind of characters, because they are all over, then you're wondering, where are we going as this country? Because I also heard of a statistics that half of the people who are going to be possibly elected in parliament are wash people. People, decent people who have gone to school, studied, cannot compete in a chaotic nomination in where people are buying certificates, in where people are buying justice. So people who can lead in this country are actually shy to struggle for that certificate, because they know, like today, one of the contenders, I think you saw that video trending. I think it is Langat, doctor. He's a doctor. Dr. Langat Leo was stripped naked because it's very unfair. Yeah, it's very unfair that our politics have degenerated to a point where we can never have decency. In most developed nations, and I'll tell you, this happens in Europe a lot. Even before people know what is read and write, they go through a session of being taught on what etiquette is, on what good manners is. That is why if you give a Mzungu, and I'm not praising Mzungu in anything, if you give a Mzungu your car and it happens that he is going to have an accident, even before you tell him how much it costs, he has already sorted that problem out so that he takes the responsibility. And that good manners, that software that we are lacking in Kenya, it should be instituted in the lowest grades of school so that people can grow knowing what they're supposed to do. But in a country like ours, where we have allowed lawlessness from the highest office to high schools and primary schools, then we live in a more chaotic nation. And that is why you see people abusing Raila, that he's old. How can how can somebody go and refer an old person than you? That ati wewe ukiangalia huyu mtu mpime vizuri anaweza kweli? And then the other people now follow swing. He is old, he can't see, and then you're thinking that is an agenda to put on the people's mind. And in any way, and that's what I'm saying, he make bad things look good. You will always find people clapping and laughing. Huyo ni mzee ama afanye hivi. And they forget it is not about age. It is not about how you look like. It is not even about, it's not a beauty contest. It is the person who is capable of delivering to the people of Kenya. And therefore, I want to really support what Mr. Mike said, that there is a problem. There is a problem that we can suspend a whole chapter of integrity. People with court cases can go to, I think there is a problem, a big problem, because now the reason why we vote and again complain immediately is because we allowed people of character with questionable characters to be our representative, and eventually we have no country. It's a country of quarrels and fights here and there. The issue of Kalonzo, I don't want to. Where is Deto? Deto is a Kamba, and I don't want to go against Kambas here. Hawananga msimamo. When he comes, I'll ask him what is the problem, because it seems they are not in the meat, they are not in the skin, and they are not in the bone. They are somewhere in between, where you're pleasing UDA, and the other side you're still pleasing Azimio, and then we're asking, Can you be decisive and say what you want? Because even that campaign that you're learning in a solo manner, surely it is not helping. Because in that campaign you're going to abuse Joho. In that campaign you're abusing the panelist. And then in the same sentence you say Raila for president. You know, that is disharmony. That is as much as we have freedom of expression, that is a lack of disharmony. That is creating disharmony. Yeah, you cannot go and abuse another soldier that you're in the same team. Because if you take this as football and you have a captain, you have a coach, I want to believe a coach is there in that team and there's a captain, then there should be order in the way you campaign. Not you wake up today because you think you're very powerful and strong, and then you go to Garissa. The other day you wake up, you say, I had a dream, maybe I need to go and campaign in Moyale. You know, it is bad, Bernard. I think we need to have order. And one of the most disgusting thing about Azimio, as much as I'm so much in Azimio, it is lack of coordination. Because we seem to have the best brains and the best team, but yet we are not coordinating our campaigns entirely well. Seems everybody is doing his own thing in his quest for the campaign. I think we should wake up. Only 30, or let me put it, 3 months to go, 97 or 96 days to go. What we need now is a fixture like the one of football before we get to the Champions League final. Yeah, we have teams that are playing in different levels, like the one you said about door-to-door. Door-to-door is very effective. We need a chairman of door-to-door countrywide so that they can give reports to Azimio on what they are doing on door-to-door. Then we need another one on what we call county level mobilization. And then provincial, if there is going to be a provincial level, and then national. So that we have a team led by the principals and of course led by the members of a council in different places at a different time. And then they report, and then they have one major meeting so that at the end of the day, we have a coordinated way of reaching as many people as we can. But as it stands, we are giving a lot of leeway to Kenya Kwanza to spin lies, to continue, because I don't think we should give them a breather. We have better policies. Raila Amolo Odinga has a bigger agenda, 10 points, one county, one product, social protection, things like Inua Jamii, things like tax reliefs. These things are not being spoken. In fact, I think we are the only people here who knows about them. Sometimes I even go home and tell some people, do you know in the manifesto of Raila there will be this tax reliefs for the people who are starting business. There will be this and this. There will be a product in every county. Yeah, I mean, these are things that people are not talking about, and they are supposed to be explained, not those theories of economic models by bottom-up lieutenants, things that are not practical and are not workable. If we do not go and disabuse those stories that are being told, because somebody is telling you that I'm going to reduce the fuel without any program, I'm going to change the lives of Mama Mboga without using the structures that are there. Those things that needs to be addressed. Bernadetto karibu sana. I was talking about Kalonzo, and I want you to call him. I know you have his number. Mwambie, pride comes before a fall. Even the kings should be humble. Kusema yeye ni mkubwa sana cannot be interviewed. That is being proud. In fact, he should just keep quiet. Na agoje tu matokeo. Because if you are really interested in us winning, then don't put a lot of conditions. I know he has significant following and he is a seasoned politician, but that does not allow him to talk the way he is talking, as if if he's not there, life will not be there. We cannot go there. We cannot reach Canaan. Ongea na ndugu yako leo, mwambie umetumwa na wazee na tunataka tu please ache cause a lot of confusion. Anyway, as I finish,
TV tumuulize maswali.
najua anaweza huyu, kwanza anajua anaweza. He's a big shot. So as I finish, Bwana Bernard, thank you for this platform. I think many people have learned. I usually see even the people that have linked, because I send this link to so many groups. They say you are educating our people, and they are learning from this program. Asante sana.
Thank you, Mr. Kamau. We appreciate it. And probably before Ndeto comes in to respond, let me just read out this post by Mike. Mike has posted something in the private chat, which I believe is of public interest. And that is, the United States government has put Kenya on the list of global hotspots for money laundering, citing insufficient controls on the circulation of dirty cash and the lack of laws against terrorism financing. A report published on Friday by the United States Department of State Bureau for International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs said money laundering in Kenya occurs in formal and informal sectors fueled by domestic and foreign criminal operations. Kenya remains vulnerable to this. That is a reality that we can't run away from. Yes, Mr. Mike, you can say 1, 2 before on the same before my response.
Thank you, Bernard, for commenting for citing that. When Kimani started talking about 60% of MPs being WASHWAS people, it just made me Google and look at WASHWAS and how Kenya fares on. Actually, Kenya is a continent in Africa. Actually, the hotspot in Africa for money laundering, drugs, human trafficking, gold from Congo, and all that. And in the recent times, we have seen very, very serious cases. The most recent is 25 billion. The other cases is some 10 billion that was supposedly setting up a plant in Uganda that Equity came to say it never occurred. So you can see money laundering takes place from the very highest office to the to small people who are used as pawns to facilitate that type of arrangement. So we are living in a very dangerous time if Kenyans don't wake up and know that state capture and countries that are controlled by mafia started by allowing such things to happen. At the end of the day, churches have been captured, politicians have been captured, civil societies have been captured. So there'll be no voice. The judiciary will be captured by force or by inducement, because once mafia takes over, it offers you a reward or an inducement. If you refuse, it eliminates you. So it is just as bad as that. Let's not allow this country to be controlled by that type of arrangement. Thank you, Bena.
Thank you, Mike. That is something that every Kenyan needs to be concerned about. And like Kamau said, one of the things that is making us not take these things serious is because we treat them as comedy. We treat them as if it's part of having fun. And we are rewarding people who are tearing this nation apart and destroying and eating its future. We must all rise up in arms and, call a spade and not a big spoon on these matters, because the future doesn't look good with this kind of mentality. And part of my interactions in my programs, I interact with young people. And one of the things that is very heartbreaking is the kind of reasoning that our young people are growing up with. You don't find that young man who is challenging himself to work and, commit himself to diligence until diligence rewards him with promotion. Every young person is looking for the shortest cut to the greatest catch in the shortest time possible. Nobody is willing to work. Nobody's willing to think. Nobody's willing to focus. And so the staying power of people to develop and become responsible is not there. It's being eroded. And all of it, courtesy of wash. We can't allow that. So as a people, we need to begin to talk about it. And those claiming state capture, now we'll talk about church capture and the other captures. Let's revisit that after Ndeto. Ndeto namna gani?
Mzuri bana, kuna mtu amenichokoza hata nikiendesha gari likabidi nisimame kwanza.
Tupatie namba ya Kalonzo Musyoka, wacha kutuzungusha.
Wacha kusema hivyo bwana. Wewe unajua unasema hapa state capture na church is already captured with money laundering. Nyinyi ndo mna launda money huko inafika Nigeria na Interpol. Naona sasa tumefika mpaka states.
In fact, on that one, just shortly, on that one, some of my West African friends will say like this. They say, if you cannot get ticket to London, please work hard and get one to Nairobi, because Nairobi is as good as London. That is a secret.
Anyway, kama wende umefanya nikasimama bana, nimesikia Ndeto wako hapi, akikuja nitamuuliza. Ulikuwa unauliza nini nikujibu sasa?
Nilikuwa nataka kujua what is the problem with Kalonzo? Why is he doing things like a lone ranger? Kwa sababu tumuona sasa wamelaunch campaign nyingine wazimu huko Mombasa. We didn't want to know, is it something that is cooking that we do not know? Or do you have any other clue for what is happening?
No, I think you've missed a couple of sessions that have been here and talking about Kalonzo. I think most of the people that have been here know what I say about Kalonzo, and it's always come true. Bernard anajua, jana nilikuwa prophet. People don't understand politics of Kalonzo. Kalonzo really isn't. Even today I was talking to somebody from home, and I think, Kalu, you're listening. If you're listening, come in. Kuna mtu wa Kenya ameniambia atasikiza yote mpaka leo. We were talking about that. It's somebody that actually knows that politics very well. What is really happening is side shows. Kalonzo has nothing. When he tried the media didn't work, because he's trying to show himself as a big shot. And that's what he's been. That's his politics. Like, people know him in Ukambani. They don't care about Kalonzo at all. They don't care. But he wants to be bigger than thou. Na ametesa Wakamba sana, by the way. If Kambas come here and tell you the truth, he ametesa Wakamba because Kalonzo is that big, wants to be big, always wants to be there. What he's really doing right now, he understood his Mother Karua is almost getting that, and he understood people are not listening to him. So for him, he wanted to show an ego. To show that, oh, munasema sina numbers. All right, I'll show you. And so what they do, they go pay people. And that's the reason, if you look at the route, it's all in Ukambani. You know what? Us in Kambas, we are saying, if you're that of a big shot, why did you ride in Ukambani? Why didn't you go the other way around? Unaenda kuanzia Mlolongo, unaleta Kibwezi, nini, and then you're showing all this. And then if you listen him talking, anasema, ebu inweni wacha hawa watu wa kamera waone. What do you think is happening there? It's a psychology he's trying to play to show that I am the one that needs to be. Stop listening to Kalonzo. Let me tell you the one thing that will happen. If today, and I blame this on our presidential candidate, Raila should just come and say, you're not. This is who's going to get. And Kalonzo will toe the line. He will start looking for a speaker or something na kitu kama hiyo. Na hizi shida zingine mtaacha. But Raila is also very smart, and that's why he went and got the secretariat. And you had hakuna interviews anymore. They're just going to do their secretariat job. He did that so that he can cushion himself to where if Kalonzo starts pigging you kelele yake, he can say, it wasn't me. It was these people. Go talk to them. Usiniongeleshe mimi. You know, that's what it is. He's just cushioning himself. Kalonzo, what he's doing right now is just thumbing. Ukambani, there's nothing with Kalonzo. There was a Kamba here, you remember, interrogated him, Nani Bernard. He said, vizuri, there's nothing. Wachaneni munasumbuka akili sana na Kalonzo for no good reason. Leave it. Let it be. Raila atatangaza, mwenye atatangazwa Kalonzo tu atakuwa, atarudi tu, na akienda, if you have the 3 governors, you're good, my friend. That's all you need in Ukambani. You don't need Kalonzo. But if he stays, well and good. But he needs his ego down. I've always said it here. Sina nini, hiyo nilikuwa tu, nani Bernard, nilikuwa nimeingia because alikuwa ameongea story ya Kalonzo, na unajua uaga wananichokoza, hata kwa comment nilikuwa naona nikichokozo, wapi mato, ikifika story ya Kalonzo. Now real quick, alafu niende nitakuja, hii kitu mmesema ya wash. Think about Echesa, think about hiyo pesa ilikuwa inapata, deal ilikuwa inafanyiwa kwa ofisi ya nani, it's not a joke. Think about the Interpol. Now you've had this mutachagua. Kuna kitu mafias, when New York used to be led by mafias. Look at somebody's movements. And go read about John Gotti, the last mafia to go down. And see what it happened. Somebody said here about Pablo Escobar. He got into Congress. But what was he? These things. Lisemalo lipo na kama lipo laja. Anyway, bana tupatane mbele hii in about 1 hour, acha nifike nyumbani. I wanna salimia kila mtu and tuzidi.
Thank you. Safe drive. Tuonane baadaye. Asante sana. I think Mr. Kamau, that is satisfactory. Amekuelezea shida ya Kalonzo.
Nimempata na thank you so much kwa sababu niko nataka hiyo information na to be educated. Nielewe. Thank you.
Asante sana. Bwana Toroitich, I hear you are stable now. How are you? You unmute, then speak. You unmute. You're still on mute, Mr. Toroitich. Pogon. We can't hear you. If you can get me, Mr.
Mnanipata vizuri sasa?
Yes. Songa karibu na microphone, unasikika lakini kwa mbali. Kama unatumia headphone, toa headphone. Your mic isikike vizuri. Are you okay?
Hey. Yeah, saizi niko sawa mimi.
Okay, just raise your voice and go ahead.
Sawa. Asante sana afanye this nasikia leo topic iko sawa.
Bana Toroitich, we can't get you clearly. Please, I think you need to reconfigure. Hatukupati, uko mbali kabisa. Fanya hivi. Naomba utoke, alafu uingie afresh. Make sure you allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera and configure for you the audio. Don't direct it, let it, just allow it. Then it will give you good hearing. Thank you. Sorry about that, but you, yeah. Fred, are you there? Fred, are you in?
Oh, there's something I'm doing. Come back. Like 10 minutes.
Okay, Maggie, how are you? Maggie, good evening. Leo ni ngoma. Bwana Wilfred, we get back to you. Let's keep the conversation going. Inaonekana wewe Maggie, namna gani?
Salama sana, habari yako?
Salama, nashukuru. Mawili matatu kabla tusonge mbele.
Mimi naona mnaongea juu ya Kalonzo.
Hapana, Kalonzo alikuwa tu by the way. Tunazungumza kuhusu door evangelism ya baba in Kirinyaga. William Ruto anasema he cannot resign because he has done his duties according to the constitution.
Sasa si yeye huwa anaita wakina baba watapeli. Sasa hiyo si yeye ndio ni mtapeli. Yeye ndio ni mtapeli kabisa, kwa sababu mbona anakatalia hiyo kiti na anajua kabisa he doesn't need it. So utapeli yake inakuwa obvious. So far anyway, Kalonzo siwezi kukataa kuongea juu yake. Wazimu wake imefika where it cannot reach. Na sasa hii ujinga ya kununua watu wajaze inaitwa namna gani? Umati hiyo alipokuwa Mombasa. Hiyo ni ujinga ingine sijawahi kuona, because as I was listening to it, huyu mtu wake naitwa Sonko alianza tu ujinga ya yote yawezekana bila Joho, but he was shut down. Hakuimba tena. So I don't think we should be threatened by Kalonzo. Hizo ujinga zake zimefika where he's going to be ashamed, and I think he is somebody who should be thrown out of the boundary of Azimio, alafu watu waendelee mbele kabisa, because akifikiria that is the way Kenya inapelekwa, we are beyond that. Kenya is beyond that. We are not going to be entertained by his ignorance. He is so ignorant. Hata sasa akai as somebody who has been a leader before. Anakaa as if mtu ndiye anajaribu, but he was thinking that hii kitu lazima nifanye hii ndio nipate, lakini hatapata na hiyo njia. It's quite a shaming. Hata na huyo Sonko wake, it's quite a shaming. They are not going to get anything actually in Mombasa. But so far, I'm so much impressed with the Mount Kenya people, like this Sabina Chege. Oh, please, Muranga really impressed me. I think that was 2 days or a few days ago. Muranga is rocking the mountain for Azimio. So Baba at least ako happy. Mpaka hata Kisii wenye kuna places wengine walikuwa wakipiga kelele, they are towing down the line, and things are going well for us. Things will be better. Let me hold on to that. Nichukue lunch ingine nimeletewa hapa, tutaongea baadaye.
Okay, asante. Thank you so much. Have a good
lunch
with yourself. Eh?
Thank you.
So, Toroitich, I think now you can go on.
Hey, unanisikia vizuri Bennett?
But you're whispering.
Really? What is wrong?
Increase the volume of your gadget.
Okay. I'm on max now.
Good. Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Sio maneno ya Ruto. Sijui kwa nini tunaongelea mambo ya yeye ku resign. One thing ni obvious ni kuwa Ruto is not going to resign. His freedom to need hiyo kiti yenye ako nayo saa hizi, na anataka kutumia that position of the DP as a step na seal aingie kwa State House and then aanze the bigger deal ya ku cover up tracks zake, so that siku ile yenye atamalizana na upresident, let's say 2059, atakuwa clean. So that one is out of question. Saizi hawezi kuresign unless akuwe pushed out, hawezi resign. Hata kwa hiyo nyumba hawezi toka. I remember last week alikuwa amepatiwa makataa ahame ati nyumba itakana ifanyiwe renovation. But yeah, Ruto hawezi. Ruto and integrity are enemies. So it's supposed not to be expected of him kuhama pale. Awachilie akae. By the way, we only have less than 3 months and then it will be a done deal. Yeye nafasi yake itakuwa imejulikana by that time. But Kenya needs to wake up. Really, if tunaweza allow vitu kama yenye Ruto amekuwa akifanya na cronies wake aweze ku get away with it, there is going to be like tenfold hopelessness in Kenya, because what are we ever going to believe in? Hard work? Never. Honesty? Never. Integrity? Never. Tutakuwa tuna reward sasa mambo ya hizi za sport pesa, ndio tutakuwa kila mtu anaanza kufikiria inawezekana, because the level of dishonesty yenye tumeona na Ruto na corruption, alafu still tunataka kumreward with the highest seat in the land. Kenyans tuko na jokes, na it's not like ati tunamwekelea or ama tunaongea vitu yenye hatujui. Himself kwanza, he has never come out to dispute anything. I remember the other day Kalonzo alikuwa ameelezewa ile maneno ya kuiba shamba. What did he do? Immediately next day alikuwa ameenda kwa DCI headquarters to clear his name, na hapo aka call out Ruto, akasema Ruto, do the same for all the allegations that are on your name. Do the same, go and clear your name. What did Ruto do? Amefanya the very exact thing yenye tumekuwa tuna expect akuwa anafanya. Kwa hiyo nafasi yake as the DP, ku shut up. Since he cannot resign, he cannot do anything else. Kwa nataka aachilie Raila Uhuru aendeleze uraisi wake. But let's say 2022 Ruto apite hii, God forbid. Hii presidency itakuwa inaeleweka ati kama ni yake yeye na huyo running mate mwenye Ruto anatakana kwenda kuchagua ama Raila, itakuwa inajulikana kama serikali ya Ruto ama serikali ya Raila. Kama vile hii serikali 4-5 years after saizi tutasahau hii fiasco yote yenye imekuwa ikiendelea, tutakuwa tunaongelea serikali ya Uhuru. But the guy does not want to let the president make the mistakes all that he can make kama yeye hawezi kurectify, so that ikuwe inajulikana this one ni serikali ya Uhuru. Yeye amekuwa akitaka akue hapo, ahesabiwe all the merits, but the demerits are okay. Seriously, hatuwezi tukaendelea hivyo. Anyway, on the issue of running mates, nimesikia hiyo kuhusu hiyo door-to-door campaigns za baba. That's a really good thing. It's a really, really good thing. Kalonzo atakani kupatiwa hata audience hata kidogo. Wacha tu penye ameenda kwa rally watu wamsikize hapo kwa hapo. Kama anaweza toa kitu of which hajawahi, atoe watu wakule. Kama itakuwa ni mara ya kwanza atoe watu wakule, lakini he should not be regarded. Kufikia saizi mimi can say Kalonzo is officially a madman, a runaway train, a man without reason. Because hata baada ya kufanya ile vituko ya jana, and there was a huge public outcry, kila mtu anamwambia Kalonzo hapo no, and then today is doing the very same thing. In fact ni kama anaongezea kidogo volume. No, nobody is supposed to be listening to Kalonzo in any way. Hata hizo masiku yenye ODM ilienda, Azimio ilienda kwa IEBC kuongeza masiku ya ili kuchagua running mate, I think ilikuwa ni kujinflict pain, because we are putting ourselves into unnecessary pain. Tumepostpone kitu yenye tulikuwa tunataka kudeal nayo once and for all. Kalonzo, I think the only person mwenye anamfurisha kichwa ni Uhuru. I have been seeing Uhuru amekuwa ongelesha mara kadhaa, kidogo wako wanakula sapa, kidogo amefika huko hiyo jioni. So I think hiyo yeye kuongea na president, anafikiria ameongea na the whole of Kenya. President, just as president said, ataleta hiyo influence yake as one man kujaribu kupigia debe mwenye yeye ataona ni bora. And that was not like kuimpose on people. Kalonzo asijaribu kuelewa president vibaya. So kama aliwahi kunywa chai na president kwa nyumba yake, simfanye ajisahau ni kama sasa yeye ndio kusema kwa Azimio. Na in fact stature yake na Raila hey, saizi akitaka kujua hata position yake asimame kama MCA huko kwao Shikulu kwenyewe aone kama atapata. That man is nothing. Hizi vitu vingine yote ni kelele, and I think it's kelele amplified by UDA so that to destabilize us, tuanze ku lose focus. Anyway, Karua is the most deserving, not only because she's a Kikuyu, which is one of the very, very important reasons, but one because she is a lady. And she is huyo hata sijui tutamuitaje. Huyo ni mwanaume, huyo mwanamke ni mwanaume. Anafaa apatiwe hiyo kiti. Kwa everything that she's been championing, I liked her stance. Isipokuwa mimi I was in for Azimio, but I liked the stance of Martha Karua. Ilikuwa ni sober na alikuwa amesimama on the no side with reasons. Unlike wale wenye walikuwa wanasema no ili kupima waters, ako na numbers kiasi gani, not because there is any reason. So yangu ni hayo kwa sasa. Tuko pamoja mpaka jioni. Asante Bernard.
Asante sana Bwana Toroti, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naamini Wakenya wanafuata na wanaelewa vizuri. Wale watu wote mnajificha nyuma ya curtain, mnaharibu show. Kama sio lazima ujifiche, tafadhali tunaomba uonyeshe sura yako, because when the screen is dark, our viewers have a problem following, and our show is as good as how many people are watching. If we are talking to ourselves, then we are not fulfilling the purpose. Thank you very much. Tumsikilize David Otieno. David Otieno, namna gani?
Mzuri sana.
Okay, karibu kwa show.
Okay, thank you very much. Mimi hufuatilia show kila siku. Ni tu vile huwa siingii kuchangia. Lakini leo nimesema niwajoin kidogo pia niweke mchango wangu. So I start with Mr. DP. Mr. Takatanga amesema he will never resign. Amenikumbusha the issue of Mr. Kimunya some time back. I rather die than resign. So ana claim that there's no duty that he was given na akashindwa kufanya. But some of us have been around here for some time. You can see he has failed, okay? The biggest problem yenye yako nayo ni kukubali ya kwamba alikosa. You know, it's always good when you are wrong, unakubali ya kwamba nimefanya makosa. But just stamping na kusema you will never, but it's part of his policy, sasa tunamuelewa. So I think we have some few days for him to go and forcefully resign at Sugoi. So it's a matter of time. So I'll go to agenda number 2. I'm saying kidogo tu on Defiant. Okay, Kirinyaga door to door campaign. I think what Martha Karua is doing, all this work is other efforts is the work of Martha Karua. So even the issue of deputy president or who should deputize Raila Odinga, I think it's now clear. Everyone can see the effort that Martha Karua is putting in Kirinyaga. The last time you see what happened there, when he was there with Baba, some few people are making some noise there. They were trying to paint that Martha Karua is not sellable in Mount Kenya. But today, when she was there alone, there was no noise. People came out to listen to her. So you can see what the UDA has been trying to paint. The other day that Baba, he was there with Baba. When she was speaking, they were all over with the UDA. But when Baba came to speak, they went quiet. Then today, she went back to the same area. There is no noise. Everybody can see, even a child can see the game that's going on in Mount Kenya. So our brothers of UDA, we are seeing what you're trying to do, but we are up to the game. So the issue of the door-to-door campaign, I think I can support it very much. Pia nashinda hii mambo ya just to pass at the market and to talk to some few people. But when we go to door, hata kama injili vile watu tunapeleka injili tunapeleka mlango kwa mlango na injili nafika. So I support that one, and I want to even to encourage other areas, especially in Mount Kenya. If you can have the door-to-door campaign, so when Mr. Tagatanga anapita kwa market akisema kuna watu, and then I think in August he will be shocked. So the issue of deputy president and our brother Mr. Kalonzo is giving us is trying to create confusion here and there. But so far, kwanzia juzi, I've been following the show. This people have been saying that Kalonzo, I think watu wameshamuona na tabia zake. We understand him. Mr. Ndeto? Mr. Ndeto ametuambia something there. He come from that area. So I think tuko na wasiwasi na yeye. If he's giving ultimatums, ndio at least ndio ama vitisho ndio aweze kuchukuliwa. It's a matter of time. In 11 days or so, everything will be there for everyone to see. But on the issue of the deputy president, mimi na support Martha Karua. And yesterday there was some people from UDA saying that as mama, there is no effect. They don't understand women. They don't understand the issue of women. With Martha Karua being there, it's not only now a matter of Mount Kenya. It will now cut across the entire country. So that's why you can see UDA and Bwana Kitandawili, Bwana Tagatanga, they are now campaigning for Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka, because they know very well that when Raila goes for Martha Karua, it is over. Imeisha kama pale Kalivari. Itakuwa sasa imeisha, game yao, it will now be over. That's why they're not trying to create some confusion. Oh, you cannot take Bwana Kalonzo to an interview and vitu kama hizo, because they know very well that when we take Martha Karua, that, and I hope that the panel will go for Martha Karua. I think Tangatanga, they'll have nowhere to hide. It's just a matter of time. So yesterday again, I saw Gideon Moi or the KANU party waliforward jina ya Bwana Kalonzo. Then again today nasikia tena jina Gideon Moi imepeanwa. So there's something going on here and there, but let us give them time. We see what they will present to us. So kufikia hapo, I want to say thank you for this opportunity. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Bwana David. We thank you for your submissions. Let's keep educating Kenyans and keeping them on the know-how, because politics is pull and push. But at the end of the day, we must get our country right for all Kenyans. Is that important? And so lazima tujitolee muhanga kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna Mkenya atapotoshwa na hii Kenya mpaka tuikomboe kabisa kabisa katika uchaguzi unaokuja. Mundu wa nyumba, how are you today? Umwega. Mundu wa nyumba seems to be raptured. Yes, Mike.
David seems to suggest that there is a confusion in the way the leadership is trying to get a running mate. the idea of Gideon sending names and other people sending names is part of the of the big game to cause total confusion in the eyes of UDA, because if they see something very systematic and organized, then they will read their mind. Everything else is confusion except Kalonzo. Kalonzo is the only person who is not playing the game. But the rest are part of the bigger game. If Bernard would play you a clip, David Murade told us that the DP in Azimio was chosen in March. The rest are gymnastics. So actually, Kalonzo is the one who has set us back. Otherwise, we would have named the DP in March. It has already been settled, and there is no amount of confusion or intimidation that is going to change that. And of course, we know it is based on a lot of research in terms of sellability, in terms of deliverables and all that. So I think Baba has just been set back by the one man who has brought a lot of antagonism, but his mind is already set. There is no confusion. The panel are just to cool the waters, but the temperatures. But I think for me it is already settled, and I can tell you they made the decision a long time ago.
Thank you, Mike, for that. It's a good way to look at it. UDA is behaving like the hyena waiting for the hand to drop. So they are closely watching who will be dropped so that they pick. And so that's part of the game plan. And see how Azimio has dominated the conversations and dominated the political discourse since the confusion was created. And so that's part of the campaigning the other party by letting them campaign or in the pretext that they are involved into the decision you want to make, and you keep them on hold as you keep doing what you are required to do. And so I think we are on the right track, but we need to do more. I pray that as we finish up with this nomination manenos and hitting the road, the clear cut of the elections is going to be seen in the mirengo sasa ndio itajulikana. Saa hii wale wamekaa kwa fence wata cross over na tutajua mbivu na mbichi. Bwana Wilfred, you can pick it from there.
Thanks, Bernard, again. I want to speak on Kalonzo for the last time. Kalonzo is known to be a diplomat. He is credited with intervening in the Ethiopian or the Somali issues or the South Sudan issues. Now, I do not find a hint on how he does these things if he is not able to diplomatically solve the issue of him wanting to be a running mate and Raila wanting somebody else, because that is a fact, and Kalonzo knows very well Raila does not want him this time round. So the fact that he knows that and he is now using a rungu, that if you don't pick me, you are finished. I don't know whether that is how he joins the South Sudan things, by telling one party to carry a rungu and threaten the other one. Then this panel of individuals who are supposed to guide, actually they are not supposed to select one person for Raila. They are only supposed to advise Raila on the merits of the individuals so that Raila can decide using good information. So he has a member in that panel. Then how comes that even with his hand-chosen member, he does not know what the panel is doing? Do they communicate with the member or they don't? I think at the end of the day, it is just the fact that things are not working or the light is not shining towards his side as to why he is doing a lot of eruptions outside the panel. And I would like to warn our friends in UDA that the deputy president does not know his following in this country. He has never been in a countrywide election. He has never gone to the polls. He has never known how many people will follow him to the last day. And worse still, he will always engineer or he will always oil his crowd. So on the voting day, I don't think he will have the ability of going throughout the country and giving transport to everybody so that they appear to the polling station. So there is a danger in believing that what he sees in Israel is what will happen on voting day. Especially now that on voting day, he'll not be able to reach everybody with something. And finally, religion and politics. I'm an academician, although I'm not in the side of religion and history. The UDA have perfected the ability to unite religion and politics. In that, anytime you have an argument with them, they say that they have left you with God because God is on their side, and with you, you are the one punishing them unnecessarily. Until our clergy have come to believe that they should pray over these people and they are the best, the God-chosen people who are going to lead the country. But when you dig deeper, the scandals and so on and so forth, one wonders really how the two intermarry and what confidence somebody has to say that God is on their side and the rest of us are just idlers in the sight of God. Otherwise, Kenyans, I wish to reiterate that let us not make these hooliganic experiment of trying to give somebody leadership when we have a hint of what he can do with the leadership. Otherwise, I still strongly believe that on voting day, once we arrive at the polling station, we will pick our candidates wisely. I'm also worried about the length of the polling paper for president. If there will be 54 candidates on it, and possibly one of the candidates is put towards the last page, and I can imagine the old friends trying to search for like 10-20 minutes now that you are not supposed to assist them in the booth where they are hidden. We shall see a lot of chaos on that day. Polls starting late, people on the line at 7 in the evening waiting to vote and so on and so forth. So if Chebukati is not really readying himself and seeing how to maybe put the two top candidates on the front page, then we are in for a rude shock. Otherwise, thank you and good night, everybody.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Wilfred. Let's hear from Fred.
Nawasalimia. Mjambo.
Hatujambo, karibu.
Asante sana. Kwa busy kidogo lakini nao free. Mi nataka kuongeza remarks kidogo, although I'm a UDA, but let us say a fact. Najua okay, mmekuwa mkiongea the history. The reality history inajirudia. The best
Bwana Fred, raise your voice, move closer to the mic. You are not as audible as you ought.
Okay. Nilikuwa nasema history inajirudianga, then dada wewe unaelewa hiyo maneno. So kwa Raila mwenye anafaa kuwa learning mate wake ni Martha Karua, not Kalonzo. Hata not Peter Kenneth. Kama Raila anataka maybe apite hiyo election, lazima achague Martha Karua. Na hiyo ni kitu iko wazi, Martha Karua alisajaguliwa kitambo. That's why anawaka hadi saizi ana campaign zaidi hata kuliko Kalonzo ama Peter Kenneth. The other hand, inaonyesha huyu jamaa uongozi naye atachukua, although kama mimi niko UDA, let us say the fact, wenye walimunyang'anya uongozi 2007 sasa ndio wako kibaumbele kumkambenia. It means wameamua. Sasa kwa kurudi kwa nini, kwa debut, hata mimi siwezi resign, hafai kuresign, kwa sababu akiresign unaelewa atandamwa vibaya sana. So wacha kae kwa ofisi mpaka maneno ishe, then handshake, although iwezi kuwa 2022 kutakuwa na handshake. Handshake itakuja kuwa 2027 wakati huo mzee atatafuta anataka campaign na wengine, cause hao akisamalizana hao 2027 atakuwa na campaign na wengine. Sasa ndio atakuwa na handshake between yeye na Ruto, ndio 2032 tutafikiria, cause hata ukiangalia historia ya Kenya hakuna mwenye amewekwa president except bila kuwa upinzani. Hata Kenyatta mwenyewe alikuwa upinzani wa koroni. Tukikuja Kibaki amekuwa upinzani wa Moi. Kenyatta, Moi ndio sijajua kama amewekwa upinzani, lakini historia mwingi huwezi kuwa president. Uhuru mwenyewe was an opposition too, so opposition, so huwezi kuwa president direct from minister, from deputy to the president. Maybe the other countries, but in Kenya it can't happen. Maybe it happen, itakuwa miracle.
Bwana Fred, able increase the volume of your gadget. Increase the volume of your gadget.
Unipati bwana. Na venye na sauti. Okay. Ndarudi kiasi basi.
Okay, that's now better. That's now better. Ama umekaa mbali sana na mic.
Unajua niko somewhere hustle kidogo. That's why.
Okay. Hapo sasa unasikika. Endelea.
Mimi nasema history inajirudia. Na nyinyi mmekuwa hapo nyuma mkiongea about history. Although mimi ni UDA dam, lazima nipige kwa UDA, lakini let us say the fact. First thing, you cannot be a president without be an opposition leader. So hiyo mnajichazia nyinyi wenyewe, sio lazima ni clarify. The other thing, this time Baba supposed to have a running mate, Martha Karua, not Kalonzo. Kalonzo is a joker, and Kalonzo, the way you see Kalonzo is working, I think by Ruto. The one who bring the Kalonzo on the board, so Kenyatta, but Kalonzo, the way he's behaving abnormally by the other thing, huyu mzee mnaelewa story ya 2007 wenye walimnyang'anya uongozi, saizi wako saidi yake. It means there is a probability of 90% kumpatia uongozi. Ni hayo machache tu, ndio nikirudi kidogo acha nishughulikie kitu kingine hapa.
Okay, thank you Fred. I will hear you well, but we have gotten your point. Thank you very much, and keep in the conversation. Let's keep moving. Nani huyu? Martin, you are back. Make submission before Levi.
Thank you Bernard. Pole, nilikuwa nimekuja kuribanda to Amanda kama ndio alikuwa ameniuliza. But anyway, ilikuwa tu imenisimamisha mahali, sikuwa nimeingia bado kwa show. Sasa niko ndani kabisa. Anyways, thank you Bernard again. I always start my thing with thanking you, thanking the people behind you and people who do and make sure that this show happens every day. We appreciate you. We appreciate what you do. And it's a good way of connecting people. And we are very blessed, some of us, to be able to be addicted and just wanting to be somewhere where we can talk our things. Hata tukiwa mbali na wazazi wetu na tukiwa mbali na Kenya na country yetu. You guys make it. And we appreciate you more than you know. Kuna watu hapa walalagi wanangoja tu itafika saa ngapi. You know, hata ukichelewa kidogo karibu tukupigie simu wewe. Unaharibu show. Anyway.
Martin, leo nimepigwa mawe na anaitwa nani? My friend here anasema mimi nangojanga watu wa diaspora. I was late today for 4 minutes.
Sinaona shida iliyopo. Watu wanangoja kabisa. Because it's actually like, unajua kuna time na kuanga niko kazi, mdosi anawezaona nikicheka kwa ofisi huko. Hajui nacheka nini. Unajua siwezi ingia kwa sababu uko kwa ofisi huko. Sasa wewe uko tu huko unaisikiza hapa kwa kando kwa computer tu, alafu unacheka huko unagigo, mdosi anapita unacheka nini? Naambia no, I just remembered something. Kumbe huko na watch. Ndio maana unaonanga tunapigana na kina Olo huko, kina Gitash, wako huko, najua hao ni watu wameshikilia huko comment section. Anyways, so nitakimbia haraka since I'm gonna be here for a while, so this is my submission. All right, let's start. Bernard, unajua a lot of us when you only grow in the 80s, 90s, we used to have wababa wenye walikuwa nakuja shule visiting uko boarding school, anakuja na gazeti. Alafu akikuja ni baba lazima unajua. Na ukienda nyumbani akifika hivi kwa nyumba hivi mnatoka, kuna kiti tu moja alikuwa nakalia. Na hiyo kiti lazima muondoke nyi wote. Na kama mlikuwa mna watch KBC, my friend, na yana watching KTN, itabidi nyi wote muochile kitu alikuwa kitaka watch. That's where this man that we keep on talking about, that's why his mindset is still stuck. He doesn't understand people have moved away from that. When Mulu Mutisia, blind, God rest his soul in peace, used to be the kingpin, hiyo mnaitaga kingpin. Na jokes zilikuwa sijui alienda sijui na nani na Moi mahali, sijui akaambiwa nini, so many jokes used to be there, but that was the kingpin. Time changes. Time changes. Today the people that are there are not that kind of political kind of people. Today we are people who want to be, democratic, and we want to see education, education and development, and that's where Kalonzo is getting it wrong. And we understand nowadays we are not.
Mato, just tell him that we are digital. We are not monologue.
Thanks, ma'am. Kumbe uko hapa. Thank you, ma'am. Exactly, bas. Amenifungia. That's a very respectful lady. Nimemheshimu sana. We've been in different chats, and she's eventually become my namuitaga mom because she's actually, namheshimu hivyo. Thank you, mama.
Thank you, Mato.
So that's what Kalonzo is. That's where pride ya Kalonzo iko. He still feels like he's the person that mtoto hawezi kalia kiti ya baba. If we push it to where vile Mama Selina nasemanga, you put it back to the normal things. Hata lazima ni forgive, niombe msamaha kwa Mama Selina, siku moja nilimwambia siongeage hivyo, lakini nimekaa ku understand analogy yake. Anyway, so I'm done with Kalonzo. I want to go because my main point inakuja hapa kwa DP kutoka. There's a problem. My next point, there's a problem with the way politics are being done today with people who are old-minded. They don't understand there's so much exposure nowadays. There's so much. We have camera phones, we have everything is being recorded, message being passed, lazima uandike barua kwenda kwenyu and all that. So whatever you do will be known. It might not be on the light, lakini on the background, people will know. And that's the problem we have the politics in Kenya. And especially in the third world countries. People don't understand that these things will be leaked. Something you did will be known. Like today in the US, we are talking about, Supreme Court, Roe versus Wade, where they, what do you call this? Abortions, imekuwa leaked. Na imeenda kila kitu imekuwa viral. Now we have protests na kila kitu. These things, as politicians nowadays, you cannot play with your people anymore. The other one, Gideon Moi, I don't understand how Gideon Moi can propose Kalonzo and propose himself. Really? I don't know what happened there. I think there's a fishy thing going on over there. Propose to mwingine alafu propose. I need somebody who has a inner sight on that one.
He did not propose himself. He proposed Kalonzo, but his party proposed to him.
Now, what is that?
He is the party leader of KANU. So KANU supports Gideon Moi. Gideon Moi supports Kalonzo in his capacity.
That's a complicated. Complicated affair right there. Anyway, sawa mtaniambia. Okay, door to door. One thing I appreciate about Raila, the way he's doing his politics this time round, is your door to door. You see, in the developed countries, I'm not going to say which, sometimes you don't even get to see the person that you're going to vote because they do a door to door, signboards and everything. There's no road shows, sijui nini, kuleta sijui boda boda na sijui, that's your show of might. No, people don't do that. You do your adverts. People put your posters in on their cars, your flags and everything. And then at the square to vote, ato patana no mtu. So I think one day we will end to where those road shows are not there, where si kwenda kulewesha watu wakuje wapige kelele, and that's your might. That's not your might. Those people, even 3/4 of them don't even vote. So I'm just saying that what Raila is doing is what we told him when he came over here, that he needs to change the way Kenya does its campaigns. Campaigns see you kupanda juu ya magari 24/7, and then you have umelipa watu umewapatia chang'aa huko na bangi na kila kitu, and then now you say you are strong. We need that interaction of one-on-one. And that's what I think they are doing. My main one, na najua nimechukua more time, lakini sasa this is my main one, which I think is the main topic of the day. Ruto kukataa kuresign. Bernard, kabla nitoke hapa hivi nilisema, nilipatiana example ya, nikikwambia karibu nifike nyumbani. I gave an example of Pablo Escobar, and I gave an example of John Gotti, who used to be a mafia of New York. My friend, na hii nitashikwa hifu. Kwanza Ruto akichukua hii, mimi Kenya munisahau, mtakuja mkikuja kuniokota huko. Mtakuja kunisalimia, sikuji Kenya.
Kuja Kenya.
Akishinda, mimi naekewa wanted.
Tuko na perfect security, you come over.
Sasa
hii Kenya ni tamu bwana, wacha mchezo.
After nimesema kitu nasema mimi
okay, Oda nyabo choa. Relax kwanza tafadhali. Keep your mic mute.
So Bernard, let me ask you a question.
Hey.
Can I go on?
Carry on, Martin.
Yes.
Mute your mic here, Jama. Anyway, let me ask you a question. and let's work with this one together. If I am a mafia and I'm in office where I know I can be protected, really? You want me to step down? Ndio mkuje munishike? Mimi siwezi hata na dawa. Siwezi toka hiyo ofisi. In fact, natafuta ile ya ujuu kabisa. If I am a mafia and my rules, vitu zangu ziko mbaya, kwanza natafutwa na Interpol, America, nishafanya vitu mbaya. My friend, nitakwamilia hiyo kiti mpaka ile siku. You know, I will force it in any how you want it to be done, right or left. Nitoke. Na niko na uwezo ya kusimamisha. Naweza ongea na DCI. I'm number 2. I will go for the first one. Na kama hakuna number 1 nitaendea 0 bas. Kama hiyo inakuanga mbele ya number 1. If I am corrupt, I am a mafia. Hata Pablo Escobar, the day he went down venye alitoka Congress, na ni mtu tu, ng'ombe ya mtu ilienda ikaonesha picha yake akifanya ujinga, ndio akatolewa. After that alianza kutafutwa na FBI, kila kitu. Saizi tunasikia mtu ako na Interpol, America, nini. Mimi ningekuwa hapo, I swear mungelia. Nakalia hiyo kiti. Amtoki, natafuta anyhow. Kama nitapita na mtu nipite na yeye. Ndio munishike. Na mabeshte wangu wako huko Arab Emirates, the vice president wa nini, the ex vice president wa nani wa Nigeria ako huko, naendanga kuonea huko Arab Emirates na nini. Hao ndio people mnaniambia sasa mnataka mimi niende exile ndio msinishike? Hakuna vile, nitakalia hapo. So basically what I said, that was in a funny note. But look at somebody's, show me your friends, I tell you who you are. Your record, hakuna mtu anaweza kuja kuambia kitu. No, I mean, akuekelee tu kitu. You must have done something. You're in Interpol, you are in ICC. I think you're going back to ICC again because Musheru is actually becoming a witness. There's this wash kila mtu uko nao kinaechesa. There was gun nini zinafanyiwa kwa ofisi yako. I mean, there's just way too much to be called that unaekelewa. And that's why you understand, mtu akisema unakuja unatuambia, oh, sijaifanya kitu, I have no delegations, sijaifanyiwa nini. What are you doing in the office? Na kwa nini utaki kuquit? Quit ndio tukushike. No, tutaki kushika vice president, tunataka kushika the man himself. Hatutaki vice president atoki kujaribia jina ati tulishika. Ukitaka enda ukakae huko na mabishto wako wenye mnayopata nako huko kwenye mnaendaka, na watu watalia. Ndio maana tunataka Martha Karua na Raila, na watu waanze kurudisha pesa. By the way, kama mliba, hata mimi nilipigia DCI nikaanza kuuliza, we, by the way, kama kuna kitu mnaona hapo hivi inaweza kuwa, niambieni mapema ni kuwe clean kabla watu wakuja. Msinipeleke, acha we make a deal. Anyway, in a funny note, thank you. Niko hapa. Watu wakijali nitatoka niachie wengine.
That's a good one. I'm happy that you are obeying chapter 6 already. As you prepare to be the governor, is it for Machakos 2032?
We, nilisema nitaanza chini kidogo. Sikimbi sana, sina hiyo kiburi.
Well, by now, 10 years, you will have reached. Thank you. Let's get this first, then we listen to Levi. Where are we?
Them, please let us respect ourselves. Bwana Kitendawili, wewe umekuja kwa serikali yetu, ukakuja ukavuruga serikali yetu, ukavuruga Big Four. Ile mambo ya housing ikakwama, mambo ya universal health coverage ikakwama, mambo ya food security ikakwama, mambo ya manufacturing ikakwama. chama ya Jubilee ikasambaratika, ukatuletea mambo ya rege. Hata hiyo rege Mungu akasimamisha. Sasa wewe uko na uwezo gani ya kuniuliza any questions, my friend? Wewe mtu ambaye umekuja kutuletea hasara nyingi kwa hii serikali yetu. The people of Kenya have wasted 5 years because of the handshake manenos, because of the kitendawili gentleman. Now you dare tell us that we need to resign. Who needs to go away between us and you, my friend? You need to retire. You are old enough, just go home. Wacha story mingi. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Tuko pamoja? Tuko pamoja? Tunaelewana? The only thing that is positive, ile kitu tu muhimu ambaye hii handshake imetupatia, the only positive thing that the handshake has given to us is to give us the true colors of Raila Odinga. Because now we know that he runs a laundry to clean the people who have stolen from counties and the people who are corrupt by running a Muoshomoja laundry in Abahil. Now we know that he also understands his henchmen and his people have stolen from the poor in Kemsa. Now we know that his fight against corruption is just lip service. He has no capacity to fight corruption whatsoever. That is what we know, and that's what is positive about the handshake. Asanteni sana. Tumekubaliana? Wacha niite, tuko hapa na ndugu yetu Musalia Mudavadi. Muko na nafasi ya Musalia Mudavadi kupanga na sisi?
Mwizi ni nani? Mwizi ni nani? Mwizi ni nani? Hawa jamaa tutawapeleka kamiti.
Ben.
Sorry. Bwana Levi, it's your turn. And what has happened? Everybody has gone backstage.
I'm still waiting. Nabochoa is waiting.
Mwakamba, ngoja kwanza, tutafika kwako. Uko kwa line.
Hapana. Yeah, so much. Kenya kwanza.
Ngoja kwanza. Yes, Levi, go ahead.
Yeah.
You got the curtain, tunafagia tafadhali.
Yeah, hello Bernard.
Hello to you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm doing good.
Good. Go ahead, make your submission, please.
Okay, let me make my submission so quickly, and thank you for this platform. It's very interactive, and I hope we can share a lot in the near future. First, I want to talk about rigging claims and all that, and then I come to the topic of the day, haraka, and then we finish. About the rigging claims, there was allegations by the UDA Secretariat that kuna a plot by ICT, yes, Joy Musheru, using the ICT docket to somehow manipulate the elections. First of all, I find it rather, it's like unafiki. These guys are masters of double speak. This is the ICT, is si mtu tofauti, is the same ICT CS who was campaigning with Mr. Ruto in the Ruto ticket in 2017 elections. And now this around wakati sasa ameamua, maybe he's on the other side. These guys have started now castigating him like he's another person. So these kinds of double speak from the Ruto side, they are really funny. Another thing is about the Kalonzo being the running mate. Unajua Kalonzo, first, Kalonzo has no right to demand for the running mate position. Ask me why. When the Azimio la Umoja coalition was formed, Kalonzo was nowhere to be seen. He was nowhere to be seen. Alafu after some time when Uhuru talked to him and maybe akaengoengo kidogo and then he later joined. And now sasa after amekuja and now he's demanding for the running mate position. First, what you have to ask is what are you bringing to the table? Of course, Kalonzo has the camp of vote, yeah, of which naweza sema right now Kalonzo is not the Kalonzo we knew back then, you know, in 2013 and maybe 2017. The Kalonzo we knew back then had a national outreach, you know, but as time went by, Kalonzo he has reduced to a Kamba kingpin, and later now became maybe a partly Kamba kingpin. That's why we are seeing Kalonzo in Mombasa with Sonko. Unajua, he's trying to prove himself that I'm able with this maybe to begin with this the running mate position. So he's trying to prove himself. And trust me you, Kalonzo angeenda Mombasa peke yake bila Sonko. He could have hangepata, I mean he could not pull the crowd that we saw today. So Kalonzo is also trying to prove a point that I'm also capable to, you know, have these running mate positions. What again? And on the other side, on the Kenya Kwanza side, let me just haraka niseme, it is a matter of wait and see. You know, the Kenya Kwanza side is waiting for Raila to name his running mate, and also the you know, Azimio coalition also waiting for the other side to name their running mate. So it's also a matter of wait and see, like hawa wakichagua huyu sisi tunaenda hivi, na hawa wakienda hivi sisi tunaenda hivi. You know, it is yani ni kama mchezo wa kungojana, so that they know what to do and how to, you know, play their cards. For example, if maybe Azimio coalition goes for Kalonzo, so the Kenya Kwanza brigade will do what? They'll go to Mount Kenya and tell them, sasa ibu angalini kwa hiyo Azimio lineup, where is your guy? Where is your person? You know, they have opted to go for Kalonzo. Where is the person from Mount Kenya? That's what they'll be saying. And either way, at Azimio coalition, if they choose somebody from Central Kenya, the Kenya Kwanza coalition will go to Kambani and say, sasa oneni Kalonzo wenu wako wapi? You know, it's a matter of yani kucheza tu with who and what and how. So either way, even in the Kenya Kwanza coalition, also it's just the same way the Azimio coalition will do. So ni kucheza two cards, kungojana waone how it will be. I think it will be an interesting thing to watch as we wait for the coalitions to name their running mate. Again, I want to talk about the opinion polls. There has been a very big debate about the TIFA polling opinion polls that have been ilikuwa imetolewa juzi. Some time back we saw Raila was ahead, maybe in Nairobi County, and there was a list of counties that ilikuwa imeonyesha Raila and the Azimio coalition was ahead, you know, and the Kenya Kwanza brigade came out saying that, oh, those are, you know, doctored polls and tumekuwa tukiona vitu kama hivi kutoka kitambo, and he never won. And again, recently the TIFA polls again came and said, you know, the Kenya Kwanza coalition is ahead, you know, Ruto is ahead of Raila, but Raila is ako hapo nyuma kidogo, you know. And I also think it's partly true that these opinion polls are doctored. Why? These guys behind these doctored polls, they want to test the waters, you know. They want to test the waters. You know, politics is just about kujaribu kuona what will happen. It's just like Raila Odinga, the way he went with Martha Karua to Kirinyaga and the central part of Kenya to just try and test the waters. Huyu Martha Karua nikimchagua kama running mate, will she be able to, you know, anaweza niletea kura? So that is what they are just trying to do, trying to test the waters, waone ni nani anapendwa ama which ticket ama which combination will do it better. Somebody talked about the crowds that Ruto is is attracting. Maybe today he was in Busia and Kakamega and all that. Ruto has been a master in the crowds, with the crowds. Hapo naye lazima tu niseme ukweli. He is a master in attracting crowds. Same to Raila. Raila has been attracting crowds. Tunajua, that's a matter of fact. since Raila became into politics, since 2007, 2013, 2017, he has been a master of crowds. Hiyo hatuwezi kataa. But the question is, has he ever won? No. So that means that the crowd, maybe Raila ama Kenya Kwanza is attracting, doesn't simply translate into votes. But we can wait and see. So yes.
What we just shared, actually visit us at our website. Remember,
Just carry on, Levi.
Okay.
Carry on
I was
and, mind timer.
Okay. I'm finishing. About the crowds. It doesn't really translate into votes, but it's a matter of wait and see. Because this is the first time Ruto is going for the presidency, and we cannot insinuate about anything. But I will just a kind of advice to Mr. Ruto that he should be cautious about the crowds. Isimdanganye. Crowds hata mimi sahi Ruto akikuja hapa, me I can go. I will go and see. Of course I'll go and maybe hear what he's talking about, but doesn't mean that I vote for him. So again, this is an agenda. Maybe the Kenya Kwanza coalition is good at selling populist. Yani, they are populist ideas. Trying to make themselves that look like they are very popular. Which also is very dangerous. Kwanza wakati wa uchaguzi, general elections. That said about the Raila campaigning, door to door and all that, and also the Raila team, the Vijana Fire and all that, the strategy that Raila has implemented in campaigning, I can see they're a bit different from what he used to do. The roadshow campaigns and all that, the rallies. I think it's a different Raila we are seeing, and the strategies he's using to campaign. And I can say that these are going to reap, especially in central Kenya. We have seen Raila on top of maybe vehicles, and we are seeing people akisema Azimio, watu wanasema UD, akisema nini, watu wanasema Ruto. So maybe let's say he has resorted to that, and he has his foot soldiers in the ground who are campaigning for him door to door, and which will reap big results. We'll just wait and see. Now ya mwisho, you were talking about Ruto resigning. Of course, Ruto cannot resign. You cannot expect him to resign. This is a guy who, he has that entitlement. Yes, he said, most of the time he said, mimi na Uhuru tulitengeneza hii serikali, si ndio? But nowadays he's saying, mimi nilisaidia Uhuru kutengeneza hii serikali. So meaning, I was the one who was elected, but Uhuru is the one who is there. And then he's trying to, he has that entitlement that I'm in this seat to stay, and I'm going for the president and nothing less but the presidency. And Ruto resigning is something like a dream, because there are very many kitties that come with that office. The allowances, the vehicles and all that, the security, nini. Very, very many things come with the office of the deputy president. And let's say if he could have resigned, he could have missed on a lot, maybe because especially now that he's going for the presidency. So I see it's for him, he could have resigned, yes, but what are the consequences of resigning? Take that into mind. Again, I've talked about that. I'm thinking kuna hiyo clip umeonyesha hapo ya mwisho, Ruto castigating his opponents about corruption and all that Raila is the king of Mosho Moja, the upper hill, was this the Capitol Hill, that is the place of nini. It's just it's just talking to people, unajua kucheza na akili za watu. This the same Mosho Moja that maybe walifanyia the Kirinyaga governor Anne Waiguru is the same Anne Waiguru who is now in Kenya Kwanza. So hizi vitu, if you look deep into them, they don't have any meaning. He's saying that Raila is, Ruto and corruption should, afai, he's not supposed to castigate people about, he should not teach people about corruption, castigate people about corruption, because when corruption come into somebody's, sentence, Ruto is somewhere hapo karibu, you expect that is the second word that you're going to mention after corruption. But all said, I can say that kila mtu anajaribu kuuza sera zake ama is trying to sell his agenda the best way anaona kwamba anaweza attract watu to his side. Most of the time Kenya Kwanza selling this idea of holier than thou, you know, that we are sisi ndo watu wa kanisa, wale wengine hawajui Mungu and all that. Unajua ni kama mfarisayo na ile nini kwa Biblia mfarisayo na yule mtoa ushuru alienda kwa nini akaanza kujipiga kifua, sijui mimi napenda Mungu sana, sio kama yule mwingine, you know, that kind of idea. And he's trying to lure maybe the child. You know, they say religion is the opium of the people, so he's trying to play with people's minds, which we'll see if it will work out. But as for me, I don't see if it will work out. So I think all said and not done, we'll wait and see. It's just a matter of wait and see, especially if the running mate position it will be a very interesting battle, and something very interesting to wait and see. Thank you. I think that is all. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana bwana Levi. Na umejificha, mbona umejificha nyuma ya curtain?
No, you know, sahi I can't hold my nini, maybe right now.
Yeah, you see, you have light where you are.
Yeah.
Thank you for your analysis, and I think we'll engage you further on the same later on.
Bernard,
Yes.
Bernard, leo tumefurahi sana. Tunajua tumepata mmoja wao alikuwa amekaa ile pande nyingine amekuja nyumbani. Karibu nyumbani Buda.
Asante sana. Nimeshukuru.
Okay, karibu. You keep mute so that we listen to Guy, and there is Mama Selina. Where is this other guy? Thank you. Now, please, the screen is dark. Munisaidie ama tufagie.
Talking to me?
Mr. Guy, where are you? Where's your face?
Okay, that's better, right?
Better.
Thank you so much. Salimia wote wanaosikiza Zamao. Good evening where I am. Raining, although hatujapanda bado. But Kenya, although nimesikia jamaa mmoja anaitwa Martin akisema hatarudi Kenya. Kama uko na kashaba huko bwana nipatie, mimi nitarudi regardless.
Nilijua tu venye jia ameingia, nilijua tu kitu ya kwanza ni mimi atachapa.
No, really. Ni property. Nimesikia ukisema if
ni story ya shamba. Si umeona mashamba? Yaani aulizi haja yako, aulizi shamba. Hey, this is serious.
Yeah, I was listening. I think it was Levy talking about the opinion polls. And that was a Tifa. I don't remember who shared with them yesterday, Jana. That was Tifa. And there's another one called Mizani. I don't know who owns them. They have been wamekitoa zao recently. And if you don't mind Bonabeda, kuna moja nimeona leo, I wanted to share a little bit. Kwa sababu kuna moja wamekuwa wametoa like 5 counties, Nakuru, Kirinyaga, Taita Taveta, Machakos, Kakamega and Meru. So wakasema Kirinyaga governor, if the election were held today, Anne Waiguru atapata 53, Karua 17, na Purity Ngirishi, she's the current women rep, atapata 15. I don't know. I've been following Kirinyaga so much. Naonaga Purity akiwa na crowd kubwa. But again, that's the numbers. Senator walikuwa nasema ni mtu anaitwa Kamau Murango. I think he is the UDA candidate. Akona 61. Women rep anaitwa Wakili Maina, pia UDA. Nakuru akasema Susan Kihika 56%, Lee 38. So inaka, according to them, Lee ataenda nyumbani probably by 9 a.m. Halafu akasema mtu anaitwa Tabitha, who I think ni ule wa Keroche ataingia na 60%, followed mwingine anaitwa Wakili by 23. Women rep anaitwa Lisa, I think she is the current rep, Lisa Chelule I think, na 41, na mwingine anaitwa Jabi na 31. Taita Taveta wakasema anaitwa Saboja, he is a Jubilee candidate, anaweza chukua huko. Na women rep ni Joyce Wajala. I believe that was the lady alikuwa anaitwa Joyce Lay. Huyo anaweza chukua ya women rep, na Jones Mwaruma anaweza chukua ya Senate. Kukienda kwa kina Deto sasa, are you ready to move out of your country? Kama ukishindwa unaenda nyumbani. Wavinya Deti, according to them, atachukua na 48. Una mjamaa mwingine anaitwa Waita. I think huyu jamani yule alikuwa anafanya State House the other day at 35. Na kuna mwingine sitataja jina yake, 5%. Lakini hiyo I don't believe that one. Lakini kulingana na Machakos. Alafu wanasema Senate mwenye atachukua anaitwa Kavindo wa Mudhama, which I believe is the current senator na the ex wa Mudhama. Followed by atachukua na 39, na mwingine anaitwa Ndengele. I think ako 20 something. Joyce Kamene atachukua women rep. So inakaa huko ni Wiper zone. Hiyo tumewakubalia. Kakamega, Bernard kwenu ni wapi? Governor anaitwa mwenye achukua na 46% anaitwa Cleo Malala. Followed by jamaa mwingine anaitwa Barasa at 35. Na ule jamaa wa kulewa leo anaitwa Zafula at 12. Halwale atachukua Senate asubuhi by 57 na Lishenga 37. Women rep Elsie Muhanda, hiyo atachukua with a landslide. Finally, Meru 41, Mithika Rinturi. Kawira Mwangasa at 31. Kawira, I believe if I'm not wrong, ni current women rep. Kiraito either way ataenda nyumbani. Landslide, yes, na almost 67% senator anaitwa Kanthuri Murungi. Na women rep anaitwa Elizabeth Kiriema, atachukua na 53%. So that's just by mizani, rough idea. Some of them I do believe them. I don't believe, I don't know. Well, Martin hapa utatuambia hata kama nilidoubt umetoka Mkabani, lakini how are you giving Mudhama 5%? She is the chairman of the biggest party in Kenya. Na mnataka akaende kwa opposition. Ni sawa. Karua, Mother Karua. Because nimesikia watu wakisema, first of all, watu wenye wanasema Ruto a resign. Ruto was elected. You know, I've heard these people saying, oh, hata gari yenye tumia ni ya serikali. I was like, kwani sisi watu wa UD tulipagi tax? Si anatumia taxes zetu. Where's the problem? So, and he was elected. And there was a reason why tuliweka kwa katiba ati haizi futwa na mtu. Kama ingekuwa hivyo tunajua ingekuwa ameenda nyumbani. So he was elected na atakaa hapo mpaka 9 wakati tunamwapisha as the president. Nimesikia jamaa akisema
wewe tax haina chama, tax ni ya kila mtu.
But why are you telling him ati lazima atoke aende wapi? Na si ndio tulimchagua, tulimweka hapo. Hakuna mahali anaenda. In fact, kama kuna mtu anafaa resign saa hii ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Prices ya kila kitu double. Baka double ya kulose. He cannot even win a single court case. At least 15 of them losing one of them. And you still running.
Hold on, Jared. A little patient.
Please help me. If I don't know, I didn't vote. If there is a marking where you mark for you vote for a deputy governor or a deputy president, I didn't know. Maybe tell me when you went to the ballot if there was that name. Please help me, please.
Yeah, You can tell Jared that either doesn't understand the constitution or he has never voted or both. Yeah.
No,
So,
Mr. Gee, that's a genuine question. When did Deputy President run for Deputy President and was elected? Because I can't even remember too.
What we need to do is to make sure. So right now, why is everyone struggling? For the last almost 1 week, we have been talking about running mate. Why? And you just ask you that kind of a question. So,
We have said here, I think Mike is here, he said the Deputy President or running mate is a spare tire.
it doesn't mean that running mate.
When you buy the car, you come along with the spare tire. You don't buy the spare tire, do you?
Sasa wazee, nitafunza sheria na niwafunze kizungu pia. Do you know what is a roommate?
No, question first. Can we be able to pick Raila Odinga and let's say somebody from UDA as a running mate? Can we be able to pick those things?
No, and the reason is nobody in UDA can agree to be Raila's running mate, for the heaven's sake. Nobody. Hata mimi akai akiniita tuwezi kubali.
No,
so
you are cleverly avoiding to answer the question.
Let me answer.
If we can elect a deputy president, that means we have a choice between choosing a president from Azimio and his deputy from UDA. Then they meet in office as elected partners. But if somebody is carried as a spare tire, who is a decision of the person who is running for president, then he is selected. He is not elected. Thank you.
My friend.
You can drive without a spare tire, but you cannot have a president without a deputy.
You can have president without a deputy. You can ask Songo.
I'm saying you can drive without a spare, but you cannot be a president without a deputy.
Here's the thing. Katiba ya Kenya, Constitution of Kenya says for you to run, Jared, to live. For you to run for president, you have to have a running mate. A running mate is like if you have a roommate, means equal. So, mimi tuliweka sheria ilisema for you to run a president, you have. And that's why the IEBC wamepatia mpaka 16. If it was not a constitutional requirement, would they have given them anything, any deadline? No. So, then that one was saying, I don't think Ruto should resign. In fact, the person who should resign is a person who have never won a single court case, not even one. Tangu anze, sijui nani advisor wake wa sheria. Talking about the guy who was talking before me, talking about corruption. Let's not talk about corruption at all. Wengine wakona 3/4 ya county as land yenye walipata within the first year when their family becoming the president. Mwingine amekula kila ameenda Mumias amekula shukari yote. Akaenda Kisumu molasses zimemaliza. Ameenda kazi kwa vijana alikula akamaliza. Na anadanganya vijana atapakuwa anapatia 6,000 from where?
Molasses ilikuwa yako ama ilikuwa ya nani?
Ya Kenyans.
Ilikuwa ya Wakenya ama ilikuwa ya serikali?
Ilikuwa ya kwani serikali ni ya Wakenya.
Molasses haikuwa yako.
Bernard, can you protect me?
Let's do this. I think we are beginning to share propaganda instead of debate.
No, don't say that because
now we have Bernard.
Call for William Ruto to resign
because they're wasting time.
It has nothing to do with whether he's legitimately deputy president or not.
People who are giving us development.
Maggie, hold on. The agitation for William Ruto to resign from office has nothing to do with whether he's legitimately deputy president or not. It has everything to do with his conduct as a public officer.
Which conduct?
His defiance against his boss and going public about the same. If you are not functioning right in your office, the honorable thing you do, if you are a gentleman, is you resign. But we know
So
that if he resigns,
Bernard, I need you to change your language.
again.
So
I need you to change your language, not public officer, public servant. That's what people need to understand. It's a servant, not officer.
public servant.
So what's the
according
difference?
to
Is an officer a
Martin.
servant or
Okay,
not?
let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. I
Let me
don't want
finish.
I don't want us to lose the show. I don't want us to lose the track. Mr. Gee. So
I'm going to the next point, Bernard, because it seems like
please
Azimio
hurry up.
people.
We want to learn. Thank you.
Because the confusion that I'm seeing in Azimio group is I've never seen that since the Holy Spirit. Listen, this is what happened.
Everybody mute your mics. Everybody mute your mics. Yeah. We are in the third hour. Please don't make it look like the 6th hour. Thank you.
So we were told that I don't know if there's Azimio is a three-legged. That's KALONZO. Sijui Jubilee and another one called ODM, and then another one called Okoa Kenya or Oka Kenya. Now again there was another leg called NAK Kenya. So when they decided now we are going to appoint who is going to be the running mate, first of all, they came on a 7-member committee saying they is going to interview. Then there came another rule. No, there's no more interview. Now I had Kalonzo said, you know what? Mimi na Uhuru na mtu mwingine anaitwa Raila tukae chini. So these people are confused just to name one person. Kwa sababu hii vita usikii kwa padi ya Kenya Kwanza hata kidogo. We know who our running mate is. Na utasikia vita. Sasa watu sijui sheria hii, sijui sheria hii. So where are we getting all those rules? Sijui yatafanya hivi, sijui ni nini hii. Every day rules are being changed, like appointing this one. Where are the rules? Don't we have the rules? Like, if you can't do this, you cannot do this. Where don't you have the rules?
We call those nonsense to order. Wacha Azimio wafanye mambo zao, please.
Maggie, please. Maggie, stay in order. Wanagi, who is the running mate for Kenya Kwanza?
That's our secret. Why are we saying? We know how to deal with that.
You want yours to be a secret and the one for Azimio to be public.
Yeah.
Where do we want what?
You want a secret and you want Azimio to tell you.
I'm just confused because you don't have to understand what they are doing.
Talk about order.
Maggie, relax. Maggie, relax.
Running mate or Azimio, please.
No, I'm going to talk about because they are all
okay. It's okay.
So here's the thing.
It's not part of you.
I don't think they will be able to. And the moment these people are going to name their running mate, that will be the end of the.
And that is the
bring you. Oh, boss, come on.
Okay, make you out of order. I don't want to send you to quarantine now, please.
You have been sending me to quarantine without commenting, and the rest are making noise and you are doing nothing.
Yes.
For that reason, you go to quarantine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Here's the thing. My biggest worry, I was more worried about Raila becoming the president because based on his history, this is a guy wakati wa Malo alienda akamwachia Ford Kenya what is the Kiswahili word? He crashed it into pieces. Kaenda KANU pieces. PNU ya Kibaki pieces. Akaenda ODM pieces.
You are out of order.
Akatengeneza code
propaganda. For that purpose, you are using our space for nothing. Because there is no time when Wamala Kijana left for Kenya for Raila Odinga.
I'm talking about.
So you're only saying what you think or what you have read somewhere.
Okay, so let me withdraw about that one. Let's start how he started wrecking KANU, then PNU. He wrecked ODM. Kenya yenye alikuwa na kina Kalonzo, akamomoa code NASA just the other day into pieces, akaachwa peke yake.
So how does honor relate to the deputy president resigning or door-to-door debate, whatever campaign for Raila Odinga in Kirinyaga, or 8 people being shortlisted for deputizing Raila Odinga? That is our debate.
No, it's debate for everyone because you, Bernard, like, can we be honest? You guys have been talking about Kenya Kwanza, UDA, Ruto.
We are not talking about Kenya Kwanza. We are talking about the deputy president has refused to resign after being asked
I
by
already
his boss to
said he was
resign.
not going to resign. We elected him. We paid
Giving us
taxes.
an analogy of who wrecked which party where, we have heard that from your boss. Is that a Kenya Kwanza narrative? And
Now, this is
how
because
does
you
somebody
guys are
changing
not able to
parties
listen.
deny
Let me go
them
to my final one.
the capacity to be president?
Let me go to my final one because a lot of people are hoping.
No, Mr. Gee, you are taking us for a ride, and I don't like that.
Okay, let me go to
You are
my last
taking us
point.
for a ride. You want us to go where you want us to take us, not to follow what is required. So
Because
tell us,
guys can't call Ruto.
Tell us why somebody changing political party incapacitates him from being president. Because
But
that's
kama
your
huwezi
allegation.
chunga nyumba ya room moja, utajichungaje nyumba ya room 10?
Who has not changed political party here?
This is not changing. The guy wrecked. Everywhere he go, he wrecked into pieces. There's no problem with changing.
How?
We knew how he's gonna do to Jubilee. Look at now. Jubilee is in Lee Funeral Home as we speak. Let me go to the final point.
When did Raila become a member of Jubilee?
Bernard, this
Can
guy
I finish my last point?
Must qualify his claims.
Okay, Mugeni, hold on. Thank you. I don't think he wants to do that. He just wants to run, to run us to where he wants us to go to. In my opinion, he has a script to give us.
My final point, Bernard, because the way politics, like I saw when the late senator for Garissa, Mzee, died, the way they do it in their region is the Wazee make most of the decision on that region. Wakidecide ni kijana, that's final. That's the way they do it. If you go to the Nyanza, they have said again and again, Baba akisema left. Akisema right. In fact, one of them confessed to be a cow, live on air. So, and that's how we respect that, because they trust this man that can make the decision on their behalf. We don't have problem with that. But the problem is that's very different. That's where I come from. We don't have kingpins, because a lot of people are hoping maybe tukitaja mtu kama running mate atatuletea kura. Let me tell you one thing. Kama Uhuru mwenyewe alishindwa, if Uhuru cannot be able to deliver for Baba at running mate ya Daleta, hiyo haitawezekana. The way we run our politics, we tell our leaders what they want. Kama hutasikia, hata kama wewe ni Uhuru, hata kama wewe ni nani, tenda nyumbani.
Mr. Gee, thank you for lying to us, because history does not agree with your statement, but we give it to you for being sly about the same. The history of the Mount Kenya and how they vote is clear cut, is documented, it's all over. The elders meet, the elders choose their kingpin. You have a kingpin. He was put there by elders, and he has decided the direction of the mountain. I don't think it's safe for you to say that Uhuru Kenyatta has failed to deliver votes when the voting has not started. Wapi huyu bwana nani huyu? Yes, Mokamba.
Yes, me.
Yes, Mokamba. Mokamba means tomorrow in my village. How does it mean in your own village?
Name, that's in a kissy name. I just want to say this, I love the way Oru is campaigning for Ruto. He's doing a great job. Yeah. Like now, when Oru says that Ruto has refused to work, he's very sure that Ruto will come out and say, which work have you given me and have not done? From that belief that he has not been working. How can you work when you are not given work to do? Yeah. And then you see people making a lot of noise when they are asked why they should resign, they cannot say anything. This issue of Mount Kenya and nobody who is sincere to himself, honest to himself, Mount Kenya is gone. Yeah. You saw the other day, Martha Karua came to Kirinyaga with Raila. We saw what happened. Yeah. And then, let us be honest. If we are sincere, we want to fight corruption. Who is not corrupt in this Kenya?
Bernard, tutolee mtu kwa background akuje atumuone ate kuongea matope akiwa nyuma.
Let us reason, bwana. Who is not corrupt?
Wewe bwana
which leader can stand?
Bwana Mokamba, show your face, number one. Number two, corruption is not a standard in Kenya for measuring leadership.
When we don't call corruption, we are all corrupt.
So what do you mean?
Specialize in calling people corruption. Let's call corrupt. Yeah. If I'm corrupt, say I'm corrupt. If Ben is corrupt, say Ben is corrupt. Yeah. Our brother has given us examples of there's so many corruptions. Yeah. Of those who are shouting from the rooftop about the corruption.
Why is he hiding? Let him show his face.
I don't hide. Why should I hide? It's only that I'm in bed. Yeah.
If then you are in bed, you are not ready to discuss because you sleep. You sit somewhere. Let us have a
conversation. Tell me one. Just tell me one who is not corrupt.
So,
we know Ruto has been accused in the courts of law. Raila has never been an accused of law.
Which case has Ruto been taken to court?
Let's do this. Order everybody.
Mutesh.
Let's do this. Accusation about corruption, because you want to use corruption as a balancing equation of ratifying questionable characters into leadership is wrong.
We are beyond hearsay. Let us substantiate.
That's exactly what I'm telling you. If Raila Odinga is corrupt, as you say, he has been against 3 regimes. Okay, why couldn't
you have not seen the
throw him in?
Always called the Kirinyaga family corrupt. You have not seen that.
Hold on,
Bernard. This guy is asking for us to substantiate. Can we substantiate?
Hold on. I want to get Mokamba to tell me the enemy. If Raila Odinga was as corrupt as you claim, Moi government, Kibaki government, now Uhuru government, why haven't they done anything about his corrupt deals?
Yeah, because they are all involved. They have skeletons. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everybody's shouting from the rooftops. They are corrupt. Look at the Kemsa case. We were told we were to be given a report within 21 days.
Because they are all dynasties.
Ebu acha hiyo mchezo tafadhali. I want you to debate or we kick you out of here.
Yeah, we are debating. I'm asking.
You are not debating. You are giving us your lies. Ebu, listen carefully. I have asked you a question. I want you to give me a sensible answer.
Which question? I have said they are all corrupt. Nobody can fight corruption.
Who is all corrupt? I'm not corrupt and I'm here.
You are corrupt by defending corruption.
Corruption is in the court of law. He has cases.
Which court? Give one case.
Are you the only visitor in Kenya?
Which one?
Muteshi died out of being land by one William
transaction
Ruto.
which that
William Ruto was ordered by the court to pay 5 million Kenya shillings. Which millions of Kenya shillings has Raila Odinga been ordered to pay anyone? How much has he paid for molasses and the other places?
Where is the Mumias money?
Who was in Mumias?
Where is the Mumias which was given by Kitero? Where is that money?
You are here with propaganda.
Raila or Ruto.
Okay, we are making progress. I want us to debate, not to report things that don't have head or tail. Julius?
Yes, habari yenu.
Nzuri,
You
karibu.
know, you know, so sometimes unajua watu wa UDA sijui kwa nini wanakuaga na hiyo character. You know, they lie openly. Na kweli Ruto ni mzuri, is a good teacher. Because Guy is lying na unaona macho yake amekausha and he knows that he's lying, surely. But let us leave at once to be you know, it's, I mean, lies cannot take you anywhere because it will end, surely. Why are these people of UDA, because actually there is nothing called Kenya Kwanza, it's UDA. Why are they so concerned about running mate or another party? Surely, or their competitor. You don't have to. Just give them, let them, because that's even if we are fighting, it's a in-house fighting. Na boma inakuwaga na watoto wengi, obviously kuna vita. Ama Guy amezaliwa akiwa peke yake, hajaipigana na mandugu zake kama amezaliwa akiwa wengi. You know, sometimes things are just logic. Number one, the running mate, well, let me tell Guy the truth. The running mate Azimio was long ago decided. Atuambi ni nani, but it's long ago decided. We are playing your mind. Na mtazidi kukoroga, you talk a lot, continue talking, but we know who is our running mate. We have already decided, and it's maybe two months ago or 3. So stop thinking too much about the running mate. I think it's good now you think about your campaigns. Somebody's playing music, I don't know. So anyway, let me go to my submission. Okay, I want to talk about the Mombasa, Sonko entry to Mombasa. One thing, Bernard, I want to tell the panelists the truth, that the Mombasa gubernatorial race, actually Governor Sonko was sent by it's a UDA plan. Ni mpango wametumia Governor Sonko through Mutula Kilonzo Jr. na anaitwa nani wa Nairobi, and how do you call him, Sakaja. They are going. The plan for UDA, they are trying to get the Nairobi and Mombasa counties. That is their target, and the only way that they will get, for example, Mombasa, they think they have got it because of the Luhya votes. They count the Luhya votes on Nyingi. They can make it. Now they are working for Mombasa. That's why waliona hapana, wacha tutume Sonko aenda nini, you know, because they will definitely, votes will be divided. So that was the plan, and Kalonzo Musyoka is working indirect to UDA through the agents work Sonko, Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and Sakaja. That is the truth.
Do you have evidence?
No, I don't give you evidence. I'm telling you. Just don't. I did not cut you when you are talking. I did not. So I want you to respect me. Let me talk, because I don't cut anybody's speech. Do you understand, Guy? Please don't interject my speaking. Let me finish. Then, if you have a question, you can ask. But that is the truth. That's what we know, and we know it. And continue doing it because we understand how you are, you people. You are good in propaganda, you're good in lying, but all those things, mukipatikana mnaanza kusema we have God. Oh, we have God. Kwani nani ndiye hana? Sisi hatuna God. We are not human created by God. God are only the side of UDA, surely. You know, sometimes hawa watu unajua saa zingine kuwa by the way, hekima huwa inapeana na Mungu. Na kama hekima kiongozi ni kiongozi mwenye anaheshimu wengine. Kuna propaganda, mtu hata kama ni propaganda ama ni siasa. Kuna siasa ya kwanza, huwezi tusi watoto wa opponent wako ama bibi ya opponent wako. Huyo sasa ni dwarf, political dwarf. Afadhali wewe Bernard nikutusi wewe personal kuliko nitusi mtoto wako ama nitusi bibi yako. Nikitusi mtoto wako na bibi yako ujue mimi ni dwarf ama mimi ni zombie. Anybody who speaks and accuses the opponent's family, those are zombies. And we don't have to live this kind of, politics. It's not about siasa, kitu it's not the end of the world. Si ati Yesu anarudi kesho, the following morning ya 20 tarehe 8 mwezi wa 8 tarehe 9 ama tarehe 10 Yesu atakuwa amerudi na dunia iishe. There will be another elections. Why do these people, they are playing ni kama final, World Cup final, that they have to win. At a World Cup final, the best teams always loses. And you have to understand the game. It is not about winning. The game is about playing. But their style of work of playing, it doesn't matter how. Hata kama atakupiga inaitoka viatu kwa kichwa, so long as amekunyang'anya mpira, they don't care about it. Is that a fair game? A fair game is a game that we play and you lose squarely and you accept it. But it seems UDA, definitely, that's 100%. They are not, even if they lose fairly, they will not accept it. The way they are planning, we have seen them everywhere, in the TVs, in live TVs, in their meetings. They are not going to accept something less than winning. So is this the manifesto? Because now their manifesto has just turned. Wanaongea ati huyu ametoka anasema buliona vile sijui, na bado tuko na video ya watu walipewa pesa na MPs kina Gachagua waende kuharibu hiyo mkutano. We have the videos, hata ilichezwa hapa. Na mtu anaenda anajidai ati kulikuwa kubaya sijui nini, watu walishout. Yes, they shouted because they were paid to do that. You don't have to come here in front of the live TV and you start lying. It's not good, surely. Hata mtoto wako anakuona baba anadanganya because something hata mtoto wako anajua ukweli. There is no way that Raila amekuwa involved in a court case, ati amepelekwa kotini ati ameiba. Hiyo molasses huwa inakujenga every year. Molasses. Na molasses ile kitu ilifanya siasa ikaingia molasses ni kwa sababu molasses wakati ilikuwa inauswa, Raila aliweka nini yake, bid yake ikawa the highest, ndio akapatiwa. And actually the second bidder was Biwott. Unajua kuna vitu zingine mnafikiria tuje. We know everything. The Biwott was the second bidder. Raila won the bid because his bid was very high. That's why he was given the molasses. So if you don't have information, ask us. Kama ukitaka kujua maneno ya rangi uliza Peter Marangi. Unasikia? So don't spread uongo kitu hujui. Molasses haijawahi kuwa na any court case. Alafu unaenda kuongea Mumias. Mumias sasa kwani Raila ni Kidero? Raila is Raila and Kidero kama Kidero aliiba, mpeleke kotini. Why are you putting ati kwa sababu Raila ni Mjaluo na Kidero ni Mjaluo, sasa you are putting them together ati ni mwizi? Raila hajaiba. Kidero kama Kidero haliiba, then that is Kidero. Wacheni hii style yenu mnakuja, you know niliona hata mwingine anasema ati Rift Valley Rift Valley 100% ya Ruto. Kwani Rift Valley ni wakale peke yake wanakaa Rift Valley? Mimi natoka Rift Valley, my friend, na sipati Ruto kura. Me and the Maasai community, we are very serious about this. Well, people should understand, because na kama Ruto anataka kura, they should use the best channel kuomba kura kwa njia mzuri. Don't fight people, don't force people. Ati ukikosa kumsupport anakutafuta. Ile style ya KANU tulikuwa nafanya. Unajua mimi Bernard, nilikuwa nakuambia story ya KANU ya youth. KANU ilikuwa kuna youth wingers walikuwa very powerful. Kama by the way, Sunguli was my MP. Sunguli ulikuwa kama unapishana na yeye, watoto wako watatolewa hata shule. Hata kama watoto wako wako boarding, wananyimwa na kwa master anaambia uzo watoto wabaya. Enda kuna jamaa anaitwa Tasur.
Julius, your network is failing.
He was
Julius, it seems your network is failing. Ama ni kwangu tu. Pale, it's like your network imekwama. Sorry. You'll come back and proceed.
Si kwako peke sisi hatumsikii.
Okay, thank you. So before we bring in
yeah, but now it's okay.
No, Julius, no, we can't get you. Umehang. Now, I need to respond to something on the comment section. There is what is called Black. Black is a UDA supporter, of course. He says, how will the UDA benefit if UDA candidate loses the seat in Mombasa and Wiper gets it? The same way Fazil won on independent and UDA celebrated. The same way Aisha Juma won on ODM in Kilifi. And she's now UDA and she has served her term to the entirety. Serving UDA, never did anything for ODM. So we are aware of the underhand politics of an opposition party sponsoring a candidate through proximity, through proxy to get the seat, and thereafter we get the true colors. So if you want to cut the opposition in line, you play tricks, and those are the politics that politicians are playing. So it is naive for you to claim that if Wiper gets it, UDA has not gotten it. If UDA sponsored the candidate through Wiper, UDA will still gain, because when the person goes to parliament or goes to office, he will serve the interest of the pair of the DJ. Thank you. Lazarus. Naomba uje mbio mbio. Kuna Julia, kuna Martin Nairobi na Maggie, wote wanangoja, lakini mnani let down leo kabisa. Hao watu wako back nini? I think I should become ruthless, more ruthless than I want to. Because sheria ikiwa naifuatwi, hiyo sheria haisaidii na inaharibu nchi. Thank you.
Bwana, cheza operation fagia, watafunguka.
Yeah, I think that has worked for me. Thank you. Lazarus, go ahead.
Good evening, good morning, everyone.
Good morning to you.
I want to believe everyone is doing okay. Bernard, I have a disclaimer. Is it by coincidence that all the UDA supporters in this platform reason together and they argue the same?
By the way, just one moment. Let's get this video from Kakamega to counter what Guy said about the governor of Kakamega. Let's get this. It's a short one.
Basi gavana ni baraza. Basi napewa baraza gavana. Moja mbe hata ina baraza. Baraza ndo gavana. Baraza. Baraza gavana. Baraza gavana. Gavana ni baraza. Baraza gavana. Fernandez Baraza!
That is in the presence of DP, the godfather and the sponsor of Malala. Lazarus, tuendelee.
Anyway, that is how they want to operate, but it's fine. I can see someone is saying you're jokers in political analysis, but all the same, the issue of God, once again, it came up. They are the same people who can pray to water, dirty water to come clean. But I pray that this thing will come to pass shortly. In regards to Ruto resignation, I think it is very late for the day. Let him hang on there, because you know why he's hanging. Because once it is, it can be declared irrelevant. Once he resigns, he knows the consequences. So let him hang on there, so that he can see. Wanasemanga ombea adui, usimwombea adui kifo, muombe njaa. So let us wait and see how he'll see things move on from there. Kirinyaga Mount Kenya door-to-door campaign. That is the best way to do campaigns, especially in a congested and delicate areas. So I think every area will depend. The strategy will depend will change in area to area. Some areas we may not apply that, but the complicated scenarios like central Kenya, I think the approach might be different even to Raila himself. You can see the approach has been reversed from the normal major campaigns. Then shortlisting. I'll be precise. Shortlisting, I think, I won't say it is they're joking, but I think there's just, as Julia said, I tend to believe already they know whom they are supposed to elect as their deputy. But this is a game plan. I think it is now, they're playing ping pong with the other guys on the other side. So I don't think there's a big deal there. For Kalonzo in Mombasa, yeah, I said it and I'll repeat it again. What your tongue says is what comes to you. He's been singing things. Let them apply to him, because I wonder, someone did ask earlier in this platform, if that is the same way he's using to do what you call peacekeeping negotiation in the Northern Africa, Sudan, Uganda, wherever. I don't know if that is the approach, but it is worrying. It's a worrying trend, and I think it's really rocking the boat from inside. But if that is not the case, he knows what he's doing. Let us give him time. And I said 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago, 16th will come and pass. Once that is declared, we'll have this peace settled. We better remain with crying of what's been selected, but let us not keep on trying to play hide and seek. Let him know he's no longer the DP. Let him know it is either him or someone else. So they go and cry. They go and do another, they change the strategy. Then we move forward. I think that is the only way we can move. But for now, is really affecting even the innocent party members. I feel for Mutua. I feel for Professor, the governor for Makueni, and even Ngilu, because they find the place a bit congested, yet they were the founders. So it is something we need to come out of it once and for all. So I submit my case till that point.
Okay, thank you, Lazarus. Let's listen to Julia. Julia you can make your submission now. Julia.
Okay, hi Bernard.
Hi to you. Karibu.
Asante. Good to see everyone. I was listening to the debate and I know you removed Guy. I came back here. I came here because of Guy, because when I was listening, he was so annoying. And I think it's high time that we request the members of the panel that please state what you can substantiate. Now, and I think now going forward, when we talk about corruption, let us cite cases that have even been taken to court. So all the things Guy said about Baba, none of those issues have been taken to court. In fact, he just was talking a lot of propaganda. And then there was a man here, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Let me look for his name. I don't know what you call him, Bernard, this man who was saying that we are all
Mukamba. It's called Mukamba.
Mukamba. I don't know Mukamba. He's saying that we are all corrupt. Now, this is the saying that has been with the UDA people. We are not corrupt. And we are not hoping to acquire a piece of land illegally. Tumetosheka na chenye Mungu ametupatia. And if they're thinking that Mount Kenya is corrupt, Mount Kenya is not corrupt. People in Mount Kenya wake up very early to go and milk their cows and harvest their coffee and dig their farms. And they are not seated somewhere waiting for someone to corrupt their way up. No, so Mr. Guy, Mr. Mukamba, stop saying we are all corrupt. If Mukamba is corrupt, you corrupt alone and your boss. We are not corrupt. And we are not hoping to have a corrupt government that will steal for us food or steal for us land and all that. And then the Mukamba was yelling Kenyatta's family. What is wrong with it, with being born in a presidential home? Kenyatta did not apply to be born as the president's farm. And if the Kenyatta, the old man, stole anything, Kenyatta, the son, has not stolen anything. So we cannot make him pay for his father's crimes. I find it so unfair. Ati kila mtu akifungua mdomo hapa, Kenyatta's family. What Kenyatta's family? We could not all be born in the Kenyatta's family. That is why Julia was born where she was born, and Bernard, where nobody applied to be born where they were born. So Kenyatta only found himself born there. So what were you, Bernard? Please don't allow them. As soon as they begin saying things that they cannot substantiate, I think they should be stopped. That is really bad for this show. Now, the other thing, if I say something about Ruto, I can substantiate. For example, I can talk about the Mutesh land scandal. Ruto was taken to court and he paid back that land. It is in the public limelight. It is known. It is not a lie. It is true. Now, we can say so many things about Ruto. And if you want to know the wicked things Ruto has done, watch Jirongo's videos, the things he says of the things they did with Ruto. And even today, Ruto has not even sued Jirongo, which means penye moshi pana moto. So, Mr. Guy, wherever you are, I didn't want Bernard to kick you out because I wanted to find you here to ask you kindly. If you cannot substantiate, please don't lie to Kenyans. That's a very wrong thing you are doing. It's like justifying what Ruto has done. Now, I think the UDA people, if hata kama mnatetea Ruto, msimtetea his corruption scandals. Maybe you should tell us that he'll do this for us, do this for the economy, do 1, 2, 3. We listen to you. But don't try to say, at kwa sababu nafikiria Julia ako hivi, it's okay for Ruto to do this. We cannot jump from a frying pan into the fire. So we'll not look at Ruto and say, ati serikali iko hivi. Mkisema serikali iko hivi ama serikali iko corrupt, it is Uhuru Ruto corrupt government, then we can call it like that. So we are not going to jump from a frying pan into the fire just because you keep justifying Ruto's corruption. Now, any Kenyan child, if they are asked who is the most corrupt person, they know what to say. They don't even have to read anywhere because they know it. So I request that going forward, if we go to say people, stop saying all people are corrupt. We are not corrupt. I don't think Bernard is corrupt here. We are not corrupt. So Kama mtu ni corrupt, ako corrupt peke yake. Hakuna mtu alituma mtu akamuibie. We did not send anyone to steal for us anything in the government. So that was so annoying, and I thought I just wanted to tell Guy that Ubaya ameambiwa na Bernard out ninja. So maybe we'll meet next time with him. But looking at the topics today, Ruto to resign. Really, I don't care whether he resigns, because time is up. He should have resigned 4 years ago. That would have been better, because he hasn't worked. He's a ghost worker. Now, so he doesn't have to be defiant. Really, we don't care whether he resigns or he doesn't resign. Now, Kirinyaga leads Mount Kenya with door-to-door campaigns for Baba. That is good. That's the way to go. Now, today I was arguing with some of my cousins, and by the end of the argument, half of them were on my side, and they were feeling they don't have anything to do with corrupt leaders. So Mount Kenya is changing, and the fear that these people in UDA have is Mount Kenya flipping. If Mount Kenya flips towards Baba, it will be very sad, because that time they'll come out kumira for Baba. I think the cult is dying, because it has been like a cult that people in Mount Kenya have appeared like they are back in Ruto for no good reason. And no wonder the other day when they went around telling them that Baba ni Mjaluo, somebody was asking, kama Baba ni Mjaluo, na we ni nani? Who are you? If you're looking at Baba kama another tribe, and who are you? See, you're not from Mount Kenya, so who are you to tell us that Baba ni Mjaluo? So I think the tribal politics are dying in Mount Kenya region, and I think it's the first time that Mount Kenya region is not going to vote on for tribal reasons. They are going to make sober decision to vote. So I love that door-to-door campaign. I think that's a good thing. Now, 8 shortlisted for Baba DPs, including Gideon and Kalonzo. Now, I still wanted to tell, I heard him saying that there's confusion in Azimio. No, Azimio is spoiled for candidates. Has too many good candidates and wonderful candidates. Any of those candidates can even become the next president. If you are to start with, let's say Peter Kenneth can become the next president, can deputize Baba effectively, and then become the next president. If you look at, even if you look at Ngilu, she can deputize Baba very effectively. He can actually become the next president. Even
sorry, Julia, something has happened to your audio. It's not coming out clearly.
Okay, and now
check it again.
Okay, what about now?
It still has that some kind of feedback that is bouncing back and making your voice crack.
Okay, maybe I should stop and then someone else.
Yeah, I think get out and get back. You will pick from where you stopped.
Julia, I think somebody called you.
No, I'm using the laptop, so it maybe say Wi-Fi.
Okay, I think log out and log in, then let's see. Or you can restart the machine so that it configures properly. Thank you very much. I will get you as soon as you're back. Martin wa Nairobi, namna gani?
Mambo Bernard.
Poa, namna gani huko?
Wanisikia?
Nakusikia, ongeza volume kidogo.
Okay. Sawa, unasikia vizuri? Sijui saa ni asubuhi ama ni saa ngapi, lakini habari zenu?
Salama, but Bwana Martin, you are very low. We can't get you clearly. Are you on laptop? If you're on laptop, increase the volume, master volume of your nini. Just make sure it doesn't bounce back with the mic.
Hajavaa glasses kwa nyumba, sunglasses kwa nyumba.
Wewe Bwana Julius, wacha kuingilia wateja wewe. Julia, let's test your audio again as Martin prepares to come.
Okay, now am I audible?
That is now better. Thank you.
Okay. I think technology pia imekuwa something. So I was just saying, Guy was talking about that there is confusion with Azmio. It is not that there is confusion with Azmio, it's because we are spoiled. We have too many wonderful candidates. In fact, all those candidates can effectively deputize Baba. Even Kalonzo amejiharibia tu na hiyo tabia ya talking too much and like trying to force himself down our throat. Otherwise, the Kalonzo we knew in 2017 was a wonderful running mate. And I think in 2017 and after that, I saw a future where Kalonzo may have been the next president after Baba. Lakini saizi he has made things worse. Kama msichana akikwambia lazima unioe, na kama unataka kunioa kwanza ununulie mama yangu hii nguo na baba yangu hii shamba na ndugu yangu sijui mpeleke wapi. You see, I think before, even if you love that girl so much, you'll be done with her before you even marry her. That is what Kalonzo did. Otherwise, he could have been a wonderful running mate. So these people talking about our candidates in UDA, and then they are saying that they have Kindiki. I don't even know how to pronounce his name. Kindiki Kizule. Kindiki something. They don't have any other person apart from that Kindiki something. Hawana. In fact, today I was surprised to see some preachers in Kirinyaga proposing Waigoro, and they were saying she's young, she's energetic, she has a vision. I thought they were copying what I was saying last night. So I was like, they are so desperate. Hata wanatetea Waigoro. Can you believe it? Because if you want to see the camp of corruption, it is in UDA. Hawana any choice. Why do you think he couldn't go even from his own man, for his own man Rigathi? I think Rigathi is really a henchman for Ruto. Bona hajamwendea. Ruto knows as soon as he picks Rigathi, fire will just erupt about all the corruption scandals. He knows as soon as he picks Waigoro, the next fire. So he has no choice but to go for poor Kidiki, Kindule, Kidiki, something that name is hard. He has no choice but to go for that man, because actually that man has to be sacrificed because they know that they are losing. Another thing, I think somebody like Rigathi no longer want to discuss that thing of running mate, because they can see they have lower chances of winning and would rather go for his parliamentary seat. So all those candidates no longer want to see the running mate as attractive, because if you run for running mate and then UDA loses, it means you have nothing to do after that. You'll go to your home as Ruto goes to Sugoi. So that's the main reason why UDA doesn't have enough number of candidates. So for Kalonzo business in Mombasa, people are still discussing about Kalonzo and Sonko. I think the best medicine is to ignore Kalonzo. I think that's my suggestion. Let's just give him a blackout and behave like he doesn't exist. That's good. That will be good for him. So Bernard, I want to stop there. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Julia. We appreciate it. It's awesome on how people twist things around to suit their bid. But at the end of the day, the truth will always prevail. Mtu mwingine ambaye alikatikiwa hewa wakati ana present anaitwa Julius. Julius, ile point ulikuwa umeacha mwisho, kamilisha tafadhali.
Okay. Poleni wifi kidogo. Sijui ni kwa nini wifi ni, I think kulikuwa na earthquake kadogo, nafikiri ndio ikaleta hiyo shida kidogo.
Julius, earthquake gani? Sema bundles.
No, wifi, I'm using wifi, my friend. Bundles, watu wa bundles ni watu wa class 7 and 8 na high school. Najua mzee, sasa kama mimi nikitumia bundles sasa, Lazarus nilikuambia ni mdogo, nyamaza tuongee. You should understand this. Hii maneno unajua, lakini uzuri Lazarus hatujaiba. Now we don't support stealing. But then Julia mkua wakati naingia Levi na nani mwingine na mzee Jaginduberi na kuona Borgosio. Jana ulitoa, nilikuwa behind, ulitoa I like the way you attributed. Na Ndeto achane kwa kutuma Kalonzo Mombasa. Ndeto amejificha. Anyway, Unajua watu wa UDA kusema kwa saa zingine wanafanyanga tunakosa.
Nauliza nini? Niko hapa tunasema
Nasema waache kutuma Kalonzo Mombasa.
We, si nyinyi ndio ni watu nyinyi chezeni kaa nyinyi ndio mnatuma huko watu wa anyway, we nimejua leo si UDA lakini ambia kina nani wa Gigi hao ndio wanatuma.
So anyway, unajua watu wa UDA ile shida wako nayo, wanakujaga hii hapa badala unajua like Black before alikuwa na hiyo tabia, lakini kuna wakati Black alikuja akachange, sasa akawa at least anajaribu kuexplain, which is the good thing. Hapa hakuna haja mtu kuja ulete uongo udanga, sasa unadanganya ikusaidia nani? To be seen that you are a good contributor. Surely this is a live TV where many people are watching, so you have to be yourself, because after even this thing we can meet somewhere there and take coffee and this is not a war, but they have to, these UDA people sijui wanachu kila kitu yani yao inakuaga ni vita. Surely because we are not sisi Azimio we know we are focused and we know what we want. Tunajua ni nini tunataka, tunajua ni maisha gani tunataka ya watoto wetu na watoto wa watoto wetu. That's what we have in our mind. That's why actually we have, hata ukijaribu kuangalia saa hizi campaign ya Azimio, it's completely different. Mpaka hata saa zingine wameanza kukosa mpango. They are confused because now we are the way that Baba has and Azimio has changed the style. I really love it. Because mostly Central watu wamekuwa poisoned before with maneno mabaya kuhusu Baba. Ati hata juzi unaona nani Sabina Njega alisema before alikuwa anajua Raila ni mtu mbaya, lakini wakati alikaa chini alikuja akashangaa is one of the very good man. Na by the way Raila is a good man. He's a good man. I know him. He's a good man. Sasa na ukikutana na Uhuru is another good man. These are very good people, very good Kenyans. Hawana roho mbaya, hawana nini. But sasa Kalonzo naye amekuwa yani hata hajui nini anafanya, because when unajua mzee, ukiwa mtu mzee lazima uwe mzee na uheshimike. Unajua Kalonzo ni mzee lakini sasa anaongozwa na vijana. Vijana wanamtawala, wanamzungusha, wanamrudisha nyuma, ndio unaona hana msimamo, anaongea hivi leo, kesho ataongea ingine, because he's being controlled by young people who are just focused on their self-interest. Mutula Junior anataka kucapture governor ya Makueni, which is okay, hiyo sio shida, but atafute njia mzuri ya kupata hiyo kiti. Haya sasa naye mnatoa lakini haki Kenya hii mtatuonyesha maneno jamani. Mtu amefukuzwa Nairobi kwa sababu ya wizi, anaenda Mombasa. Kwani Mombasa sio Kenya? I mean this law, kwani this law applies how? Surely mtu mwizi, mimi mwizi, labda mwizi kutoka Kilgoris naenda Kakamega. Kwa si Kakamega sio Kenya? Saa zingine unajua these laws should be applied in all. Mtu akifanya makosa amepelekwa kotini, and kina nani hata niliona, mimi napenda Kidero by the way, I know him personally lakini he doesn't qualify nini, anaenda kusumbua watu huko. I still have court cases. Mimi maneno ya corruption by the way, I don't have a friend, hata kama ni my brother. Hatuwezi we cannot. So what I was saying,
Julius brothers, wacha nikukatize kitogo. We Bernard, nani akipa ananisumbua huko nyuma, mwambie kuja hapa.
Kipu acha kusumbua, ndio tutakuja huko.
Mwambie sitamuingilia. Bernard alisema ati nilimuingilia siku nyingine na alikujaga hapa akiwa hayuko peke yake. Mwambie sitamuingilia, aingie tu.
Mimi kuhusu
Julia alikuwa yuko peke yake, alikuwa na nani?
Alikuwa in another world, alikuwa cloud, hata si cloud 10, sijui alikuwa cloud gani.
So anyway, about running mate tulimaliza kitambo, lakini by the way mimi wacha nikwambie Julia, mimi siko kwa kwa Martha Karua. I have a different opinion. Mimi niko kwa Sabina Chege. So I have a different opinion, and definitely the truth, you know, the running mate, of course, we are not the one to decide. Already Baba alisha decide kitambo. It's known for them, for us, bado hatujajua vizuri. That's why we are guessing. Mwingine nasema Martha Karua, mwingine Peter Kennedy, whatever. But that is a good thing. The way they are doing it is very good to confuse these guys. What were confused, they don't know, and that's why they are not sure. Kama wangelijua, because actually they want to get a glue on who watapatia running mate wa Ruto. That's why they are pushing. Naona
Chamge, mimi nimekuja kupigia Julia kelele bana. Anataka kutoa minji kwa DPT. I'm not very happy with that. Minji should be deputy of UDA. Now, why are you removing your chance, bana? I'm very upset. Julia hapo umechoma. Na Julia
I'm suspecting these people. Julius anataka Sabina Chege. Keep anataka Miji. What do you think, Bernard? I think now we can add 1 + 1 = 2. Tukiwachia hao wanaume watuchagulia deputy, maneno itaharibika.
Julia, I am with Kip about Minji being Ruto's running mate. We want to have a ticket that we understand. People that
Hata mimi niko Minji.
So when we look at the ticket, we see the spelling of corruption. Then
sasa wanakuja kutu advise mambo ya
kesi saa 11 asubuhi kabla voting ianze.
Sasa wanakuja kutu advise mambo ya Kalonzo, tunasema Kalonzo tutaki, lakini they say it's good for us, and then we say what Sakaja said, what is good for the goose is good for the gander, and we are saying the same. Chukua minji.
Keep na Bernard. Unajua kuna kitu inaitagwa, there's a very smart saying that says birds of a feather flock together.
That is it. Two cannot work together except they be in agreement, the Bible says. So let these people that share chemistry be on the same ticket. Wasisumbue na maneno ya Kindiki nini Kindiki kitu gani? Minji is the woman for running mate for William Ruto. If they want to have at least a percentage in terms of votes. But kama wataki kupata hii kiti, shauri yao. Minji is the proper girl for them.
And she's very pretty, right, Kip?
Very pretty, very young, very energetic. And according to their poll, she's leading in Kirinyaga. So 53%.
Anakuanga foreman bana. Anakuanga na forward nyingine hapo, yani ni foreman bana.
Order. Let's now relax. Let Julius finish to songe kwa mzee Jakindu vya anasubiri. Julius malizia hapo.
Unajua, wacha niongeze kidogo ya minji. Unajua hata Ruto alisema minji ana catwalk. So maybe maybe anaweza
catwalk as they go to State House.
Tupatie minji. Come on. Uda. Hustler. Twende kazi. Julius yaribu your ticket bana. We have to advise them also. They're advising us about Kalonzo. We do the same for them. Ama? Sindio? Yeah.
So anyway, the campaign ya sahi Azimio inafanya Central. I'm really happy, by the way. I'm very happy. I hope that it will continue like that. And because that actually we need to reach each and every, because people, especially this, our vijana wadogo vijana wadogo wa Central wamekuwa poisoned. You know, they are not even themselves. Sometimes ukiangalia unaona they are not themselves because of you know, they are different. Because sometimes, you know, even if you don't like someone, the way they are acting kidogo unaona kuna shida. So I think it's a good for the campaign door to door, meet one on one, because wakiwa wengi wanakuwa unapata wengine kwa soko ni walevi. Unajua ukienda soko kuna wazimu ya hiyo soko, kila soko iko na wazimu yake, and that wazimu always spoils the whole thing. So I think I really love it, and I hope that it will continue like that. And about resignation of Ruto, hapana, achaneni na yeye, wacha hang. Hata yeye ni kupe, unajua kupe hawezi survive bila ng'ombe. Kupe unapata amehang kwa labda ng'ombe ama umbwa, whatever, akipata tu na anabaki tu hapo. So let him hang there, miezi kidogo ishe, ndio end opposition. That is the sure bet. Anyway, let me for now finish my submission. Thank you.
Asante sana Julius, thank you. Let's move forward unless there is a matter arising. Naomba let's get the video before nani huyu Jakindube aje.
Na tunaongelea running mate position, na tuongelee kuhusu deputy president position.
Follow you without any pay. And I think there's only one person who has fanatical supporters in this country. Raila! That is Raila Odinga. He has diehard supporters.
Ukiwa na Raila Amolo Odinga, wewe unataka nani mwingine nje? Because Raila na wale watu wanaitwa suicidal supporter. Muna furaha? Muna furaha? Nimekuja hapa kupiga mbio la mgambo. Mbio la mgambo ikilia kuna jambo hiko nimeleta mimi hapa. Kuna maneno muhimu nataka kusema hapa siku ya leo. Nataka mwe kimya kabisa. Sawa sawa? Tumekuja kutangaza hapa. Tumeleta azimio la umoja hapa Meru. Azimio, nikisema azimio mnasema inawezekana. Azimio! 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 Azimio ni chombo tumeunda pamoja ya kuleta ukombozi wa tatu katika taifa letu. Ukombozi wa tatu. Ukombozi ya kwanza ilileta uhuru. Ya pili ilileta katiba mpya. Ya tatu na ya mwisho ni ya uchumi na ni ya vijana. Ukombozi ya vijana. Vijana wa Meru, mko tayari? Mko tayari? Mko tayari? Hiyo ndio baba ameleta.
Okay, Torotich has a correction. He says we should not call them deputy president until they are ratified, and until, you said until when? Until after the 9th. Right now we are talking about running mate.
Okay, minji running mate.
Thank you. Jakindube, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard, na wote na wasalimia wote, hamjambo?
Hambo.
Asanteni sana. Mimi nitaenda kwa mjadala mara moja straight away, ni kusema kwamba ni jambo, hata kama tunasema kwamba ni too late kwa makamu wa rais kujiuzulu. Hiyo ni kuonyesha kwamba yeye ni mtu mbinafsi. Kwa hiyo ni mtu ambaye haamini kwa chochote, ni mtu ambaye anapenda opportunity, na ni mtu ambaye anapenda ukubwa. Kwa sababu kama president hakubaliani na president, kama ukubaliani na mtu ambaye ni bosi wako, ni vizuri, ungwana. Jambo la muhimu ni kutoka. Huwezi kukaa kwa ofisi haufanyi kazi na unapokea mshahara. Hiyo ni corruption, kwa sababu unapokea mshahara bure bila kufanya kazi. Hiyo ni corruption, na ni jambo
ni jambo la kushangaza sana kuona kwamba Wakenya tunakubali na mtu mwizi, mtu ambaye hata kama sio tuseme, manake kuchukua pesa ambayo hujafanyia kazi ni wizi, unaona. Lakini jambo la ajabu kusema kwamba sisi Wakenya tunakubali, tunapata wengine wanashangilia kwamba hiyo ni sawa. Ukimwambia mtu anasema hata huyu mwingine ameiba. Nataka kusema kitu juu ya mtu anasema ati hata Raila. Mimi nataka hawa watu ambao wanajaribu kutaja jina la Raila waone hawa watu, mtu kama Martha Karua, Raila, Koigi wa Mwere, mtu kama George Anyona. Hawa watu huwezi kupata, hawana hiyo dosari kwa sababu ya msimamo wao. Tafadhali, hata kama uwapendi, usijaribu kusema mambo ya uongo. Sema uwapendi, lakini usiseme uongo kwamba hao ni wezi au wao wako na hila fulani. Hawajatajwa katika tuhuma yoyote ya kwamba wamehusika katika hiyo mambo ya molasses ambao watu wanasema. Mimi niliparticipate kwa hiyo molasses, na nia yetu ilikuwa kwamba molasses hatukutaka inunuliwe na mtu wa nje. Kuna watu walikuwa wanataka kuinunua wa nje, sisi tulikuwa tunataka ibaki nyumbani Kenya. Sisi wengine tulichanga, lakini hatudai, hakuna mtu ameiba. Tulichanga hiyo kitu ibaki nyumbani Kenya. Hiyo ndio muhimu, sio mambo ya ulafi wa kutaka mimi binafsi. Hiyo molasses inapofanya kazi, wale watu ambao wameandikwa pale wanatoa ushuru, na hiyo ushuru inasaidia kila mtu Kenya. Hiyo ushuru ya mtu yoyote ambaye anafanya hapo molasses lazima sisi wa Kenya tujue kwamba mtu anapofanya kazi, unapotoa ushuru, inasaidia sisi wote Kenya mzima, sio ubinafsi. Kwa hiyo ndio maana tunataka tukitoa ushuru tulinde hiyo ushuru, tusiache iporwe. Hiyo ni jambo la muhimu. Jambo lingine ambalo ningelipenda kugusia ni kwamba kule Mombasa, jamani, mimi nashangaa na mtu ambaye tayari amefail, na watu bado watu wengine wanafikiria huyu mtu ni mtu ambaye ana uwezo na ako na kesi za tuhuma ya wizi, corruption. Kwa nini tunakubali na watu ambao wanatuhuma kwamba ako na mambo fulani ambayo ni ya wizi? Sonko amepelekwa kotini. Mtu ambaye amekuwa kotini hatuwezi kumchagua, na kwa hiyo ndio maana mimi na disqualify, nasema Kalonzo hafai kwa nafasi yoyote karibu na president. Hafai hata kidogo, kwa sababu chaguo zake ni hazifai. Mnaweza kuangalia sasa kama Kalonzo kama ndio president, na angalia chaguo lake la governor ambaye anataka awe Mombasa. Mimi kwa kweli mimi nasema, mimi mpaka sasa niko kabisa na sawishika kwamba Kalonzo si mtu wa Azimio. Kalonzo ana mtizamo mwingine. Naona kabisa ni kama mtizamo wake ni kuleta fujo, kwa sababu huwezi kuwa, inatakikana saa hizi wafanye kama mtu Sabina Chege, Martha Karua, Ngilu, Ndiritu Muridi. Anafanya campaign from door to door, anawaelezea hata wale watu wanasema hawezi kumchagua Raila, anawaambia the reason, one to one reason, one to one. Hiyo ndio tunataka saa hii watu wafanye, tufanye campaign, si kwamba kusema mimi nataka kitu fulani, mimi lazima nifanyiwe hivi, bila hiyo Raila hapana. Sasa unakuja kwa Azimio kufanya nini? Kama unasema bila wewe kuchaguliwa kuwa makamu wa rais Raila hachaguliwi, basi kwa nini unakuja nani? Kama anajiona yeye yuko sawa na Raila, si basi aende afanye asimame upresident. Hiyo kitu inaniudhi sana. Kuna Kalonzo ni mtu ambaye hafai kuwa kiongozi. Mimi naweza kusema wananchi wenzangu, kiongozi, tukiangalia kiongozi ni mtu ambaye anachukua msimamo, na huo msimamo wake, kama kuna jambo ambalo anaona halifai, anaweza kusema ndio hii haifai, lakini si kufanya kama Kalonzo. Anakaa kwa mkutano na wenzake, akitoka anasema maneno mengine. Ni kama makamu wa rais anapomfanyia President Uhuru, wanakaa kwa meeting, alafu yeye anatoka nje anasema hapana, huyo mtu hiyo sikubaliani naye. Sasa mbona kwa ile press conference ambao walikuweko pale wakisema kwamba kuna watu ambao watafanya hiyo chaguo la kuchagua ni nani atakana na Raila, mbona alikuwa pale? Sasa sahihi anasema hapana, hiyo haifai, inafaa mimi na Raila na Uhuru tukae chini. Hii mambo ya ukubwa ndio inaleta corruption. Sasa mimi nataka kuelezea, labda kama sielewi, lakini nataka kuelezea. Corruption inaletwa na mambo ya ubinafsi, mambo ya kutofanya haki. Hiyo ndio chanzo cha corruption. Corruption si eti tu mpaka uchukue pesa. Corruption ni vile unatenda mambo visivyo ya kusema we ni mkubwa. Kwa mfano, kama sheria ambayo Azimio imeweka, kwa sababu kila sehemu iko na sheria zake. Sasa Azimio imeweka mfano wa kusema kwamba tunataka public participation, tunataka watu waende pale, wale ambao wanataka kuchaguliwa kuwa mtu ambaye atachaguliwa kuwa makamu wa rais, tunataka ushauri, tunataka kuwasikiliza, tunataka kujua ni vitu gani tunataka. Wewe ambaye wewe ambaye unasema unafuata Azimio, unakataa kwamba wewe huwezi kwenda katika hiyo mbele hao watu kuzungumza, kusema kwa nini unafaa uwe pale, kwa sababu wewe ni mkubwa. Mnaona, hiyo ni corruption, kwa sababu ukishasema wewe ni mkubwa, wengine wote ni takataka wadogo, hawawezi kusema na wewe. Je, hamkumbuki huyu Kalonzo alienda mbele ya Mount Kenya Business Foundation? Si alienda? Si hata Raila alienda? Si hata Mudavadi alikuwa pale? Kwa nini walienda? Hao ni lawyers kama yeye. Hao ni lawyers, ama hao alienda kwa sababu ni matajiri, wana pesa, so hao anaweza kwenda. Hao ambao wamechaguliwa na Azimio ni watu masikini, hawana chochote, hawezi kwenda mbele yao, ni wadogo, ni juniors. Hiyo ni makosa kubwa kabisa, kwa sababu inatakikana wewe kama ni kiongozi lazima uonyeshe sheria, lazima ufuate sheria, lazima uonyeshe uongozi. Uongozi ni kuonyesha kwamba kama kuna sheria, wewe kama kiongozi lazima ufuate hiyo sheria, ndio hao wadogo wafuate. Hata baba wote, ukiwa baba unaonyesha watoto wako lazima ufuate sheria, ndio watoto wafuate. Huwezi kuwa unafanya vitu vingine vya kudhalilisha hali yako na unawaambia watoto wafuate sheria. Hiyo ni makosa. Kwa hiyo huyo ni mtu, kwa maoni yangu, hafai kabisa. Tunataka viongozi ambao wanajitolea kufanya vitu. Kiongozi, mimi naweza kusema kiongozi ni, kwa mfano, kiongozi ni kama Raila, kiongozi ni kama Uhuru, ambao walisimama wakasiambia watu kuna mambo fulani ambayo sio mazuri Kenya, tunataka kurekebisha, na watu waliona. Mwishowe walikuja na kitu inaitwa BBI, na watu wakaona wengine tulikuwa hawakubali kwamba ni, lakini baada ya kuelezea kuongoza wenzako, hiyo ndio uongozi wa kusimama na kuelezea wenzenu. Lakini si hii mambo ya wewe unangoja kitu ishafanywa alafu unasema mimi sipendi hiyo. Hiyo si uongozi hata kidogo. Kwa hiyo mimi kwa maoni yangu Kalonzo hafai. Mimi ningeliomba Kalonzo kama anataka atoke. Afadhali hata tushindwe, lakini Kalonzo atoke. Kwa sababu amefukuza sahihi hata kumsikia Kibudha Kibwana umsikii mtu wa chapchap. Kwa nini anawafukuza? Kwa nini? Hao ni wa Kenya na wao vile vile viongozi kama mtu yeyote. Hauwezi kusema yeye na Raila na Uhuru tu ndio wanataka. Sisi wote ni wana Kenya na sisi wote tuna nafasi ya kusema jambo lolote lile tunataka, na tunataka mtu ambaye anatupatia uhuru wa kusema kama baba, lakini tunataka tuseme mambo ya kujenga, sio mambo ya fujo ya kuharibu. Hatutaki vitu kama hiyo. Kwa hiyo yeye kama anataka kwenda upande wa Yuda aende, kwa sababu anatuvurugia mambo, anavuruga muungano, anavuruga kwa sababu ameharibu hata jina nzuri sana, Azimio la Umoja. Yeye anarudi na anasema Kenya moja. Maana yake nini? Kenya moja maana yake nini? Haina maana. So mimi kwa maoni yangu ni hayo kwa saizi. Asante sana Bernard.
Thank you Jakindube, we appreciate it.
Wenzangu wote asanteni sana.
Okay, karibu, asante. Naomba tusonge mbele. Kip,
sema
ni zamu yako bwana Kip, na naomba Lazarus, unakaa kama chairman, naomba unikamatie huyu Kip asiongee muda mrefu.
Lazarus, no, I don't.
Kip akimaliza umlete
Toroitich hajaongea bwana. Toroitich alikuja kitambo.
I don't
yes, Toroitich. Yeah, after Kip is Toroitich.
Yes. I don't deal with zombies like Lazarus. You know, Jesus brought him up to life, and najua huyu anaweza kula brains. Okay, Jakindube, unajua ni mzee wangu, lazima uongee.
Yes, Jakindube. Yes.
Nimesahau kitu kimoja. Nilikuwa nataka kusema kwamba kuna kitu na kashifu watu sisi wote wa Kenya tunapofanya kitu, kwa sababu nimesikia kila mmoja anasema ati running mate alishachaguliwa, kwa hiyo hii ni maneno tu, ni mchezo tu wanafanya. Hapana, lazima tuamini vitu ambazo tunafanya. Tusifanye kuona vitu tunafanya tunazifanyia, tunazipuuzia, kwa sababu ukisema hii ni mchezo tu, mtu alishachaguliwa, hiyo ni unapuuzia kitu ambacho tunafanya. Inatakiwa tuchukue maanani kitu ambacho kinafanywa, tuamini kwamba kuna watu wanataka kuchaguliwa, mtu atachaguliwa. Tusiseme mtu ashachaguliwa. Tunataka tutie maanani, tuone kwamba ni jambo la busara, kwa sababu tukisema ni mchezo tu wanafanya kuchanganya watu, ni kusema wanatuchezea. Hiyo sio vizuri kupuuzia. Tunapuuzia mambo ambayo tunafanya, tunayaona kama ni mchezo. Tunataka tuamini kwamba tunapofanya kitu tuamini ni jambo la haki na ni la maana. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you Jakindube.
Wacha nijibu. Nataka kujibu Jakindube. Unajua sahii kuna kitu inaitwa the Game of Thrones. Sijui kama unajua kitu kama hiyo. The Game of Thrones, najua Wamasai, unajua Masai ni watu wanajua maneno ya mshale sana. Ukitaka kuua zebra, huwezi kumuonyesha nini, huwezi kumuonyesha uta. You hide alafu once una attack. So that's a game. Si ati the panel is not doing anything. I mean, hapana, hiyo ni mchezo tunacheza, kwa sababu hao watu wa UDA unajua wametufundisha kitu kama hiyo. Lazima
Julius, hiyo mchezo ya gambler. You don't show all your cards at the same time. You show you hide some of it. You have to hold your best cards.
So you people are missing Jakindube's point. Jakindube's point is simple, okay? We should follow what our leaders have told us about the running mate, not to run ahead of them and run into conclusion and say hii wanafanya ni sarakasi, si tushajua ni hii na hii na hii. Tuache ujuaji in a not a more polite way. Tuache ujuaji to a mean process, and whatever the process will produce, or whether we'll have a candidate without the process, let us believe that it has come from the process, and mambo isonge mbele as it is required. I also want to make it clear that we are not adding anybody on the screen who is behind the curtains, because we have tried so much to beg people not to go off the camera, because it is making our program look bad. When you come to rewatch the program, it is all dark everywhere. You don't have the morale of watching. So it is now the current new standing order. If you appear when you are behind the camera, we don't add you. And if you insist, we'll ban you from the studio. Ni mambo tu namna hiyo, ni vile. The closer we get to power, the more strict we become.
Asante Bernard. Asante Bernard kwa kunisaidia kueleza. Tunataka tuone ni jambo la maana. Tusipuzie, kwa sababu tukianza kusema ni sarakasi, hiyo ni kusema tunapuuzia. Hiyo watu hawataitilia maanani.
And public participation is a requirement of the Constitution. So it's a requirement of the Constitution. In fact, hii story sio wale watu wa shortlisted kuja kuapia. Ni sisi wananchi wa kawaida twende kuona Noah Wekesa. Tuseme hatutaki Kalonzo kwa sababu ya hii na hii. Huyu mtu ako na hii na hii. Alafu Mkenya mwingine akuja aseme Karua tunaona anafaa kwa hii na hii na hii. Lakini huyu afai hivi. So the public will appear before the committee. Then whatever the committee will gather will go and tell Baba, hapa gossip ni hii, hapa wamesema ni hii, hapa wamesema ni hii. Wewe chagua vile unaona. That is the purpose of this committee. It is not for Kalonzo to appear. It is for us to go and advise the committee. Mukichagua Kalonzo mmetuletea hii disaster. So like Martin should write an official letter to Noah Wekesa and give us the list on why Kalonzo should not be on that list. Thank you. Keep.
We Bernard, tulituma Sumra jana tulituma Sumra peleke. Tulikuwa na meeting na
Sawa, hiyo iko poa sasa. Keep kuendelea. Lazarus wende chairman narudi.
Before I continue, I think Julia wanted to add something. Unajua gender sensitivity. Acha tuweke Julia kidogo aseme. Alikuwa anataka kusema.
I was just saying that Jakindube is a very good man. He's like in those generations of kama ni yes, ni no. Sasa Jakindube, our problem is penye tumekuwa, we've so mistrusting. So if you tell me that this is yellow, I begin thinking it could have been green. Benadi amebadilisha ikakuwa yellow, color yellow. That's the challenge we have. That's why we are thinking, okay, tumeletewa hao watu, lakini we are trying now to read Baba's mind, everybody else's mind. We are sorry, Jakindube. We are just like, is it culture crash or something? Then kuna mtu hapa anasema anaitwa Kitashin De, anasema him, ukifungua roho za watu wengi hapa hamna ukweli, wanaofuata hisia za yule wanadhani ni kiongozi wao. So that is what is happening to Kitashin De. Even when he keeps sending comments, making comments here, he doesn't even believe in what he says. He doesn't even know why he's saying. This is what he's trying to tell us. Thank you, Kip.
Julia, I need to tell you one thing. The majority of fans, even though most of the panelists are Azimio, a majority of fans of Mutumbe TV are actually UDA. There are more fans of UDA than Azimio. I do not understand your mathematics, Bernard. Lazima tutafafanua.
No, they came recently because we have been carrying out a poll and Baba has been winning. So they have been paid to come and make sure that Baba does not win a poll on this channel, of which
I like it.
we don't complain.
I like it because it seems that they're going to listen to us, Julia, you know. Mimi nataka kukosoa hiyo mambo Julia alisema mapema. Yeah, we have to campaign for Anne Waiguru, you know, and then we have to protect her that she doesn't go to room 350. Hatutaki achukulie room 350 huko because you know I've been getting very upset with UDA people telling us that we should pick Kalonzo. So why not? Let's tell them. And Penny Nyakaka, we can't. You always come here and spew a lot of nonsense. You'll tell us everything is all right, everything is good. Me, I will not entertain you. I like Black and Gee. Those ones at least we can argue with. But you, Stucky, or everything is fine. It's not fine. It's not okay. I want to have a healthy conversation with my fellow Kenyans. But if you come here showing us your feet and your vehicle, Stucky, I've never even seen your face. As for Kalonzo, you know, I always listen to my fellow panelists. Sorry.
Nafikiri anakuwaga ni Choi.
I think so.
Ni Choi, huyu jamaa ni Choi. Nobody knows his face.
Cosmo Choi. This is Cosmo Choi.
That's to Cosmo Choi.
Kwa sababu nimeona hiyo IP address yake ni ya huko North Carolina. He's from North Carolina. I know that. Tunaona hii Cosmo Choi hapa anajifichanga tu. The accent is exact.
Unmute.
Sasa wewe, hii ni ujinga gani unatufanyia hapa? Tuangalie lips zako, unafanya lip sync. Ala.
Yeah. Najua kamba. Kalonzo Musyoka, on the other hand, you know, Kalonzo Musyoka tumwachie. And you have to listen to your fellow panelists, you know, like I always listen to Jacinda Bay and Julia. And sometimes Martin Kidogo, when he stops ranting and preaching stuff. Lazarus is quite bright. Julius anakuanga senior. When you see Kalonzo, mwachie, because I heard what PK said the other day, and it actually makes sense. Kalonzo is moving towards his what do you call it, twilight days, and Anaona years are moving on. Before he can become president, it's going to be the next 10 years, and he'll be about 78 years old. So he's acting very desperate right now.
Keep.
Go on.
Anaingia menopause.
Amepita menopause. Mwachie tu, acha tu apayuke huko, because he's a lazy politician. For the last at least even 5 years, I would say 10 years, Wiper should have been a massive party by now. Angeenda huko Mombasa vile anaenda sahi, angeenda huko Northeastern, angeenda huko North Rift. There are so many areas he would have gone to try and build a Wiper party, and at least try and expand his party to other than Lower Eastern. So me naona is just a man who's desperate. Hata akileta Kalonzo, hata kama huyu mtu Sonko akishinda, because the percentages are very close. It's about 25 to 29, I think, between our candidates. So even if this thief wins, it's okay. If Raila comes in, we trust in him. Raila will not allow thuggery. Huyu mtu atashikwa mapema and he'll get impeached again. So let's not worry about it. Nairobi is something that we should worry about. Mombasa is also important, but to watch. Okay, now moving to running mate. running mate, I think we always forget that another panelist came here and said that it's not only that Azimio is doing it. There are other countries that have been doing running mates, and it's down to committees for running mates, and it's down to the individual parties. So it's fine. It's fine if we're going to have running mates. Even Trump alifanyiwa hiyo nini. You think Trump would have picked Mike Pence? You think Obama would have picked Joe Biden? These are committees that are entrusted in these people. You know, strong leaders like Bush or others that could bulldoze their own running mates would happen. So it's normal. I think it's just because it's new for us that we're having this situation. It's fine. It's okay. I listened to Martin. I said that it's very rare. Martin's suggestions yesterday about Sabina Chege and how you unaomba position. That was actually a very brilliant thing you said yesterday, Martin. I think that I applaud you for that. You know, ukiomba kiti, don't mention your name. Say it the way she said it. You know, it was very honorable the way she did it. It was in a situation where it's like Murkomen and of course Mtula was saying it, you were there in the committee, you should be running mate, or you're considering yourself, blah blah blah. Sema, I'm not forcing myself in it, lakini yekuja, I thank God, you know, it's a good prayer. And then she mentioned it the next day, which is yesterday. She mentioned it and says, yeah, we need a good leader from Jubilee, a woman. And the way Martin just put detective work there. Kasema, which young woman in Jubilee? You know, so it is good. It is good. It is good. So Lazarus usinigonge, najua nafanya moderation because you are stomping your feet there. But yeah, let us not fear. Things are happening. I think Raila's popularity is quite strong. I think we're panicking, but it's a good thing that we see that the polls are very low for Raila, so that people can go out there and vote. Because at the moment, hakuna kuiba. That's not going to happen. They could wakiiba Rift Valley ni sawa, waibe hiyo. It's not going to get too far. So yeah, it's
Keep ni kuimba ama ni kuiba?
Niambie tuna Kikamba tutajua. Okay, sawa. Wacha tuone kama Mama Selina ataingia soon kwa sababu mambo ya nyumbani inaingia, tutaongea Kikale sahi. Lazarus, asante. I'll come and add a little bit more later. Wacha ni patie mama link kidogo.
Thank you. Any question for him?
I have something to say. Just the people who are watching, when you see me and Keep play around, don't think there's anything. We are good friends. We like joking around with each other. So just don't go out there in the comment section saying, oh, sijui nani amesema, nani ameingilia. Me and Keep uingiliana even outside this forum.
So we accidentally knew that we grew up together as kids. It was just the other day we discovered that we are old friends. We grew up together, and it's just by accident we met in Tembei, which is weird.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are family friends. So you guys uko kwa comment section kina Gitash there na Olo, msianze vitu zenyu.
Well said, well said. Troy Teach, please proceed. Troy Teach.
Yeah. Unanisikia vizuri?
Not very clear. No, it's not that clear. Could you come closer to the mic? Sorry.
Kuna headphone?
Na sasa?
Bring it a bit closer.
Yeah. Na sasa?
Yeah, can you proceed?
Okay. Hapo Kips, lakini nataka kuambia aje Kip, hata kama kura inaibiwa sio Rift Valley. Rift Valley iko sawa. Huko iko sawa, huko iko sote. Mbona pia na baba atakaa hivyo tu? ODM iko inangojea kujipanga upande huo kuweka agents wa make sure ya baba haipotei ya huko. Hata kama ni 3. Naongelea milioni 3, si kura 3. Anyway. Unajua sisi tukiwa wadogo kuna ile story yenye tulikuwa tunapigiwa ati kuwa huko kwa msitu kuna mbuzi, kuna nyoka yenye inataka kukula mbuzi, so inajifanya kulia kama mbuzi na iko na pembe. Alafu mbuzi ikikujia karibu pia inatafuta mbuzi nyingine, so hiyo nyoka imesimama straight, ikiona hiyo mbuzi inairukia, inaishika na inaikula. Na to date kuna watu wengi wenye wamekuwa wakitupigia hiyo story. Hiyo nyoka inakuanga atiko na mkia mbili inatembea ikivurutia hivi chini. Sasa ukitaka kujua kwenye hiyo nyoka iko, unaangalia imeacha trail ya mkia, which is a lie, some myth or what, ama ni legend. So unapata watu wengi tumekuwa tukiishi na at this age vile tuko na Animal Planet na all other places penye unaweza fuata kuangalia vitu kama hizo, kama ni ukweli zinaexist ama hazikuwa zinaexist. But people choose to still stay in that ignorance kuwa such things exist. Na hata mtu anaweza kuambia kuwa aliwahi iona yeye mwenyewe. Wacha sisi wenye tulikuwa tunasikia. Mtu anakuambia sasa niliona, ilikuwa nyuma ya nyumba yetu tukakimbia. So that's the same lie imekuwa iko peddled around about baba. Unasikia watu wamekuwa wakisema kuwa baba ni Moroki, baba sijui nini. Baba has only been jamba wakati yenye alikuwa anapigania.
Point of correction there. Wanamuita muganga. Na muganga ni different from murogi. Muganga is a healer. So hata wajui Kiswahili hawa.
Yeah, exactly. So unapata vitu kama hizo zenye zilikuwa zinapotosha, tunashindwa how can anybody just decide kuamini kitu kama hiyo. Na for the longest time ukiangalia, nimesikia mtu baadhi akiwa anaongelea kuhusu baba amekuwa kirek chama mob, isipokuwa ametolewa. And by the way, Mr. Bernard, these people when they bring here propaganda lies that vitu ilikuwa imefanyika, let's go point to point, lie by lie. Let's rebuttal everything before you kick them out, because you're going to kick them out with the lies and things. People there in the comments are beginning to think that we are kicking them out because we don't have anything else to say to resubstantiate the truth that is. But we are chasing them with a lie that is being perceived to be true. So about baba, for real, yeah, kuna watu ambao wamekuwa wakibelieve hivyo, but I will, yes Mr. Julius.
Nilikuwa nataka kuambia Toroitich, hawa Kinagi ni watu wametushinda. Always when they came in wanasemanga the same thing. That's why nani alikasirika.
Yeah, but when we have somebody who is persistent like that, mwenye hataki kuja na anything yenye inaweza kuwa substantiated, then it's better not even to let them come in, because when they come in and they bring such trash and then you kick them out, they are first time watchers who are going to think that this is the way it is in this channel. Anyway, that's that. So I don't remember what nilikuwa naongelea nini, but yenye nataka kusema ni kuwa the Ruto that we have right now ni Kalonzo tu. Hata Kalonzo yani ni Ruto in preparation. That is if ataipatiwa hiyo position ya running mate. Tabia yake yote hiyo kujaribu kubehave ni kama rebel. Sioni akitulia anytime soon, because even for the longest tumekuwa tukiona tu yeye anajikampenia, akampeni baba hata kidogo. Tena wamekuwa wakisema huyo, kuna mwenye ametoka I think ni Gii ama ni mwingine mwenye alikuja baada ya Gii, ambao alikuwa anasema kuwa Kenya we are a very corrupt country, so corruption should not be a measure ama parameter kutumika kupima who is a worthy leader. But really, yeah, I know some things that we've done, places that we've tumefika in some areas imebidi bend the law in order to get what we are. Yes, the country has been so corrupt, but it does not mean that sasa kufikia hapo hivyo tuwezi tukaamua kuchoose our leader on basis of their standing about corruption. If we put in a corrupt leader, things are going to get worse. We are now in the worst situation, and it's going to be worse. We don't want that. We want the cleanest at the top who are going now to clean it down to the bottom, because saizi wakiamua tikuwa ni tuwezi tumia corruption kupima, that is like endorsing Ruto and now cronies wake wote, which is going to be a very, very bad thing for this country. Anyway, it's not going to be bad for everybody, but for people that believe in Ruto, those are the ones who are going to suffer the most. Same thing that happened in Kirinyaga will happen here in Kenya. People that are now endorsing Ruto will come back again and then say, wanataka nani atoke, Ruto amekuwa sanitized sijui na baba sijui nini. Anyway, the reason why tunasema Ruto anafaa kutolewa, si kutolewa, anafaa ku step down. It's nothing much about even corruption. It's all about yeye kuwa na divergent view na president, na instead of ku resign roho safi, anabaki hapo hivyo. It's like ana sabotage serikali ya Uhuru. So if he cannot work with Uhuru, Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, hi.
Kidogo, I'm coming back.
Lazarus.
I can allow Martin to proceed as we wait for Dorothy to be back.
Wait, Martin, ngoja kidogo. Ndio amerudi.
Is back. Dorothy, proceed.
Okay, nilikuwa ninasema hivi. Ruto, the reason why he's supposed to resign, it's not like he's been sidelined. He is the one who ran away from the government. That is one thing that should be understood. He is the one that ran away. After the handshake, he took it personally. It's like ni yeye ndo amekuwa attacked. Then he opted out. It's not like now the handshake was automatic kuwa Ruto is supposed to be sidelined ama Ruto ndo atoke sasa kwa serikali. No. He felt like it's not a good thing for now. Na serikali si yake. There is no one point yenye tuliaienda na kuvote. I voted. There is no one point yenye tulikuwa tunaenda kuvotia Ruto. In fact, all this number that is boasting around about has not been tested. This is all a lie. I remember even the time of BPI. BPI came about and then it was like it would never go anywhere. But even in Rift Valley, it fared on well. So this guy anatakana tu kuachiliwa aende sijui wapi, but now it's too late. We cannot even be talking about resignation ya Ruto. Na one thing that I noted is kuwa kuna watu wenye wanasema kuwa kwa hii forum ati sijui analysis yetu iko poor ama ati that's a poor political analysis. I believe I'm not a political analyst, and everything that we're sharing here is from just an ordinary Kenyan mwenye amefanya his due diligence na kujaribu kufuata 1 2 3 the truth about Kenya yetu so that to make a sound decision. Kama ni analysis kuna hao experts, but here sisi ni wa Kenya, what we are getting is what we are sharing. Asanteni.
Yes, what I wanted to add on what Polycarp was saying, just very quickly, Martin, before you kick me, is it's not a political, things in politics don't happen by coincidence. There's a political analyst called Lee that I follow a lot. Things in politics do not happen by accident. Ukiona Minji anaomba kuwa deputy president, look at the title of our topic today. Door-to-door campaigns for Baba in Kirinyaga. She's panicking. She knows the governorship is going to Girishi. No, what's her name? The Cecile. And she's panicking, and it looks like what we coined here at Mtembei TV as the Red Army is doing its job. So ukiona Anne Waiguru is going for a second option in her political standing, things are thick in Kirinyaga. So musione ati sijui ni hivi hivi. The Red Army is working very hard. Although umeona watu wanafanya funny things in Jubilee, wanaweka sura ya baba nusu nusu. I don't know. Some people are very childish. I don't understand. Umeka sura yake nusu and stuff like that. But we recognize that man's face and we know who he is. And I think the list that Raila could get in Central is only, the list is 20%. But he has never gone below 44%. I know 40, that is for us. I'm just saying ile chini kabisa Rotich. The lowest we can get to for Raila in Central is 20%. The rest, it's all we need. By the way, it's all we need. We don't need more than 20% in Central. 6 o'clock, Mimi, Raila, Odinga, Naapa, we're good.
But now it has been so low, imekuwa hiyo ni 10% when we have a Kikuyu, a mountaineer running. But this time round, Ruto is not their own. So it's going to be, I'm looking at least 40%. You're looking 30, me I'm looking 40.
No, but the thing is, what people don't understand, Raila anatafuta ya kuongeza juu. He has enough. Whether he picks watermelon, ama chukue mtu from somewhere else, ama ninini, it doesn't matter. Right now, he's just looking for a running mate that would work with him properly. It doesn't matter which community. So let's stop obsessing about the mountain. Uhuru has got the mountain locked. This is why, what do you call it? This is why UDA is banking on us picking a different community so that they could pick a different community. Read between the lines. In Azimio, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for us. It doesn't matter who we pick. The numbers are all right.
Keep. I gotta go for somewhere. Can I please just submit and then I'll listen to you guys from the back?
I think you should just go.
Let me allow Martin to.
It was my time though.
It's your time, but it's your time. Yes, you can proceed unless there's a question for Keep.
No, I just want to submit. I know it's my second submission, but I'm not going anywhere. If anybody has a question, I can come back, but I just need to take care of something.
Straight to the point.
Let me cut you on the top.
Julius, let us allow Martin to submit.
No, I'm just saying that I want to leave.
So everyone is leaving. I can see you are now in a full tie.
No, yeah, I'm going to church.
I will allow you to leave so that we can proceed with Martin.
Okay, thank you.
You can join us after church if you don't mind.
No, Martin anaweza ngoja. Martin, respect your senior. Wacha Julius ongea.
No,
Martin, please.
Keep. Watch us, yasa. Let me. It's not even going to take long. I'm going to be very professional on it.
Okay.
Nani, Julius, pole, because even what I'm about to say has your name in it too. Just a minute. It won't even take 2 minutes. Pole. But so I want to start with what Kip just said. Kirinyaga is a very interesting place to watch. I'm just going to finish that at that point. And then Kip already killed what I was about to say, Sabina Shege, what she said yesterday, and how, she was very professional about it. So, Asha kwanza point tatu on me. Okay, now here Nathan Dosi huko nyuma ameniambia he's waiting for me to simama in Machakos. Nathan Dosi, thank you. The other one I heard is you guys need to let Sonko be, and Sonko needs to be in Mua Hills and all that. I'm running real quick so that I can go because I need to really go. Julia and Julius, you guys are so smart. Julius, I appreciate you. Your contribution was such intellectual and nicely done because you said the whole truth. Is some of the people you were not Julia, what you guys were talking, I don't know why it's Julius and Julia. You guys need to talk, but on a lighter note. But what you guys, when you talk like that, you make us, some of us that wanted to come and say something, you take our points out. What you said, I hope a lot of people heard you. So I'm going to go with the ones that I wanted to say. The ones that I'm left was umechukua zote. I think 2022, these elections is going to be a landmark elections that is going to change Kenya forever. Like forever. These elections, I think they're going to be the most peaceful we've ever had. They're going to be also a landmark change of Kenya from the old way of governorship to a new way of governorship. That after this, we're going to see a new thing. Now, the last one, ndio maana nimwambia nitakimbia sana. I still want us, I told Bernard on the private chat, because this is a problem I brought up yesterday. Lakini Bernard bado alikuwa anataka iendelee. Unajua Bernard ni mchungaji, so akiamua ni hapa kunaenda hivi. So acha Bernard, pole sana kupita na kupita huko kando. Nimezunguka huko nyuma, but I still want the panels because I'm still going to be listening. Na kuna mtu aliileta before too. I brought up a point of Article 138(8)(b). The reason I bring this article and I keep on bringing it is because I've been fighting about how we have to stop these independent candidates. Right now, people think it's 2 horse races, but we have 55 presidential candidates passed by the...
Martin, I have to interrupt you there.
No, let me finish because I gotta go.
No. I know you have to go. You know why there's more candidates? Is because in this election, we don't have an incumbent coming in. The next time this is going to happen is in 2032. So what in free for all right now? So please understand, right now people have the energy to fight. There's no incumbent. Who is the incumbent? Who is leaving? That's why there's more independence right now, and it's democracy. Let it happen. Don't go with what you guys think.
And bro, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with that. Sorry, Mama Selina.
Let me say this. These people, they will not even get a vote from their wife. Don't worry. They will not even get 20 votes. Some people will have 0. We have seen them before. They cannot even get the list is 500 votes. So let them be there to escort. You know, when a wedding, we don't have a flower girls. It will not look nice. Let them come and be the flower girls there. They will not take anything. Let me tell you. We have seen them several times. So that's fine. You say that, but it is okay. They are wasting. I hope you say they wasted the time and the money. But who? Ibaba is number 3 and Ruto is number 1. That is where all Kenyans will go and tick. They cannot even see them. Thank you.
Mama Selina, that is enough. Exactly what you said. That's enough for us. It's okay.
Keep, bro. Mama Selina, pole sana. I wasn't coming in that. I know they will not affect in anything. I was just looking at the technical part. We're not worried about them. Who cares? However they are. What we were worried and what the question was, swali ilikuwa Mama Selina. Ma'am, thank you to see you actually. Welcome. We always love you to be here. When mama yetu na
wait, Martin, before you continue. Mama Selina, when I said that is enough, I did not mean what you are saying is enough. It was the candidates are enough for us. It was not a shot at you kwa sababu ulisimama tu hivi nikaogopa.
Let us allow Martin to finish.
Order. Order. Thank you very much. Martin, your concern is about the number of candidates.
No, it's not.
In Azimio, we have a lot of candidates, and they are not sure they are going to be on the ballot because We are
But
yet
that
going to
it's
carry
not.
out,
You're
we are
misquoting
going
me.
to
It's not.
carry out the final poll in June to see how strong one is before
Bernard,
he's now released to go to the ballot all the way or not. I believe
Bernard,
in the same way, these so-called independent presidential candidates are also going to be dropping off. I don't think we will have a ballot paper with 55 people.
but Bernard, my problem is not who is there, how many people are there, and what is what. And that's why I quoted Article 138, 8B, which I quoted yesterday. I'm not worried about presidential and who. Even me, I can go jump in there. Who will vote for me to be a president? Who cares? I mean, maybe niende nikakue MCA like nani aliniambia atanivotia huko Ukambani 2027. What I'm trying to say, there's a very tricky thing in this article that I keep on bringing. That tricky thing, this is technical. It's not about whose politics and what and the semantics. It's a very technical thing. Article 138, 8B says if anyone of either a presidential or a vice presidential or deputy, mwenye anamdeputize, of the 55, so that's times 2, that's 110. One of them gets incapacitated, you're not having elections. Go Google it right now. Read the Constitution. It says that.
Kwani Martin unataka kwani umejua kuna uroki kidogo ile inatoka wapi wanataka kuua? In Jesus name all of them will be alive. We are, I know maybe wamenunua but nothing will happen, please. Tunasema kwa jina la Yesu. Pastor Bernard, don't allow that 3 times 2 times. We don't want nobody to die. We want them to be alive and we get Papa to instead us. So in Jesus' name, we close that.
Amen. Amen to that, ma'am. Now, let's do
Sikuwa
this.
nasema chochote kama hiyo. Nilikuwa nasema ni kitu tunafaa kuangalia.
Oga Martin, relax.
Okay, acha nimalize nende basi.
Your concern is right. And it's because there is something faulty with that law. Okay? I think it was copy-paste, but the people who copied it, they did not copy it properly. But all the same, even if the election is to be postponed, it's only for 60 days. It's not for 5 years. It's for 60 days. So the person is buried. In 60 days, we are back on the ballot. So it's not something that it's final, no elections, Uhuru continues, and life continues until another person will die. So
aya sawa basi wacha nimalize nisikize kando Bernard because I have to go. Haraka.
Bernard, Martin, also you should note the list you are talking about, they've not been vetted by IBC and other bodies. By the time that is done, the number will even be 10 because there are requirements they need to submit. Getting 1 million signatories for all the counties is not easy, plus other factors. This will only happen once gazettement has been done. We have not done gazettement. They've not been verified by IEBC, Office of DPP, all that. Once that is done, the number will not be that much. So don't be worried. But again, no one is dying. Be assured. Because you are so much worried about death. Death is bound to happen. If it happens, it has happened.
Lazarus, I'm not talking about Lazarus. You're a very good debater. You're a great guy, man. I like you, but I wasn't talking about debate. Read the article. It doesn't just talk about death. But anyways, it's just something that I thought people would talk about. But I'm trying to finish up and, maybe interrudi badai or whatever. Because I got to go do something. Let me just finish, Bona. Let me just finish.
Okay, give him time to finish. Give him time to finish. Thank you.
Nitakusikiza. You can still answer me. And I'll still listen.
Continue, Mr. Martin. Leave this
okay.
Other
My last one was like, I think I have heard UDA people come over here or Kenya Kwanza. And the one thing I've always seen, the same script of all of them. All, same script. They talk the same script. I think most of us that have, not really argued, debated with UDA people, they have the same script, either on ground or even on TV. And so I don't know why that happens like that, because we do listen to them. And most of them that come over here, they already know they're coming to somewhere where people are going to talk about Azimio and everything, but they are really addicted to it. Last one, kabla niende, I'll come back again. Kama kuna mtu akona swali, ataweza niuliza tu, nitakuwa nasikiza, I'll come back. I'll just go back to, nitarudi huko nyuma, and then I'll be listening. I won't be on studio. But one thing I cannot wait. And this one, I will even leave my job. Be prepared. Be prepared. Tunaenda, sijui kama ni Kasarani ama ni Uhuru Park.
I'm buying that ticket.
Hata mimi huko siku ya mimi Raila Amolo Odinga. Hiyo siku
Kasarani is already booked.
Bas. Huko tutakuwa huko, tumekatalia huko kabisa. It's happening finally, and it's going to change the Kenya that we know, and it's going to be a new Kenya. And we have the, diaspora. We are here. We are pushing it, and this is
Martin,
it. Kenya forward.
Very quick question before you leave. Mama Selina, hiyo high table ya Martha Karua, si tutengeneze tafadhali, tukuje huko pia. Sisi huko tukue karibu na DP.
Mimi na keep hapo.
Hiyo ya Martha Karua msijali, nilipatia Penat namba aongee na Tabu. Sijui anatafuta nini Penat. Utanipatia report.
Mimi nangoja hiyo high table hapo Kasarani, tukue Mama Selina hapo, si tukuje tukae na wewe. Unajua, vifaranga zenu zikuje hapo.
Anyway, guys, I'm listening in the back. Kama kuna mtu akona swali ataniuliza, nitaisikia, nitarudi tu baadaye, lakini kuna kitu lazima niende nikimbize. Bernard, thank you for the space,
Martin,
and thank you for
Martin, before you go. Unajua ulituambia maneno ya Kalonzo, ukasema unangojea, na ndiyo sababu nilikupinga hiyo ingine, sikutaka itoke mtomo yako. Ulisema ya Kalonzo akienda Mombasa maneno anaenda kufanya, na imagine what has happened. Ameenda kulete uchinga huko. Sasa hii ingine sikutaka itoke mtomo yako, nimeokopa. Okay, thank you. Usiaisema anything again.
Bernard, si nilikwambia, Bernard aliniita prophet jana.
Tulimwambia lazima ukichukua kofia unabii, lazima uchunge mdomo yako, kwa sababu
ni gani Mama Selina, ni gani unataka saizi?
Sitaki useme anything. Kwanza hiyo ya katiba, hiyo ya matati something, wacha kabisa. Sasa tuseme maneno ingine. Sema tu mambo ya mama na tupate baba, basi Kenya iende mbele.
Kenya inaenda mbele. Kenya inaenda mbele mama. Pole. Hiyo ni yangu na Bernard. Anajua alianzaga kitambo akiniambia pana Kalonzo lazima sijui nini, nikamwambia highways. Lakini unajua ni kwa sababu najua politics za Kalonzo na za Ukambani. Na ukisemanga maendeleo ya wanawake, na kuambianga rudi Zipora Kitonyi, nani alikuwa mdogo wake. We were there when kina Mulinge were there, and the Ukambani when Mulu Mutesia, we were there. We know the guy. We know what is happening. Kuna watu wako na insights. And ndio maana naambianga Bernard, I'm not a prophet. I just know what is going to happen. Bernard ananichapa. Kesho yake inafanyika, nikikuja hivi anaanza kucheka.
Wacha nikuulize, unatokanga hapo karibu Kanyangi, mahali ile msee anakaanga hapo nje kwa miti, hapo kwa Kishaki. Ile kimsee kimenona kwa hapo Kanyangi ukiendanga Kitui.
Hapana, huko ni mbali. Sisi tuko huko chini. Unajua, kama ulikuwa unajua Mudhungu lule, ulisema unajua politics za Ukambani. Kama ulikuwa unajua Elizabeth Ndeto, unajua Mutunga, unajua Mulinge, those people. Sasa sisi ndio ilikuwa hiyo area sasa. Sisi hao ndio Mulumutisi hapo sasa.
Bernard, ukienda kufanya biashara, ukienda Ukambani, umeenda na lori, ukifika hapo unatoa gunia moja ya mahindi bure, unatoa ya marakwe, atakwambia kuja uchukue pesa. Ukijaribu kukataa kupita kwa huyo mzee, chakula yako utauza na utafika. Ndio najua hiyo maneno, sitaki kusikia.
We Mama Selina, siku hizi huko si hizo mlikuwa mkifanya za kitambo. Siku hizi is very sophisticated. Hizo hatujaiona. We wacha.
Wewe Ndeto,
Wewe tulia.
wacha kukataa maneno ya wazee.
Tulia.
Nyamaza ufundishwe.
Hebu acheni niende, mtanieka hapa na naona bado mnanieka, nitarudi kwa Irini.
Sikia, ndiye sababu Ngilu na Kalonzo hawawezi pitana, wanajuana. Ametoroka.
Hajatoroka hapa na hajatoroka Mama Selina, alikuwa na shughuli.
Bado nasikia, just talk to him.
Ana mtoto sasa lazima aende.
Okay, thank you guys. Bana Lazarus, naona ni zamu ya Mama Selina ama ni yana?
Yes, let us be gender sensitive, alafu ndio tunania nafuata. Levi, Mama Selina, then Levi.
Na just to emphasize, tumebani wale watu wanajificha nyuma ya kamera.
No, before you go.
Because of the quality of the broadcast. So let us all upgrade. Make sure that you come in here full-fledged. Ukifika bila kamera, tunakuacha hapo quarantine muda kiasi. If we don't see change, we kick you out of the studio so that we create room for others to come in.
Actually, Benny has never done that. Benny has never shown his face.
We retain that so that we don't downgrade our quality of broadcast. It's important.
Will you apply?
We'd rather have you on bad camera than no camera.
Will you apply it even to Penny Bernard? Will you apply the same rule to Penny? Because all those years he hasn't, unless there's a special.
Penny, I have seen his face once in a while on this platform. Only that he doesn't like showing it.
No, but if you apply the rule, let it be across, because it will be.
That is why I'm saying I'm now enforcing the rule. It's not that I'm enforcing the rule. That's why, and I'm explaining to the people who are coming, and they are not being added. The reason they are not being added is because they are hiding. If you're hiding, we will not add you, and that is going to stand as we proceed now from here henceforth. Thank you, Mama Selina, karibu.
Asante sana Penat, asante Kip, kila mtu, Lazarus, Rotich, Torotich, and Levi sijasikia akiongea lakini nitamsikiza. Penat, nataka kusema asante sana, mumechukua time, na kwanza nataka kushukuru juu ya constituency ya kina mama, mumeshikilia, mumetusaidia, mumetufanyia campaign, na ndiye tumeenda ile nyumba kwa nyumba huko Kirinyaga, and I hope all women, na vile nilisema juzi, mama yeyote akuwe mzuri kwa baba, kwa watoto, ili wakati ya tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 mambo yaende vizuri, na tukimaliza mkitupigia kura, tutaambia wamama siku hiyo wachinje kuku na wakaribishe baba nyumbani kabisa, wapumzike, lakini wasilale sana, kura ipotee, mkuwe chonjo. After tarehe 10 hapo ndio tunaambia wamama wakuwe na holiday kubwa sana ya kusherekea na kina baba nyumbani. Otherwise, nataka kushukuru. Naona pia mumeongea kuhusu Waigoro, that is fine. Wacha turudie vile Central ilikuwa imefanya. Kuna siku Kibaki na Matiba alisimama, kuna siku Uhuru na alisimama na Kibaki. I want to say this. The good thing of Central, you can have 10 brothers, you can have 10 sisters. Lakini kuna wakati wanasema eri ule msee kushinda mdogo atapata siku, na wakati ingine wanasema waja tupatie ule mdogo, ule msee amekula. So mi najua mambo ya minchi ni vile mambo imekuwa ngumu kwa sababu ya ule mama mwingine. Alafu actually nasikia Kirinyaga ndiye mahali ilitoa ile mama alikuwa naitwa Mombi. That is why they are very strong. But nataka kushukuru na kasi ya Martha Karua. Ile kitu tunasema, let's talk about corruption. How do we finish corruption? Nani watasimamia? How do we have good people? Hapo ndiye China ya Wangare, Martha Karua Wangari ataingilia. How will Martha Karua assist us? Atasaidia baba namna gani? Kwa sababu tunataka baba apate watu wale waaminifu, watu wale watasimamia, na watu wale watishwi. Ya tatu, Martha Karua, wacha niwaambie, kwa mambo ya international community, kwa mambo ya Geneva, kwa mambo ya judiciary killings, huyo mama amesimamia pali kubwa sana Kenya. So we are so proud. Na ya pili, kuna mama kama Sally Koskei. Kuna watu wanajua, kuna watu unajua, hatutaki kuchukua kiti ya Kenya na tumalizie hapo Kenya. We want to be connected with international community. We want to be connected ili watu wameipa pesa yetu itarudi namna gani. Lazima tukue na watu wale wanakuwa trusted na international community na kazi yao wamefanya. Nataka kupromise Kenyans, naona mnapenda katiba. Naona kila mtu analia, anasema hii katiba 2010 musikuse. Na washukuru sana. But mwenye alitutengenezea katiba, mwenye alikuwa napiga ni Wangare Martha Karua, ndiye alikuwa Minister of Justice. Kama alisimamia katiba mpaka saa hii ni ngumu kupenya penya, hapo ndiye atasimamia serikali ya baba. So naomba wa baba, naomba wa Kenya, jaribu mama this time. Tanzania wamepatia mama, Rwanda walipatia, Uganda wako na wawili, Amerika tuko na vice president, na alafu tuko na chief, tuko na church, Supreme Court church. So kina mama sana sana watachunga nje. Penat, pole kwa sababu nimeenda nje kidogo, lakini ningetaka kusema kwa sababu wamama wenzangu wananisikia, ya kwamba tumbo yetu hatuna ukabila. Mama utasaa Msungu, mama utasaa Nyanza, utasaa Central, unasaa Uluyani, because sisi ni constituency ya dunia yenye hatuna ukabila. Ukabila yetu ni mahali tumeolewa, ukabila yetu ni ile mtoto nimekusalia. So sisi kama wamama hatuna kwetu, kwetu ni kwenyu. Keep, ukilete msichana kwako, hapo ndiye itakuwa kwao, hapo ndiye atakilem, hapo ni kwao. So wakati mnajaribu wa mama, hakuna siku mama atakuja kuongea hii mambo ya kabila mnaulisana hapa. Sisi wengine kama mimi ni mama,
Lakini
niko na
Mama Salina,
wajukuu. Yes.
kusema ukweli, sasa tukifanya goito, si nafukuza baba yake na uncle yake waende nyumbani, huyo msichana anabaki hapo, anakuwa wetu.
Ndiye
So
sababu nimesema keep. Sisi wa mama hatuna ukabila. Martha Karua atasimama na Kenya kwa sababu anajua wamama wenzao nchi ni yao na watachunga. So nilikuwa nataka tu kusema, saa ile mnasema Kalonzo sijui nani Musalia nini, sisi wamama constituency yetu ni Kenya, ni Afrika, ni dunia. So tutachunga nchi kwa sababu nchi ni yetu, uchumi ni yetu, watoto ni wetu. Saa hii vile maisha iko ngumu Kenya, mnaona mambo imefanyika. Kina mama wanasimama imara kujaribu kusimamisha nchi yetu. Pena, naona umeongea mambo ya Kalonzo huko Mombasa na mambo ya I wonder, huyu kijana anaitwa former governor ya Nairobi, anaenda kutusiana, anaenda Mombasa mara ya kwanza. Mtu Pena, hata kama ukiwa mbaya ama kama unapendwa, usianze kuonyeshana hii tabia ya Kenya ama ya vijana. Sisi watu wase tunashangaa. Najua Chakandube akiwa hapo, hata ingawa Penny hataki kukaa kama msee, anastahili kurekebisha ile watoto wako UDA, awaambie the truth. Sisi wenye tuko Azimio, na ndiye sababu hatuwezi ficha sura zetu, kwa sababu tumekula chumvi na Mungu ametupatia hizo miaka. Haa vijana wadogo mnakataa kutokea tuone nyinyi. Ni nini hiyo? Mtajua mtafika mahali mnaenda. So tunataka kushukuru wale wanatoka tuone, alafu tunawaombea muende siku mingi. kwa sababu inchi ni yenyu. Mkianza kujificha sasa, hamutaweza chunga inchi. So tunataka nyinyi muonekane, ndio tusaidiane. Sisi wale tumefika saa 10 tunachunga inchi, tutawachia, lakini mchunge corruption. Ndio sababu Martha Karua anakuja kuwatengenezea inchi. Kasuti, ninasema hivi, tukiwatengenezea inchi ikae vizuri, 2027, 2032, msikuje tena kumaliza inchi, kwa sababu wakati hiyo kina baba, kina mama, kina mother wameenda retire. Hatutaki kuachia inchi yenye imeisha. So kutoka sasa, tafuteni viongozi wale watasimama na inchi. Asante Penat, niko hapa leo na kesho, najua nasherekea kwa sababu nitaingia full time. Hii ingine sisi ni aso la Penat, tunafanya kazi 3, atupumsiki kwa sababu tunatenga inchi. Asanteni.
Hiyo mate ya hasla hiyo mama toa kwa mdomo. Hiyo mate ya hasla hiyo tema chini.
Nimesema sisi kama sisemi asola ile ya uongo, tunasema tunapatilisha makasi, you know.
That's not the correct word to use it.
Niseme hivi, we need to say the truth ya kwamba usivofanya kazi 2 3, uwezi simamia nyumbani, uwezi lipa marenti ya Amerika, kwa sababu tukiwa huku tunawafanyia watu ya hapa. Walituita, lakini pesa zetu nyingi sinawasaidia, inachunga watu yao. So ukiona mtu yote amekuja hapa, ni uongo mbaya. Unatoka hapa ukikimbia hapa, unatoka hapa ukikimbia hapa. Lakini nyumbani ingekaa vizuri. Mtu kama Mama Selina, I'm supposed to be in Kenya. Sistahili sahi kuwa nakimbia kwa barabara. Nastahili kukua nyumbani, alafu nataka at least Mtembei TV na watu yote tumejuana. Mkikuja ofisi ya Deputy President, kila mtu ataingia ndani, kwa sababu tutakuwa hapo karibu, hapo tu. Asante.
Thank you, Mama Selina. We appreciate it, and let's keep building the nation and keep the focus. Bwana Kasuti, namna gani leo?
Yeah, I like the spirit of mama here. Kile tunaweza mwambia ni we are real strugglers, not hustlers. You need to work more than 2 to 3 jobs so that you can sustain yourself.
From today we are the strugglers.
We are strugglers. Yes. We struggle to make it.
Yes.
We struggle to make it life. Not hustle.
Thank you, Kasuti. Then the English teacher for Namundera High School.
Nabaholo.
We're Bugulu. Education Center.
By the way, Webugulu Education Center is good. It's doing well. Sasa, aja niambie Mama Selina.
Ngoja bwana nani, naomba hivi. Let's have the debate flowing. Levi aongea, alafu turudi kwa Kasuti, alafu turuke hapo juu. Bwana Levi, vipi?
Poa sana.
Endelea na mchango wako.
Thank you so much. I see the debate is even getting more hotter. Let me use that word. First, nataka kuzungumzia the independent candidates that I think Martin will bring up your issue about independent candidates, and this guy anaitwa Lazarus alisema they have not been vetted by IEBC. Once IEBC imevet hao watu, hiyo list itashrink hadi ifike hata watu 10 or even less, because the requirements by IEBC inakuanga nyingi sana. They need 1 million or so voters in every. There's a certain minimum voters following you must have, and bankruptcy and all that. So once they are given those guidelines and all that, once they are vetted, hiyo list itashiringa. It's also not a matter of concern. Actually, it's I've seen most of the Kenya Kwanza brigade raising issues about independent candidates. You know, they are saying that maybe some of them have been sponsored because of maybe unfamiliar motives, which we also don't know. So the independent candidates also is not an issue that much, but let us wait and see, as I always say. About Kalonzo, I said it earlier. What does he bring to the table? You know, when the Azimio, I said it earlier, when Azimio coalition was formed, Kalonzo was nowhere to be seen. Alikuwa anahanyahanya huko, unajua, he was somewhere there waiting, you know. No, and I also feel sana for
Maybe mind your language.
okay, let me, okay, sorry, I withdraw that.
Ukweli isemwe Penat. Ukweli isemwe.
Yeah, and I also feel, by then I also feel for akina the governor for Makueni, who is nani Kivutha Kibwana, akina Charity Ngilu, you know, the people who walishirikiana kuform this Azimio coalition, you know, and now sahi wako wapi? They have been sidelined, and now it's Kalonzo is the talk of town. You know, there's no way he can come in, you know, without bringing any a very big, you know, he has nothing to bring to the table, something tangible. Unaona, so he also must lazima tuambie analeta nini to the table so that we can give him a year, unajua tumpatie hiyo kiti. And also I feel that according to me, in my opinion, a Kalonzo Raila ticket will be, itakuwa kidogo ni kama redundancy. You know, we had this ticket in 2013, we had it in 2017, and again having a Raila Kalonzo ticket in 2022, I wouldn't prefer that from my point of view. So as Mama said there, we should mimi ningekuwa advice our Raila, I would tell him to pick Martha Karua. See, Martha Karua has joined, hata kama amejoin Azimio juzi, you can see she has hit the ground running already in Mount Kenya especially. Yeye kwanza coordinate most of the campaign that Raila has attended in central region, you know, plan the meeting, the grassroots leaders, you know, kujaribu kumobilize watu, you know, in the Raila ticket. So I think also lazima tuangalie what they have to bring to the table. And also, as they said, I don't know if the running mate position has already been decided, but let's wait and see. And I want to touch kidogo on that, on the campaigns. You know, let us see our leaders wanatuletea nini kwa ground. You know, the mode of campaign between Baba and Ruto is very different. Just to mention, I always watch both of them when they campaign, and it's very different. What you sell to the people, what do you unataka kuappeal watu wakusikize aje, waseme that's why I want to elect you, that's why I want you to elect me. If you see in Ruto's campaigns from A to Z is Raila. Ule mzee wa kitendawili hadi ameambukiza akina Mudavadi and Weta. Person like Mudavadi, a person I respected a lot. Huyo mtu nilikuwa najua is a very bright mind that can even lead Kenya. But now after joining the other side, naona is not the Mudavadi that I knew. So again, I see that Raila in his way of campaigning, he doesn't so much dwell on the other side, but try to sell his agenda. Let's talk, for example, the social protection. A very big, under the Baba Care, a very big plus in his campaign trail. And if it is to be implemented, then it can be a very big meaning. Itakuwa a very big plus to the orphans and the, you know, widows. Unajua Raila anasema after he's, you know, elected, and of course he'll be elected, he'll be the 5th, atasaidia kina mama, the wajane and the orphans in a special kitty that he will implement. Anasema ile mianya ambayo imewekwa na wale wezi wa pesa tunawajua wale wezi wa pesa tunawajua, ataiziba, alafu hiyo pesa ataiweka kwa social protection program, and I think that's what stands out for Raila Odinga, what he will do. And wale wanasema, kwanza mimi nasikianga Ruto anasema ati huyu mzee wa kitendawili ati he was in government, he was prime minister, ati alifanya nini? Everywhere he goes ati alifanya nini? Ati mimi wakati nilikuwa deputy president nimejenga hii college, nimejenga nimeleta hii barabara, nimefanya hii nini hii barabara. And the same time the same deputy president anasema alifukuzwa kwa serikali. So I don't know which party he is, sijui yako wapi. But again, we must be true to our people. What we sell to them, let us not just sell for, yani raise to emotions, trying to bring a division. Let us try to sell our agenda and our manifesto. That's all. This thing of trying to divide, ule mzee wa kitendawili hakufanya hii amekuwa. So who has been in the government for the last 10 years? When you go to campaign somewhere and tell the people what has he done, alikuwa prime minister. Raila has not been in government for the last 10 or so years. Ruto has been in government. So these things of double speaking and saying, I was in the government, I've done this for you guys, I've done this for you guys, and then at the same time, you are there telling them, nilifukuzwa kazi, sijakuwa nini. At the same time, ile gari umesimama nayo ukiwaambia ni gari ambayo inafueliwa na serikali, ni gari allowances unapatiwa na serikali, and at the same time unasema hauko kwa hiyo serikali. Those are the kinds of things that na Wakenya unajua wamerevuka. There's some people wanasema Wakenya wamerevuka, and on August 9th you will see frustrations on most of these people's faces. And let me say, acha tu niseme ukweli, there will be a big frustration in this Kenya Kwanza brigade, especially the deputy president, a very big, because they have tried to sell these populist ideas, trying to show themselves that they are the mighty party. They conducted the GIDEON nominations in almost all counties. And let me say, if you try to compare the crowd that this guy attracts, let's say he attracts, and the turnout in that same central region, ukiangalia, there's a difference. There's a very big difference. So again, I repeat, these crowds do not translate into votes. Raila is the father of crowd. We know him, and also we know that he attracts the most biggest crowds around. So let's know those crowds. That's just ni kama kutaka kujionyesha, I have the guys, I have the people, but also what have you done huko chini? And that's why I say Raila in the central region, he should not prioritize on the rallies. And what he has prioritized is the door-to-door campaigns. And the other thing that he is implementing, the grassroots, that's what will sell him in the region. And let me say, this time, Raila is going to improve significantly, especially in the central region. Okay, he has the whole country, yes, ako na kura kwingine, but in central region, that's what we want to add katika kikapu ya baba, and then we win this thing. Asubuhi mapema 6 am Baba State House. Ile sherehe tulikuwa tunafaa kufanya State House 2017, sasa itakuwa mara mbili. Tuko State House na baba. I think that's all. If anyone has a question, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you, the Levite.
Thank you.
Manathema, how are you?
Penat, kabla uchapatia Temba, please, nimesikia maneno ya Levi na nimeona ni kijana. Mimi kama mama karibu niseme ulete vijana ingine, mupatiwe siku muongeleshe vijana, kwa sababu vijana ndio wamepotea, vijana ndio wanapatiwa 500, vijana wanashindwa kuoa, na vijana wamesoma na wamekataa. So ningeomba sana, nimeshukuru nimesikia maoni yako na umeongea kama watu 100. Ukuje kila siku na Pena, tafuta vijana wengine vile tulitengeneza ile program ya Central. Huyu kijana akuja challenge vijana wenzao. Kuna ule msichana moja alikujanga, alikuwa anaitwa Princess ama sijui jina yake. Naona hao wawili wakiingia tunaweza save vijana yetu ya Kenya. Asante.
Thank you very much, Gitash. He said, I have a question for Levi. Can you go to bed?
Uliza swali. If there is any question, I'm ready to answer.
Yeah, yes, he can. I've answered the question. Don't worry about it. No, Panathemba, you take charge. Lazarus was your assistant chairman. You can officially, both of you, run the show, the remaining part of the show. Kasuti is the elder. He has come in. It was his after Levi was Kasuti, then Kiptum, who has also come, and I believe our house is big enough for everybody. Only the new law, mtu akifika bila kamera asiongezwe kwa screen. We want to maintain quality programming. Kuanzia leo, mtu akifika amejificha hata peni, na akikurudi mara 7, we ban from the studio. Hataweza kuingia tena, so that we have clean broadcasting going forward. Thank you very much. See you later on in the day.
It is well with us.
Good night, Penat. Thank you.
Mamua kuweka sheria. Hii sheria yenu haina public participation.
No. I wish you were here. I was here, and I was the only one on the camera. Everybody was black, and they were immovable. You beg them, they are not listening. Everybody wants to be behind the camera. So nikaona, we will not add them. Let's hata kama tukibaki wawili, we will analyze politics for 8 hours tukiwa wawili. Kuliko kuongeza watu ambao wanaharibu show.
That's the most appropriate rule I've ever had since this program started. I support it 100%.
Thank you.
And I am loyal. We will implement immediately. Okay, thank you, Bernard. Nice to see you after all that. So it was who? Lazarus or Kasudi?
Kasuti kwanza.
Okay, Kasudi.
Yeye mzee wa kijiji kwetu atachukua ile shamba. Usipotetea yeye. Shamba ile baba aliniwachia, huyu atakujia.
Bwana, we hapo na baholo tulisema mambo fulani hapo. Hiyo tutakuja kuongea baadaye. Mama Selina, tunaambiwa
yes,
your gift shall give you favor in the front of the queens and kings. Your gift will give you favor in the front of queens and kings. Sambuli ya Yusufu.
Amen.
Sasa,
Amen.
Mimi napenda Yusufu kwa sababu wakati moja tunaambiwa mfalme mmoja akakuja kwa madaraka, lakini hakujua kile Yusufu alitenda. Na Yusufu wetu hapa ni baba, huyu baba tunazungumza mambo yake kila siku. So huyu mfalme akasema ya kwamba wana wa Israeli wanaongezeka kila kujao. So tuwafanyie sheria, tuwawekee sheria kali. Hata wakienda kuzaa, mabibi zao wakienda kuzaa, watoto wao wauliwe. Hiyo ilikuwa ni miaka ya 350 ya wana wa Israeli utumwani. Hapo ndipo Musa alisaliwa.
Kwani hakuna oda kwa hii mkutano?
Mukaya,
order.
Mukaya, please, we've just joined. There's an order we follow, and please wait for your turn. You've just joined, you've not even taken 1 minute, already you are giving rules. It is Kasuti's time to present, then we'll give you your time. Just be patient. There's a sequence we follow, please.
lakini Lazarus, hii tabia ya kina Laturu Makrakariani and Sarakasiani, unakuja kwa kio umetufalia hizi vitu bwana. Hiyo ni tabia mbaya. Alafu una interject, hata mimi sijaongea, hata sijachukua dakika moja. Una interject. Niko na dakika 3 na hizo dakika 3 niko na uhuru wa kuzitumia vile ambavyo mimi naona zinafaa. So
Kasuti,
please
just hold on Kasuti. Boniface.
Okay. Mimi niliwaambia.
Just a minute Kasuti. Boniface,
Okay.
we have our sequence. Just when you want to talk, we'll give you a chance. And if you have a question, please raise your hand. But for now, Kasuti will present. Then there's someone ahead of you, Kiptum, in that sequence. So just bear with us and follow the procedures. Kasuti, mliza.
Niliwaambia Kalonzo hawezi akaeka mkutano. Paka amengoja paka Ruto amwekee mkutano ndio aende aswim kwa hiyo mkutano. Kwa nini nasema hivyo? Nani huyu tunaita Songo, huyo ni product ya Ruto. Pure product ya Ruto. Ni nani nasema haya, huyu mtu anaitwa Mtula Kilonzo. Huyo ni personal lawyer wa nani, wa Songo. Inamaanisha whatever Songo anafanya ama anasema, Mtula Kilonzo Junior ako nyuma yake, which means hata Mtula Kilonzo ako kwa UDA. It's only matter of time and then you will see these things unfolding. Alafu ukiangalia hii kumbafu ingine inatoka Kitui, anaitwa Senator
Kasuti, mind your language please.
Hiyo imepita bila kutarajia. Huyu anatoka Kitui, huyu anaitwa nani huyu? Lakini sijatukana mtu. Biblia inasema enyi wajinga wacheni ujinga mkaishi na mkaenende katika njia ya amani ambayo inaeleweka. Huyu anaitwa Senator Wambua. Wakati process ya kuimpeach Songo Senate ilikuwa inaendelea, hao senator wawili, mmoja aliabscond, mwingine akapeana excuse yenye haieleweki. So hiyo ikadhihirisha wazi ya kwamba hawa ni watu wako behind Songo na chochote kila anachofanya. So tukiona amekuja hapa analifanya hiyo kazi yake, tunajua ya kwamba these are uta people and the time will tell. Na issue ya running mate, mimi niliwaambia running mate alichakuliwa mwezi wa 3. Hizi zote mnaona hapa, achaneni nazo, wacha kujisumbua, wacha kutesa akili yenu bure. Na ndio maana unaona the new twist imekuja ya kwamba kama mnalazimisha baba aende Ukambani, tumeleta new kid in the block anaitwa Charity Ngilu. So nyota ya Kalonzo hiyo ilikufa, ilizima mwezi wa 3. So na kama itakuwa ni lazima ati mnasema baba aende Ukambani, tumelete mtoto mwingine, na huyo mtoto pia huyo ndiye amekaa gangari kusema ya kwamba this is my best person to deputize Raila Amolo Odinga. So that issue isiwa kule vichwa sana, hiyo wachaneni nayo, hiyo tulimaliza. Hii hata unakumbuka nyinyi watu wenye mko US, unakumbuka Obama akitaka wakati alikuwa anataka kukombea urais, alikaa chini na akauliza, wakaangalia huyu ni kijana mdogo, lazima tumpatie ule mtu mwenye amekomaa, ule mtu anajua siasa vizuri. That's why they settled to Biden. Amekaa Senate miaka ngapi? Alafu baadaye akakuja kudeputize Obama. So hii kitu yote mnaona tu, hii strategy unasema ati baba amesema muende muveti watu muangalie, mnisaidie kuangalia ni nani nataka. Hii yote ni ya kutaka tu kudhibitisha ili mtu asije kusema ya kwamba nilionewa. Na tunasema Kalonzo aendelee kushikilia pale, asipanduke. Yeye acha aone tu unajua the problem with Kalonzo, yeye anaonanga ako equal na baba, and there is no way Kalonzo can be equal to baba. hata kufanyike nini. Sasa hiyo ndio imemmaliza. Na sasa kama hiyo ndio anataka kufanyia, acha tumuombee aendelee kupush hiyo, tuone atafika wapi. Thank you. Wacha nimalizie hapo.
Yes, Selina.
Yes, nataka kumwambia Kasuti simu ile ya Nigeria ya Musalia ya Kalonzo baba hajaipata, ndio sababu anatafuta uhuru, kwa sababu hiyo kupata hiyo connection ya Nigeria, hiyo simu ni ngumu sana, so we don't worry, tunangoja, watangojea. Kama walishindwa uhuru back, wembe ni ule ule tu.
Okay, Selina, wewe ni mchokozi mama Selina.
ameona new twist ya Interpol vile nasema. Sasa ameleta story masimu za Nigeria hapa. Sisi tunasema ni Interpol.
Mama Selina ni mchokozi. Acha tusikie Kiptum, karibu. Kiptum, unmute.
Nimesema mjamboni wa Kenya.
Tuko sawa, karibu Kiptum.
Hatujambo.
Mimi niko Ohio na ningependa kuwashukuruni sana kwa mjadala ile mnaendesha. Hiyo ni uzalendo mzuri ambayo mimi nafurahia. Nyumbani ni Uasin Gishu. My governor anaitwa Mandago. Na vile nimesikia mjadala inaendelea, nikakumbushwa ile the famous saying ya Governor Mandago kwamba hii siasa tusiweke kwa roho, kwa sababu Wakenya wenyewe watapiga kura. Na mimi ningewaomba sana, hasa Salina ambaye anaonekana kama Salina, unaweza kuwa dada yangu mkubwa. Waje nikukumbushe kwamba chairman, unaweza kuniruhusu nimwambie Salina kwa lugha kidogo neno moja, a very good word.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Salina gisija jumnyot ato etap chumi. So what does that mean? I was brought up by this, baba yangu ni rika ya Moi. So I was brought up in that setup.
Same to me.
Yeah. Okay, asante sana. So hii siasa tusiweke kwa roho. Every vote counts. One of the jobs ambayo mimi nafanya hapa Marekani ni kusimamia uchaguzi. So hapa Ohio, juzi on Tuesday tulikuwa na primaries. Na I was nimekuwa nikifanya hiyo kazi for more than 10 years. Voter turnout ilikuwa ni 12%. 12% out of 2,500 registered voters in my polling station, only 12% turned up to vote. And when I was doing that counting, nikakumbuka the presidential candidates in Kenya. Kama kuna jambo moja ambaye wanatakana kufanya is to devise a strategy that will take people to go and vote, because every vote will count. Mtu mmoja au wawili wakikosa kupiga kura, when that could have been the decisive vote. So anyway, the debate going on in Kenya right now, strategically looking at, is that UDA is winning every strategy called people-centric. Perception inaonekana kwamba Wakenya wanachangamshwa sana kwamba mipango ambaye inalenga wananchi direct ndio nawapa changamfu sana. Na if they maintain that and turn up to go and vote, then that will be a big day for UDA. So Personally, I will really challenge kila mtu hapa tuwe wazalendo. Mimi nitaenda Kenya kupiga kura. I'm so excited and encouraged by the way Kenyans are excited about changing. But you know, I know it is overrated. But what I'm trying to say is, kila mtu mwenye ako hapa, tafadhali usifurahie jambo ambaye do not celebrate impunity. Kama mtu kama Musheru anasema tutaipa kura, tunajua vitu ambaye do not celebrate anything that has done on the side shows that will influence unfairly the outcome of the elections. We need to celebrate free, fair, and credible elections, ambaye kila mtu anafanya kura bila kutishwa. There is so much to gain for us. Sisi ambaye tunaishi, waje nimalize. Sisi ambaye tunaishi na watoto ambaye tumebarikiwa nao na wajukuu wetu, kwamba wapate inji ambaye imeendelea, ambaye tumeweka mzingi mzuri ya demokrasia. August 9 elections will be the first elections for William Samuel Ruto to contest post primaries. Unajua ile ya contest ile ingine ilikuwa ni primaries, but this is the first one is going to be on the ballot as a national level serious party. So, and the track record shows that he has never lost any elections, him being the main contender. So what am I trying to say is, let us take our responsibility as Kenyans to see tusiweke hii siasa kwa roho. Let us be very objective. Let the candidates go hand for votes, and may the best candidate win. A caution is, things are not very good in Azimio. That one you know. Mutua anaenda kotini Monday. The 25 political parties, they are already complaining, and there is a word out there kwamba the agreement is still secret, and they have the agreement is still secret. All the parties are in the dark. That is somebody alikuwa na quote Biblia, na kuna Biblia nasema Mungu atawatawanya in 7 different directions. Azimio inasambaratika rapidly, and by June, I think even right now everybody knows that this is for Ruto to take. All the best. Asanteni sana.
Utangoja maswali Kiptum.
Please, Temba, I want to
niliona Salina alikuwa ameweka mkono. Haya, sema.
Ukae hapo, ngoja kidogo Selina.
Haya.
Ngoja kidogo Selina. Selina dakika moja. Kiptum, utakaa hapo tuulize maswali, usijibu kwanza, utaandika tu chini yale utaweza kujibu. Haya, Selina.
Waja nikuombe jambo moja. My answers are very short. So one question, one answer.
No problem. So. Okay, Selina.
Okay, thank you. Anasema one question, one answer. Kwanza nataka nimuulize, thank you so much. Naona wewe umetoka mahali nimetoka na umesema vizuri sana. Wacha nikuchukue wakati ya KANU kwa sababu wewe ni Mkalenjin, sisi hapa wacha tuongee sasa. Mambo ya nomination ama mambo ya uchaguzi ilianzwa na Moi ya kwamba hakuna kura imeipikwa ya ukweli. Ya pili umesema unatoka Washingishu. Ya tatu nimeshukuru unasema unaona kama tribute Ruto anachukua. Hiyo ni ukweli, kila mtu anatetea mahali alipo. nataka nikukuulize, wakati tulikuwa KANU ama hukukuwa KANU, wakati Ruto alikuwa YK92, tukienda kujaribu kusaidia mzee pale Kibiripiri, kwanza umetuambia hii ingine inasambaratika, we mwenyewe unajua vile inasambaratika. Nataka uniambie swali tatu. Apart from Kalenjin, na hata si Kalenjin, mimi natoka Lesos, mahali sahii Keter atachukua kiti na independent. Mi natoka hapo Nandi, we unatoka Wasingishu, mi natoka Nandi. Kericho kuna mambo. Apart from the constituencies ya Wakalenjin, nataka uniambie mahali Ruto, unihisabie mahali anatoa kura. Ya tatu, kagile magirari yege lagapchi. Kagile ndangibae kipkelati ibaitai nebo mununwa. Angingolali ako biik chotegemeane ko lagokab biik alak, motinye chekwak titionde yobo kurget. Nebo mwisho, lakwana ko kikochi ng'echeret neo nenome emet no ingen inye nobo kirokto kobo biikab oinonin, kakechopchi ng'echeret omyeno ngoro chito notinye nemi serikali nemutai ndaeku ng'etab komit president nebo Kenya, otinye ng'echeretab army, otinye nebo polisi, otinye nemyeno. Kaso Kipkalum, matokany keberbergei, ochopkei betut nebo tai, lakini ni ko kikwo amokany kebir teget. Nebo somok, kiba no boisiekab Kalenjin, kilya arap Ruto nikiwo tai kityo ocheru orekune ngoroik akomete kowendot kung'etet nemotinye chi. Kongoi missing.
Haya, so asante sana Salina kwa swali, na unajua she's my elder sister na amechukua muda mfupi kuni educate na kuni shawishi on the direction ya watu wa Rift Valley, the Kalenjin nation, and those are very, very beneficial thoughts. But for now, we are talking about national politics. The model ambaye
Charity begins at home, not national. We know all of us, we are talking national. But before you go to somebody's house, you have to organize your house. Kagile magije rukita uwezi toa temba. Kama kuna kitu imeingia macho yako, unatoa yako kwanza kabla hujaona macho ya jirani. I'm telling him because he's a Kalenjin, and I'm telling him because of the strong words that he believed and he came out to say. And I asked him in the Kalenjin, ya kwamba kabla hujatoa kitu imeingia kwa macho ya jirani ama ya mwenzako, toa yako kwanza. Nimekuuliza swali tatu, na ukirudi nyumbani, kaa chini na hiyo wasee, kaa chini na watu yote. When you get that one right, hapo ndiye najua where we will go. But for now, I'm telling you the truth. That saying Asimio will kwisha, saying nani anaenda kotini, you have to remember this. I'm sorry, I don't want to take a lot of time because I know people are talking. But thank you so much for coming here. I want you to come every day until on 9. That is the day tutaambia Arab Samoei kijana yetu ya kwamba tomorrow if he try to come out again because he has future, the future is right there. He has to go back. Sit your brothers, sit to the elders of Kalenjin, kaa chini na watu ya nyumbani, ask them. Kagile maeguchi material, matirige, kaikasi, maiwendi tumda ago ikinyende ne matirige. Lasima ge matirin. You cannot go to that circumcision. You circumcise yourself and you want to be there. You have to have people in your back, people in your side. Women will be celebrating. That is the day I know Ruto will come up. But for now, I'm very sorry. I was with Moi. I was in Baringo when I was 26 years old. I stay around Moi and I know what happened. For this one, wrong. Who do we have in Hami? Who do we have in anywhere in the government? See, that man called Otieno is ready to come and defend Raila. You Kalenjins, we too have. who will come and sit on you, who will assist you to take the country forward. Please, my brother, you have to come back, sit down from home, get all the people, see who is where, see when Moi was there, we had a lot of people in army. Who do we have today? In civil servants, in everywhere, apart from Sudi, apart from Magurmen, apart from who? Who else? Those young boys, where are the people? Sally Koskei, she came here. She was honored. She went honored people who are people. I'm telling you, Kalenjins, we have to speak the truth. Ruto has tried. Thank you. He has been the vice president. Thank you. But for this one, you guys, you have to go and sit down. You cannot go and bring children from other people and say you are brothers. No way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me just make a comment. And I really appreciate, najua ameongea kama dada, so I really appreciate your comments. So that I can go to another question, let me make one general statement on what she said. One, whatever is happening in Kenya right now is an economic revolution. And it is a national agenda. And I think, give it to UDA. UDA is a national party, presenting governors in 44 counties, senators in almost 90%. So just give it to, it's a national party. It qualifies to be called a national party. Hi, number two, she mentioned something about Moi. And allow me to just say something, because I'm a Kalenjin of Kablela generation. Ruto is Kablelach. Uhuru himself has said, power is taken, it's not given. So we, the Kablela generation of the Kalenjin, took power from Moi. He never gave it to us.
Okay, let me say this. Let me say it because you have said Kablelat. Do you know what really happened in the only generation of Kablelat? The only was say you should not be alive when these people call Kablelat. The whole place will be red. There will be no food. That now you say it is you guys, and you know how our only generation cast the young men of Kablelat in that time, that the men say, I wish I will not be alive when these young people called Kablelat will come in power or will be men outside there. Thank you, because you are that one. You have to go and sit down and make that one correct. He go be really temate, mami amitwagik, kila boy sick, ngot ko ichita, komatuni tebi, iger tugu kya ebi kap Kablelat. Kongoi missing amu amete sita gengalan asamwa kongoi tutu kutai pa tukul kaput mami.
Sawa. So what I was saying is if you look at the Kalenjin nation, we are so blessed that the young generation, we call Ruto generation, they are in leadership. And the young people younger than Ruto, which is the next generation, they are also coming up. Look at Toto from Bomet and Cynthia Muge from Kilibwani. So we, the Ruto generation, are ready to give out power after we are done.
Mr.
So
Chair, Mr. Chair, please, if you wouldn't mind, this guy says that one question, one answer. Now he's just, instead you listen all questions, and then now you can give all that stories. Why are you now, one question, one answer, you are bringing story, another story, my friend.
Okay, I was answering Selena, and I think what has transpired is that me and her, we can talk on a different forum, and I think we can agree. Okay, next question.
Okay, I want to ask you a question. I want to, you are one thing I must say here is you have the right to drum up support for your, for go and just mute. Toretich, yeah, thank you. You have the right to drum up support for your candidate, the one you think is winning, and in the same vein, of course, we can challenge it, which is okay. I mean, you uko tu sawa. Personally, I think you are a true representative of your person, and you have another friend there called Black. So muko tu sawa, and you are trying to punch hole and thinking and progressing your guy as more positively, which is okay. Now I want to, however, ask you a question. You said that if I got you wrong, you can correct me. You said that CS Mosheru said that they are going to rig elections.
That's in public domain. Like there's a statement. There's a statement from Nanok.
Daddy, good night.
And there is a statement from Musheru. And I cannot speak for Nanok. I cannot speak for Musheru, but that is what out there. And please don't ask me about them because it's public domain. You have read, I've read. I can't comment for more than what.
No, you've used it. You've used it to progress your argument. That's why I'm asking. If you hadn't used it, I wouldn't have asked you. Now I want to take you back. Hold on.
I used it.
No, hold on. That is not even the question. I want to take you back to 2017 because even that statement is also made.
Excuse me.
In 2017, can you hear me?
Yeah.
In 2017, the CSS were actually acting on Ruto's side, right? By then, Ruto was together with Uhuru. You know, they were holding hands and they were working. Matiang'i was on their side, and there are clips available where they are actually progressing the interest of the government of the day at that time. There was never a statement, even once, that was issued by Ruto, by his friends, suggesting that is not right. I mean, what they were doing was not right. Matiang'i was clearly and openly, supporting the government of the day. So what has changed?
They say leave Matiang'i to do the job, to make people feel it. They say,
Yeah,
Ruto say Matiang'i do the right job, and that is what he will do this time, the right job.
Have you asked your question?
So my concern and my question to you is this: don't you find it a little hypocritical that right now, 5 years later, when the same person you said to be left to do their job, you're now thinking they are progressing a sinister agenda? Isn't it suspicious for you that you can now think that they are going to do something sinister, which they didn't do in 2017? So that's my question for you.
Okay. We talking about the August 9th elections of 2022, and you started by saying it's my right to drum up support. My contribution in this forum today is to air my opinions based on what is current affairs. It's a current affairs discussion of what is going. So everybody has been given a time here to say what they think. And I've chosen to say what I've said. I have not chosen to talk about 2017 and hypocrisy and all that. Thank you.
So you have carefully evaded my question. Let me hear. Maybe Black could have a fair answer. Black, unless you are answering the question, you know.
I'm answering that question.
Kitum has avoided my question because he's realized it's going to take him to the hole, and he realized that what he's saying. Okay, Black, let me hear you.
I'm answering that question. First of all, amjambo wote kwa panel na wale wote wanatuangalia. Just to answer your question, Themba, yes, Kiptum, it is true that Joe Musheru spoke those words that would give the impression that they are working on the systems to work in favor of Baba. And why do I say this? In his exact words, Musheru said that he is working closely with Raila Odinga in check of the systems to ensure that they are in order. Now, how do you work with one presidential candidate? Actually, a presidential candidate to be fair, not only Ruto.
It's okay. It's okay, Selita. Let him tell us that so that they are giving us more of what to do.
Not only DP Ruto nor Raila would it be in good taste that they would be involved in such such a matter in regards to the systems that will be used in the elections. Now, Themba, by taking us back to 2017, by doing a wrong because of a wrong done in the past does not make it right. Correct? So just because perhaps you feel that maybe it may have been done in 2017, it does not make it right for it to be done in 2022, because it defeats the purpose of the fact that you're trying to say that your intention is to bring order into the society. So it would defeat the logic. It would defeat the logic. Yes, if at all it was done previously, personally as Black, I would say it was wrong. It is wrong. It should not be done. Neither should any of us, whichever side that we belong to, feel happy about it being done, because it's the very thing that robs us of the right leaders. Because the very systems that people are happy now that perhaps one side has an upper hand on it, is the same system that will be used on the leaders that are in the lower cadre, the MPs, the senators, the MCAs. Wrong leaders will come through the same channel. And at the end of the day, we'll be the losers as the people, they'll be the winners as the leaders. So there's nothing to be happy about when you look at it that way. So that would be my response to that. Thank you.
Your response is very apt. Wait, Selina. Your response is very, very, very apt. Actually, you've actually answered what Kiptum was refusing to answer. So, wait, Kiptum, you refuse to answer the question. Just relax.
Okay.
Yeah, you refuse to answer the question. Let me hear Selina and then make my point.
Thank you so much. Nataka kuambia Kiptum, and I will say in Swahili, the Kalenjin say, when you are ticking a grave, don't tick it long, because you are ticking because of neighbor or cows of a neighbor will go in. But they say if you tick it far, maybe your child will go in. So Kiptum, wembe ile ya siku ile ndio mnajua vile ilifanyika. Na Black, kwa nini saa hii wrong makes wrong? The Bible say ukinitoa macho nitakutoa macho yako, ukikata mkono nitakata mkono. Why do you want us now not to repeat the same? What is the difference? Ruto was the main man making the president to be the president. The same system, we are not going to borrow from Uganda, nor we are going to borrow from Tanzania. We are borrowing what we have in Kenya. Temba, if I have a red t-shirt, I will use the same red t-shirt to do my job. I cannot go and borrow Lazara's t-shirt. So what Temba, no, what Black and Kiptum is telling us, to be good, it is wrong. We are not doing wrong. We are not doing bad. But we are saying, Wacha Matiangi, 2017 and 2022, if it was 10 years, Temba, if it was a cover of other 10 years, maybe in 2027 or 2032, we will say, usifanye makosa ya Temba, iende kwa Kasuti, kwa sababu between Kasuti na Temba, there is a gap. Kuna watoto wamesaliwa katikati that they are innocent. So now, this is the same people, the same plant, the same men that they did the same job. So they are going to do the same. Ile atutataka is from 2027 to 2032. There I will stand when I'm still alive and say no. Usilete makosa ya Temba, uweke watoto ya Selina. Usitoe makosa ya watoto ya Black, upeleke kwa watoto ya Lazarus. But this one, 2022, Baba, 2017, Matiangi is still the minister, is still in internal security. Let him do the job. The only thing we need is peace. Tunataka amani. Tunataka kupika kura na amani. But wherever will happen, wembe ile ulikata mwingine wacha ikukate nje next time. Don't agree to Rick. So kama mulijua hiyo maneno vile ilijulikana, it will come out. Thank you so much. This is me.
Temba, I need to defend myself.
You can no wait.
No.
Wait. You are
Hold
the
on.
one who started.
Let me say something after Mama Selina has spoken, because wait, you don't have
be
to.
fair. You know,
yeah, I'll give you time. I'll give you time.
You hammered me, and then you let Selina hammer me.
No.
Can I get in between, and then it can be clear?
I'll give you time.
I have not even touched you. I have not touched you because you say wrong. The only person nimemwambia nimejibu Black. Sijakujibu, nimesema tu top Bernard, nimemwambia kwa kikalenjin. Ngoti balgeringet ile sinyogo chuteta chita kurgengung anani balgeringet ile sugo chut lakwetap chita. Kagile me balnelo amu imuju go chuteta nengungi anango lakwengung. Nguna anyuni keringe nagi go ban 2017 akwek che chololchin ke yotok so nguni ko kerge ngwan ngoyini ako ngwan.
That is so deep, man. I have to say.
Okay, let me say this, Kiptum, before you talk.
After being hit hard like that, and
you are here, Kiptum. Don't worry. Even me, I haven't even said anything. You know, Kiptum. I liked your presentation, and I kinda admired how you defended the opposition and your guy, and which is good. Even Black there. Wait.
Look, listen. Listen, you're still making wrong assumptions, and I have to correct that.
No. Hold on, Kiptum. I'm not making no assumptions. It's what you say.
No,
I'm saying
you're making very serious assumptions. Can I put it straight and then you continue, please?
No, Kiptum, calm down. Calm down.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah, just mute. Mute for a while. Here is we debate and we listen to you. We don't mind which side you are and which thoughts you want to progress. And we try to be as tolerant as we can get, because that's the Kenya we want. We want to listen to everybody. And of course, even when you're talking, you're not only addressing the six of us here, you're addressing so many people that are listening to you. So we try to be as sober and as civil and as tolerant as we can get. That's why I personally, when I'm moderating, I like someone to express their thoughts to the end.
and then we start interrogating. So our role here is to interrogate your thoughts. We don't know you, we don't know where you are from, we don't mind. As long as you have your thought and you have brought, it's your thought that we want to interrogate. So when we start interrogating your thought, don't worry, nobody's bashing you. We are just trying to interrogate what you are expressing. That's why for me, I didn't go into the details that Mama Selina went to. She might be more versed with that, much better than I am. So for me, my concern was on your comment, which you made on the basis of what has been said. And when I asked you, you were not able to, you were said that you are limiting yourself to August 8th, 9th, which in my view is a bit, interesting, because it is the same, Security Minister Matiang'i was still there. I think Mosheru was still the RCT guy by then. Raila has not appointed any of the CSS. None of them has been appointed by Raila. All right. What Black said, that if the CS is interacting with any of the presidential candidates, in 2017, the CSS were interacting with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who was the presidential candidate then. And there was no problem then, right? 2017, 2013. So what is it that took place then that we don't know? Because for us, Raila doesn't understand, us we don't know. We are trying to ask, what is this that
Tell them to open the server. Tell them to
what is
open the server. Sorry.
Hold on, Mama Selina. What is this that you guys fear? What is this that you guys fear when Mosheru makes a statement, when Matiang'i makes a statement? Are you guys telling us that there was something that you guys did that you fear can be done to you? Because when you see someone holding a knife, and that knife has, or if you see, this is what happens. If you see Mama Selina walking with Black, and the last time when I was with Mama Selina talks to me about Black. When I see her talking to Black, my imagination will be that she's talking to Black about me, right? So there's that sense of you already having that suspicion that, in fact, the next thing I'll be asking Black, what was Mama Selina telling you? Because when she was with me, she was talking about you. So is there something that you guys know? Because even your fears about Mosheru and Matiang'i is telling us something that you guys, there's something that you did. As we thought the winning was fair, as we thought things were okay. So you guys know something that we don't know. Probably you guys can tell us so that we know. What are you fearing? As we don't fear. What are you fearing? What is it that you think Mosheru can do? What is it that Kiptum you think Mosheru can do? Kindly tell us.
Okay, first of all, there is something that I need to put straight, and thank you for this chance. Nitachanganya Kiswahili na Kiingereza. First, nilipoanza kuongea, niliwashukuru nyinyi wote ambaye mko
Hold on,
kwa...
Kiptum.
Yeah.
Hold on. Those who are coming in, kindly have your cameras on. There's a new rule that you can't come in when your camera is not on. So you must have a well-lit room. We want to see your face. We want to make sure that we can see you. Make sure that we are taking this global platform to another level. So make sure that you are dressed in civility, not in bed. And if you are in bed, kindly show us only your face. We don't want to see the bed. Have well lit light so that we can be able to see. There's a way in which the globe want to see you face, and make sure that you are presenting some you are presenting nice what we can see, so that we not coming with the vest, not coming with This is an international platform. So kindly, before you come on, and we don't want to talk to people whom we cannot see. So if you come in and you want to stay on the curtain, kindly remain down there. Go to the comment section if you want to stay in the country. Go to the comment section. You can make a lot of noise there without anybody seeing it. But if you want to talk, kindly make sure that your camera is on. Thank you so much. Go on, Kiptum.
Yeah, asante sana. Asante kwa kunipa fursa hii. Nilikuwa nimeanza kwa kusema kuwashukuru nyote kwa kukuja kwa mjadala huu na kutoa maoni, ishara kwamba nyinyi ni wazalendo kamili wa Kenya. The fact that tunajadili mambo ambayo yanaendelea katika nchi yetu ni hatua mzuri kwamba nyinyi ni wazalendo na tunatakia mema nchi yetu. Pili, nikasema ya kwamba kuna msisimuko mkubwa Kenya ile sijawahi kuona wakati nyingine, na matumaini yangu ni kwamba
wacha kurudia zile vitu ambazo ulisema. Can you just go straight to what you want to say? We had all that. Just go straight to what you want to say right now.
Temba, the fact ni kweli kwamba Salina hakunielewa. So allow me to put it that sweeping statement ndio niende straight kwa hiyo. So kwamba ya pili nilisema maoni yangu kwamba kuna msisimiko Kenya, kwamba there is a kind of revolution or a kind of awakening, kwamba the voters of August 9 wanasisimukia hoja ambayo being advanced by the Kenya Kwanza Brigade.
Yes, Kiptum, we don't have much time, okay?
Mimi tutarajia Temba after that, because amesema Selina sitaki kumujibu, because Taratiji is a Kalenjin and we had mixed some words in Kalenjin. I don't want to talk. On my time, I want Taratiji to talk between me and Kiptum, and he will say exactly what I say and what he said. Kiptum, you are a Kalenjin, please. You will come
it's okay,
us.
Selina.
Okay.
It's okay, Selina. We don't have much time to have all that whatever. We want to go straight to your point. What is your point? Just go to your point.
My point
don't mind about what Selina told you. Iya alikwambia kwa Kikale hiyo ni yako, hiyo utaenda ujitafsirie. What is your point? Just say your point so that we all understand and we move on. There are many people who need to make presentation.
My point is what I said and what was supported by Black is that all of us must celebrate positive things that's coming from our leaders. And we should not at any time support anybody who has sideshows that are trying to interfere with processes like elections. We need to celebrate free, fair, and democratic elections. That's my point. Asante.
So you see, you haven't even given us when you ask questions. Now you start becoming motivational speakers. Now we want to move. No. You are not answering any question. You become a motivational speaker. Oh, we should support very open, free, and fair elections. When you ask a question, what is the problem with Boshero's statement? Black was very clear. He said, if it was wrong in 2017, it shouldn't be wrong in 2022. And as we are saying, we don't know what was wrong in 2017. We don't know. So if there's one, you see, for us, we don't know that actually Matiang'i was doing something wrong. We don't know. We don't know that. Hold on, Kiptum. You need to mute. We don't know that there was a problem with ICT guys saying that they are working for the government. We don't know. We don't know if they could interfere. Actually, I remember Raila Nasa then writing a letter and saying that we fear there could be rigging. But we were told, wacha Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. So we didn't know there was a problem with Matiang'i kufanya kazi yake. You know? Now you guys are telling us there's a problem with that. We still don't know. So when you come and start telling us, becoming motivational speakers, we should support free and fair election. We have always supported free and fair election. Go to the records since 2017, 2013, 2007, 2013, 2017. We have always called for free. You remember Machozi Monday? Machozi Monday was because we were supporting free and fair election. So that is what we have always said. Why are you all of a sudden mmeingia sasa Canaan, sasa mmeanza kuingia sasa mnaona kwamba free and fair election is very important. Now you want to be you are singing more than the choir. You want to be the soloist. We need free and fair election. Now you want to give us motivational speeches that, oh, you guys need to support a free and fair election. You should not. That's a good speech, theoretically. But where was that speech?
They need to go and sit in Uhuru Park in the street na kukula hiyo tear gas, and then we know the free and fair election will come.
Now, Black, we have been there. We have always preached that. There's nothing new about that statement. We have always preached free and fair election. We have always said that there shouldn't be any. If you go back to our campaign since 2007, we have always said that the civil servants should not be involved in election. You know, those are things we have said. So nyinyi sasa ndio mmekuja sasa mnaona ni vibaya. Sisi hatujui kuna ubaya gani, but mnaweza tuambia. I want to allow Toroitich to speak, and then I bring in I know Makiadi, Black, they haven't given their submission. Toroitich. Unmute yourself, then you speak. And even as Toroitich is coming, kindly, today we have said that there's no staying in the curtain. So if you come and you just go, ukienda tu kwa curtain hivi tunakutoa. So that is hakuna kukaa kwa curtain. If you come here, make sure your camera is on and you are on mpaka mwisho. Ukitaka kwenda kwa curtain, just leave and go. Tuache hata kama tuko wawili. Just go out. That's the new rule, eh? Moving forward. Hakuna kuficha sura.
Sawa.
What about kwenda kukojoa?
Wacha nimalize kwanza alafu nini. In fact, Black ngojea ni nyinyi nataka kuongelesha wewe Black na Kitum. Black Kitum kuna vitu nimeongea hata nilikuwa najishika kichwa na najiuliza. Saizi kwanza statement ya mwisho ukisema kuwa tulikuwa tunafurahia kazi mzuri yenye viongozi wetu wamekuwa wakifurahia. Hata sisi tumekuwa tuko hapo hivyo sisi. All the while tumekuwa tuko hapo hivyo. Nani ndo amekuwa kilia bila sababu? Nyinyi. Nani ndo amekuwa kilalamika? Ni nyinyi. But going back to ile kitu yenye imenisumbua akili ni hiyo statement yenye wewe na Black amekubaka hapa akisema kuwa Joe Mshiru alikuwa anaongelea kuhusu mambo ya rigging akisema kuwa kuna vile nani alikuwa au kuparaphrase aliquote vile kuwa Mshiru alisema, which was first of all wrong and second of all we know we are coming from huko hivyo marginalized areas na up to like 2 months ago hatukukuwa tuko na Safaricom masts huko West Pokot upande za Baringo huko hivyo. Now zimekuwa installed. Now that tunasema tutakuwa tuko na coverage, is that something to worry you? Hatutakuwa tuko na ile waiting ya Tarakanidhi like before. Is that something to worry you? Na kama tunaongelea mambo ya uwizi, why are you crying so much? Ni nyinyi ndio mmaibiwa ama ni sisi watu wa ODM, watu wa baba wenye tumekuwa tukiibiwa? So tunashangaa. Are you saying anything? Are you trying to tell us something that we really don't know? Mko mnatupatia heads up. Anyway, nimesikia pia ukisema kuwa ya pili tu na nikuachie ni utujibu. Umesema kuwa economic revolution ati ndio UDA iko inapigania. Really? Mnataka kutumia kwanza mfumo gani? Juu kama ni hizi yenye tulipokuwa tukiona hizo handouts, I don't think hiyo hata ni structure yoyote ya serikali yoyote ya kurun any government business. But kama sio hiyo ni gani ingine? Juu tuko na Uwezo Fund, tuko na CDF, pesa imekuwa devolved, pesa iko chini. Kama mnaongelea kuhusu bottom up, in fact you're just borrowing up everything that is happening kujaribu kuja kutuambia vitu nyaziko. So hii economic revolution, what is there? Juu sisi tunajua our 10 point agendas tunazijua kama 10 commandments. what is this economic revolution coming about? Ni nini mko nayo? Tuambieni kitu kidogo yenye tunaweza jishikilia nayo tuseme by the way, because time is running out. Tuwezi enda tukijifanya hapa hivi, because last we saw was handouts. Mahali penye watu wanaenda kupata 30,000 bodaboda riders of Kisumu wanaenda kupatiwa 2 million. Mko mna expect vita itoke huko hivyo by the way, when you mnafanyia watu vitu yenye haiwezi kufanyika. So nataka tu explain hiyo kwanza.
Kiprotich revolution ni ile ya baba anasema the third revolution. Sasa wanataka kuachak. Si hawa wamaisema kitu kama hiyo. Hawa wanasemanga bottom up. Hii ya baba amesema ni revolution ya vijana na ni ya mwisho. Amesema ya katiba, amesema ya uchinga sijui nini, na hii ya mwisho alisema ni ya vijana. So kama Kiptuma anatuambia kuna revolution imekuja, hii ni mara ya kwanza. Temba if I'm not wrong. Ile tunajuanga wanasema ni bottom up, bottom and up. Hiyo tu, lakini sasa hii revolution baba amekuwa akitembea naye ya vijana. Mko na mimi. Sasa leo nimesikia kumbe inakuanga ni ya UDA.
Nataka tuelezee ni nini anamaanisha hiyo economic revolution. We want to see an example of it. Where has it been?
Ngoja. Tuache kuongea bila kupewa ruhusa. Ndio inua mkono. Makiadi.
Ndemba yangu ni kuambia Julia ako backstage hapo.
Julia nimemweka backstage kwa sababu anataka kukaa kwa curtain, na leo hakuna kukaa kwa curtain. So Julia, you need to choose if you want to be on ama unataka kukaa kwa curtain. Leo ukikaa kwa curtain unaenda backstage. Leo sheria zimekuwa kali, zimekuwa noma. Kuanzia leo hakuna kukaa backstage. Watu wamezoea anakuja, unakuta saa zingine moderator yuko peke yake, screen ni giza, kila mtu ameweka ameenda. So what happens if you want to leave and go do something, just get out of the whatever. When you are ready, you come back again. Thank you. Kiptu, mulikuwa nataka kujibu swali ya Toroitich. Ndio tuende sasa kwa presentation wengine.
Asante sana Toroitich. Allow me to greet him in the Greek language. I'm get Toroitich. And actually nimeisikia maelezo ya Toroitich is excitement about his candidate. And vile nimekuwa nikifuatilia hii mjadala is a group of patriots wanting to better our country. And what I got from Toroitich is that hajaelewa mambo ya katiba ya Kenya kwamba ile inasema ile ya devolution, ile kila kitu has to be people participation, kwamba ni model ile ya zamani, ile ilikuwa natumiwa hata wakati ya Jomo Kenyatta na Moi, ile baraza ya wasee, ile wanajiita hapo center kwa kijiji, mzee wa mitaa unaita raia wote, wanakuja wanatoa maoni yao, you put maoni together and then you make it into a petition kind of, and then you take it to the national government. And what the biggest challenge of most organizations and institutions ni kwamba things are good in paper and not being implemented. They're just good in paper. So what Toroitich needs to know is, I think you have seen so many people-centered meetings going on across the country. And what we're asking ourselves is, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance have come up with a model that says tutaanza na watu huko mashinani watoe maoni, na baadaye they take charge in the affairs of their community. And it's not only going to be policy by mouth, like it backed by the money.
Kiptum.
Yes.
You know, even the thought of it in a negate what you're talking. Tutaanza. Nani ataanza?
Now, I've read the KK manifesto.
Ni nani anaanza? Ndio nauliza nani anaanza?
I think you need to go and read that manifesto and know.
Bernard,
And know.
after election.
Selina, ngoja. Selina, calm down. Ujui ni nani anaanza. So just sit here, sit in the let's have other people give their submissions. Lazarus, nikumbushe nani alikuja kwanza.
You know, hey, listen, Temba. Excuse me.
Calm down.
Hey, excuse me. Let me answer this. Temba, one of the things I must commend is that you are one of the best moderators I've ever seen. But I would really request you not to brush or put down somebody's idea just because you want to propagate yours further. Because that's an obvious answer. You know, when a
That is the
politics
problem of UDA. Munakuja
calm down, Selina. Mama Selina, wait. Selina, wait, Mama Selina. Hold on, Mama Selina. Just relax. Kiptum, don't stigmatize yourself. This guy Black. If you don't have a lot of points on your, it's not my problem that you don't have points. It's not me. So don't blame me.
No, at the same time.
Wait. At the
same time,
when you come here, and that is what we do around this time. And that, if you are coming, come knowing your facts. Ukiuliza swali, unajibu. Don't if you start feeling like inferior, that if someone says something that goes against what you have said, now they have put you down. You will not survive this debate. You will not survive this debate, my friend.
He was just bragging about Raila.
Okay, calm down. Thank you, Kiptum. But stay on. I think we will be able to engage each other more. Now, I think Makiadi came before Black, and then Black, then Robert, then Julia, then Mise. So, Makiadi, you came before Black, right? Okay, Black.
Mine is just a comment, Ndemba.
Okay, go ahead.
30 seconds. I think even before I came, I was listening to Kiptum, and you've been gracious enough to give him time to express himself. And I think he's taking advantage of you. He's trying to, give you a peck on the side before he gives you a hard knock punch. So I think it's good that we move on to somebody else. Thank you.
Yeah, Kiptum is, I have sometimes a latitude of grace when I see someone looking like they can stand the debate. But now he's becoming, he's stigmatizing himself that we are putting him down. We don't put you down. If you don't give a point, your friend here, Black, will tell you. He's not your friend, but at least he supports your ideas. So, Black, go ahead so that we can move on.
Makiadi, it's okay. Leo you can come before me. Kuna shida. Rosa tu.
Thank you so much, Black. I think you've seen the pecking order. That's why I want to remind my friend Kiptum Chamge. Kiptum, you can see even Black has yielded ground for me because we are a bigger party than you. I wonder why UDA people should be coming here to tell us that UDA is the biggest party in Kenya. You guys have never run for any general election, number one. Number two, you only have one MP in the Republic of Kenya. So sometimes when you come here to tell us that UDA is the biggest party, where are you getting these facts? Where are you getting these statistics from? All right. I've heard you talk about manifesto. Kenya Kwanza Alliance is not even registered. There's no document at the Register of Political Parties with regards to Kenya Kwanza for coalition. You have no manifesto. You have never had any manifesto. Unless you bring a manifesto here, don't tell us to read a manifesto. Black, there's one thing you said here that Joe Mushero made a statement that is, let me tell you guys, kama nyinyi mnajiandaa kwenda opposition, my friends, na mnatishwa na statement ya cabinet secretary, then you prepare yourself for a rough ride ahead. You know, I remember in 2017, the famous William Ruto was standing on a podium in Baringo, and he made a statement and said, muachane na Matiang'i, sisi ndio mnafaa kudeal na sisi. Matiang'i is not running for election. Then it was nice for you, for William Ruto to defend the cabinet secretaries. Today, you guys are complaining about Mushero. Mushero said himself that he is even a junior to Mr. Ruto. Mr. Ruto is a deputy president. CS is just an appointee of the executive. So I don't know why, if Mushero comes out and makes a statement, I don't mnababaika nini. One thing that I want to tell you guys, you've perfected the art of politicizing everything. Everything. Today I was watching this guy called Rigathi Gachagua, and you know, I'll just close here in Denver because I don't want to make any other statements regards to what we are talking today. I was watching Rigathi Gachagua. I think walikuwa wameenda kuomboleza pamoja na Sankok. And you know the statement Rigathi Gachagua made, I'm still even amazed that he's a person who can speak such. He was saying that the DCI, by virtue of investigating what happened to that young man, RIP, that they are politicizing the death of that boy. I mean, for heaven's sake, the DCI is trying to find out what happened to these young men, and then a politician comes here with a very, very, very sad face, you know, very bitter, saying that the DCI should stop investigating and questioning the family of Sankok because he is allied to William Ruto. And so this is politicizing the whole thing. The whole investigation is being acted upon as politics. So I'm telling you guys, tumepigwa tear gas, watu wa ODM, tumekaa kwa lami na tumelia miaka mingi sana. If you guys are crying this, hamjaona CS wakifanya kazi. Mtaona mpaka hotspots. Wakati itakaribia uchaguzi, mtaona polisi kwa malori wakiwa wamebeba rungu wakienda hotspot. I don't know what you guys are going to talk, because being in opposition is a very tough thing and you should brace yourself for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Makiadi. Now for gender balancing, allow me to give Julia at least to jump the queue to give her views, and then now we can bring the men. We have only two ladies, so wanaume, when you are pole. Julia, karibu.
Thank you, Demba. That was so funny that what Makiadi said. So he's preparing them to be tough, to wear a tough skin, Mr. Black. Sasa nimeanza to pay attention to Makiadi. He was telling me yesterday about deep state and the effect of deep state and the effect of being on the wrong side of the government. I think I've never felt that. Now I'm beginning to try and understand Makiadi. So leave those CS alone. I think the right time is coming. So I don't want to repeat what I talked about this earlier. I talked about Baba's campaign in Kirinyaga. The door-to-door campaign is really wonderful. I'll talk about the running mate issue, and I said that Azmio is spoiled with many candidates, and all those candidates can become Baba's running mate and are qualified, starting from the likes of Karua, the likes of Peter Kenneth, PK, even Gideon Moy is qualified, even Kalonzo is qualified, Charity Ngilu. And the only challenge that Kalonzo is facing is his behavior, his recent behavior. Otherwise, if you look at him in 2017, he was a wonderful running mate. So the challenge that UDA is facing, I think they have a big challenge. So far, they only have somebody called Kidiki Kindu. I keep mispronouncing his name because he's not even a known guy. I think I have to write his name somewhere on a piece of paper. And that's why some people are suggesting for Mr. Black that you can have Waigoro, that Waigoro and DP Ruto are a perfect match. In fact, they are going to have a lot of chemistry because they'll not ask each other about corruption. They'll agree on such things, on such matters. They'll not take each other to court. They'll have a wonderful chemistry. Now, I just want to talk to I found an argument between Mama Selina and Kiptum, but I really didn't know where the argument came from. Sasa sitaki kuingilia. Lakini Kiptum was trying to explain bottoms up, and he couldn't explain anything. So Mr. Kiptum, fanya research. Hata Black ameng'ang'ana hapa, ameshindwa. He has never been able to explain what's bottoms up. So this no UDA person has been able to explain what's bottoms up here. And tukianzia hiyo bottoms up yenyu, by the end of our discussion, we'll have proved it's a bottomless pit because it has no structures. There are no structures. If you say somebody watu watakutana, sijui wakubaliane nani ati watu wa huko chini, ndio watoe suggestion, nani anakutana, nani anakubaliana, akina nani wanakubaliana, wanatoa maneno, ni akina Julia na kina Themba na kina Black, hata si ni bottom. We not as wealthy as Ruto. So who will be meeting who to discuss who to take which suggestion to who? Sasa wewe umekuja na a new dimension about meeting. So people here tell us ati pesa itapelekwa huko chini. Tukiwauliza hiyo pesa inatolewa wapi na inalipwa na nani? They have no explanations. They have no structures. Literally, UDA has no structures. They work, they depend on street pronouncements. They have no manifesto. It's a bottomless pit. So I don't want to talk much. I want to differentiate what you are saying. And I want to read for Mr. Kipum the Raila 10 points manifesto, so that now going forward, you may understand what is a manifesto. So the Raila 10-point manifesto goes as follows. Number 1, inua jamii, pesa mfukoni, which means a nation's greatness is just by how it treats its poor. Now, Pesa Mfukoni is a social protection program that will deliver 6,000 shillings per month, 2 million of the country's most needy families. Number 2, Baba Care is talking about health. Now, we know all that health-related calamities do not ask who you voted for. And because of healthcare is a constitutional right, Baba Care will scale up the universal healthcare pilot programs to the rest of the country. We already know we have the NHIF, which is doing well. So Baba Care intends to scale up that. Now, Kazi kwa wote. We also have Uchumi kwa kina mama. We have hashtag Inawezekana that concerns the youth. Because they are exploited as a cannon fodder for the bad politics. Now, more than ever, we need to invest in preparing our youth for the future. In this case, we're going to look at the mindset, their mindset, the skills, try and equip them the correct skills that they need in order to become independent or entrepreneurs. Now, waste not a single child. That is talking about education for all, and not just education for all, equitable education and access to education for all. Now, Fukuza Njaa, this is the aim of making sure that we have no food shortage in the country. Now we look at the climate change, probably have more dams, improve on irrigation, etc. Maji kwa kila boma, it is the right of every Kenyan to have clean water. One county, one product. Now, Raila Amolo Odinga believes that the idea of devolution in Kenya has the transformative potential of rich mineral mines, abundant oil fields, and other traditional markers of national affluence. So he intends to ensure that every county has its own product, has its own industry. So I think, Mr. Kiptum, in future, I'll be more detailed and explain to you what is a manifesto. So if you look at what Azimio has structures. Azimio is talking about how do we take care of food shortage? How are we gonna do it? How do we increase job opportunities? How do we gonna do it? How do we ensure that all children go to school? How do we ensure Kenyans access good health facilities? So, Mr. Kiptum, nenda uchukue kalamu, you prepare nicely. Tomorrow come back and tell us what is bottoms up, so that we shall prove to you it's a bottomless pit. Thank you, Mr. Themba.
Now, Julia, that's a very, very, very ably put, presentation. Now, I want in the same breath, Kiptum,
Yeah.
Kiptum, you've seen the way Julia has put us point. I want to give you in 3 minutes, give me at least 4 points of Kenya Kwanza. Usiniambie sijui mambo ya mtu wa kawaida, because hizi vitu zote kila mtu ni mtu wa kawaida Kenya. So and they have been there since time immemorial. So go on.
Well, I am not as prepared as Julia, but I must thank Julia for that presentation. That's very amazing. And I felt like a Kenyan is talking. But she gave me an assignment. So check me out tomorrow. You're getting point by point. Okay?
Okay,
but
that's good. No,
I
that's
think we are heading on the right direction.
No. Sasa umeanza motivational speaking. Nyamazia hapo. Now, I want Black. Kindly give me 5 points za Kenya Kwanza as you give your presentation. Julia has given us a head start. I think if we'll be having such pointed debating points, I think we'll increase the level of richness of our debates. Si kuja hapa kusema mtu wa kawaida tunaenda economic revolution. No, I think Julia has already set the standard. Black, it's your time. Kindly make our debate go up. You can only go higher, don't go lower.
Julia.
Wait, Mr. Okay,
I'll address you, Julia. In regards to you saying that you, as UDA members or a part of the KKA, we are unable to explain the bottom up, man. Let me just get it to you. Number one, when you try to explain it in a way that money comes from the top, it is wrong. And I'll tell you why. Now, money that the government has is contributed through taxes collected from the citizens of Kenya, which each and every single person pays it, regardless of whether you're rich or you're the poorest. Even the poorest pay the tax through value addition tax, VAT, charged on the products and services they purchase. So the only part where the people at the bottom of the pyramid have a problem with is where it comes to income tax, because most of them are unemployed. Now, for that reason, they are unable to contribute to the larger basket due to the fact that they lack employment, whether employed or being self-employed, enough to fit into the tax bracket, which at this moment, the minimum is 24,001 shillings. Now, what the bottom-up principle is all about is trying to bring up these people at the bottom into the tax bracket by capacity building, trying to empower them enough to employ them, or at least equip them with skills that will put them at an advantage point of getting employed. Now, aside from that, once they do that, they will be getting income good enough, once being stable, to enter into the tax bracket of at least minimum of 24,000, and they'll be able to contribute into the income tax. So ukisema eti kwamba pesa inatoka juu, hapana, ni juu wale they.
Who has thrown Black out?
Pole, network yangu ina shida.
Wacha kukimbia, tunataka kusikia.
Network yangu ina shida. Pole, network yangu ina shida. The central government is purely a custodian.
Uliona vile Julia alisema point form, okay?
Yes.
So tuambie kwa in point form, alafu sasa tunaanza kuinterrogate, okay? Kwa sababu we will interrogate, you can interrogate Julia's and you can interrogate yours. Yeah, okay.
I'm ready. So first, I was first addressing that issue of Julia making it seem as if money is coming from the top. The central government is basically a custodian. It's like you being a treasurer of a group a women group or a teachers association in the school where you teach, and then they give you money,
Black
after
bwana,
which now
wacha
let's say mtu
kupoteza
akihitaji
time.
pesa unaigawanya.
Black, wacha kupoteza
So
time.
no, does
Wacha
that make you
wacha
does
kupoteza
that
time.
make you the financier or the custodian?
No,
I was just
wacha
basically
kuenda.
giving an okay.
Tupe
Sir, fine.
points za Kenya kwanza ama UDA.
Number one.
5 points.
Number one. We are trying to build special economic zones whereby we would have EPZ coming up in some areas, e.g. Mombasa, Dogo Kundu to be precise, where there are 4,000 acres that have currently been located, whereby things like value addition companies will be put there, EPZ will be placed
That's
there.
right.
And what do these
That's
things do?
right. It's bringing your idea. That's Raila's idea.
Roba, calm down. Wacha Black aongee. Wacha Black atoe, alafu we will interrogate. Mbona mnainua mkono na Black hata hajaanza? Atuti, umekuja saa hizi?
Nimekuja saa hizi lakini nimekasirika kidogo na wewe Themba.
Wewe basi nyamaza, na sisi tumekasirika zaidi, wewe saa hizi ndio unakasirika. Sisi tulikasirika kitambo na tumenyamaza.
Kwa nini mtu wa Yuda akijaribu kuongea ni kama hamtaki waongee? Waache waongee. Mtu amaliza point yake. Why do you interject?
Wacha hii hasira yako imekaa hapa dakika 2, dakika sekunde 30. Sisi tumekasirika kutoka asubuhi 8 hours. So relax. Black, endelea.
They always do that so that they can confuse someone, kuondoka kwa ile trail of thoughts, end up kuongea vitu zingine ambazo sisi walizokuwa wamepanga. And that is very unfortunate from the other side when we are very peaceful. Anyway, what was I saying? Nilikuwa nasema we are planning to create special economic zones. Now, Roberto, just to refute you so that you may not come back with the same, this had already been planned to happen in the current government that is there in power right now. It was only challenged through incitation, sorry to use that word, through incitement of the people around to block it so that it may not happen. Now, part of the reason some of the things that are not being able to be completed is that the government of the day is most times being hit hard by the opposition of the day to ensure that they fail to achieve the manifesto. This has been the case in Kenya all time along, so that they may seem as failures. So anyway, going about my point, by creation of these special economic zones, first of all, it will create wealth. It will through employment of the people that will be working in those places. EPZ, it will do the same. So that will address some of the employment problems that we have. Okay, number 2, we are going to be constructing and bringing up more TVETs into more counties and more constituencies, which are going to provide technical skills to some of our youths so that it will equip them to be able to be at an advantage and be able to even self-employ themselves. For example, one can be trained to be a Juakali artisan. By doing so, they can go and open up a place whereby they can do their work. Where do they get the funds? Like I always mentioned before, and I keep mentioning it, we have the Uwezo Fund. The Uwezo Fund is a good example of a bottom-up approach, where Julia is talking about there are no structures. Well, the Uwezo Fund is enough a structure. It's been effective since 2013. It's been helping the youth, it's been helping the women, it's been helping the persons with disabilities. So already there's a structure through which the money can be channeled to these people at the bottom that may need these funds to start up their businesses. So for example, if a few youths have gained skills from these TVETs, technical skills, and they do want to start up their own businesses where they can use these skills to earn them income.
Black.
Yeah?
You're wasting a lot of time. You've talked about 2 points now. Dongo Kundu in Mombasa, you've talked about TVET. Number 3, go on.
Another thing, in regards to the KKA principles, we were thinking about also food security. How are we going to do this? We're going to try as much as possible to reduce the cost of farming. Wow. By bringing up cheaper fertilizers. Yes, I know there are going to be questions as to why the fertilizer right now is still high. Well, the answer to that, before you ask me that, because I know that's the question you ask me, Julia, once I'm done, is that in the first term where the DP was there, before the second time aliondoka for whatever reasons you know about the handshake, the fertilizer, the cost was low. But once he got out, you cannot start asking us why kutuliza tena kwa nini iko juu sahi when he's not there and his people that he had put there are not there. So before you ask me that question later, Julia, at least let me just address that now. So point number 3 is that we are going to try and address the issue of food security, whereby by having enough food being produced at a lower cost, it will enable, to reduce the issue of starvation by people due to the fact that they cannot not afford the food due to the high costs. Now, another thing, when it comes to marine, it is also said that we are planning to increase inaitwa nini, blue economy. Blue economy ni ile biashara ama whatever can be found through our waters. For example, the sea. We have fishermen by the sea, we have fishermen at the lake. Now, they're going to be empowered by more powerful live boats and more fishing tools so that they can be able to be competitive in catching larger fishes in larger quantities, which can be sold to both local and international markets, which are going to fetch us and them income. So I think I've mentioned 4. I can go on and so on and so on and so forth. Now, I don't know if you can also allow me to address Makiadi. Huh?
That's okay. Hold on. Let's interrogate first what you've submitted, and then now we can move on to the next thing. I'll allow Julia and then Robert.
Okay. What Black has said is basically part of what I said, and Black has not said anything the deputy said. He's just created his own points as a counter reaction of what I've been saying. And I want all the members of the panelists here, just go to your internet or whatever engine you are using and type Ruto's bottom-up approach and see the explanation. There's no explanation anywhere. There are no details, there are no points, there's nothing. But just go to your internet and search Raila Odinga. It comes, all these engines comes up with what 10 clear points. So Black, every time we come here and ask him to explain the bottom-up approach, he'll try to create something like the TVET. The TVETs are still here, are already here. He will come up with EPZ. EPZ is already here. Now, he doesn't explain what they are doing, where they are coming from, where they are going, and for what reason and how. He's telling us about income tax. Everybody knows about income tax. He doesn't tell us that these people who will be given money at the bottom, everybody knows money comes from the treasury. Mr. Black, I want to tell you something about increasing the amount of money in the economy. It is done by the central bank through several methods such as open market operations, bank credit or interest rates, reducing the interest rates for the banks, or maybe even increasing the demanding that the commercial bank reduce the amount of deposits they have with central bank. Those are the money operations. I mean, the central bank has a way in which it determines and decides that now we can have people with more money in the economy. Now, if the central bank wants to have people access credit, the central bank is going to reduce the interest rates for the commercial banks. And that's what Kibaki did by even creating financial institutions. So there's nothing, Mr. Black, you're telling us here that is new. What you are lacking is structures. You should tell us. Now, we want people to have money down there. How are we going to give them that money? And what are they going to do with the money? Now, on the contrary, Baba's structure is very clear. Baba knows why we are suffering. Now, if I'm a Kenyan, I have 3 issues that make me struggle. One is health, accessing health. I need to be sure that tonight, if my child is sick, I can walk into any hospital and get good health services. The other thing that stresses a Kenya is education. I need to be sure that my child can walk to school on Monday without having to worry about school fee. The other thing that worries Kenya is food security. Now, the other thing that worries Kenya is things like infrastructure. If I'm living in Nyandarua County, I like to use Nyandarua County because Nyandarua County has challenges of infrastructure. Now, I need to be sure that I can transport my potatoes to Nairobi. So Baba has addressed that. He has looked at the things Kenyans need. He has said we need to address food security. How? Look at the effects of climate change by maybe improving on irrigation, dams and all that. Now, we already have a health system through NHIF. He's talking about improving that system. Now, we know that Kenyans now, the children are reporting to school and many parents cannot afford the boarding fee. So he is looking at how Kenyans can access equitable education. So he has put down structures. Now, we also know one of the things that is making our foreign exchange low is because we export primary products. So we are doing something we call subsistence production. So Baba is looking at how counties can have their own industries. Now, he's also looking at how he can create jobs for the youth. But before we create jobs for the youth, he's looking at the skills. What are the skills the youths are having? What is their mindset? And that takes him back to the education system. So you just said things about EPZ. In fact, you literally only said one thing. You did not say anything. You did not address our food insecurity. You did not address our health problems. You did not address our issue with education. You did not address nothing. You only addressed one thing. And you did not even relate to your bottoms up. So again, Mr. Black, please don't beat around the bush. If Mr. Demba gives you an opportunity, be clear, be specific, and to the point. Thank you, Mr. Demba.
Demba.
Okay, let me hear. Hold on. Let's hear from Roba, and then now we can get back to Black. Roba.
Demba.
Hold on, Kiptum.
Well, okay. Hey, thank you, Tamba. Thank you, everybody. And I'm going to submit it later on. Mr. Clark, thank you. Nice to see you. So you just came up with your points. But here's the problem. The man who has been there for 10 years, the man who has been there for years and years, you want to tell me he just woke up and those things just came on? Another thing you have not even just addressed, what about the corruption part of it? There's nothing can progress. There's nothing which is going to happen. There's nothing, or the economy you are talking about is going to grow if we don't address about corruption in our country. That's the bottom line, corruption. We have turned a country where we used to produce and export. Now we have turned to be a country where we are just consuming from anything from outside. That one is going to be very, very difficult. So my question to you is this. Why should I trust Mr. Ruto to do all this when he's the most crook? He has stolen everything. Say that. Why should I trust him to do all this? What you just said, Mr. Brack? Why should I trust him? Can you address the corruption part of it? Because without solving corruption, that one, the economy will not progress. Thank you.
Okay, I'll allow Black to respond, and then we move on to other presentations because we have once everybody else, then we can get back to the questioning part. Now I want to bring Black. Black, I give you 2 minutes to respond.
Demba, give me a minute to correct, make a correction about Julia.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay.
Yeah, 1 minute. So, yeah, you know, when I became a motivational speaker, I encouraged Julia to open her heart, which was beautiful. Unfortunately, she made a lot of inaccuracies. Let me just touch on only one UDA information is all over the internet. Even the manifesto of UDA, I've just been checking it. I try to select. I even don't know which one to start with, but let me just correct. And it is just good because I taught in Kenya for a long time, and I contributed in NHIF. I used to pay 120 shillings. So Ruto, in his manifesto about universal health care, he said he earns $1 million, and he wants the law changed so that they do percentages, not a fixed amount, like everybody pays 500. If they do percentages, obviously somebody who is earning $1 million will be contributing more to NHIF than somebody than currently. Unfortunately, it was opposed by people who didn't want the system. So the bottom line is, like for me, I was a teacher. If I say I would be earning 50,000 and you take a percentage, maybe 1% or 10%, obviously it's going to be more than the 200 or 120 that I used to pay. So if we go by percentage and we do it uniformly, not selectively, NHIF will have 10 times more resources or money than what they have now. And that will be enough to settle the health issues in Kenya once and for all. That is just one example. Same thing to businesses. Currently, the big businesses.
1 minute is over.
Okay,
1 minute
thanks.
is over.
Yeah, so that is enough to say that
no, it's okay.
90% of what Julia said is inaccurate. Thank you.
Learn to keep time. When you have 1 minute to make your point within 1 minute. Okay, Black, 2 minutes.
Number one, Julia, when I was asked to give examples, 3-4 examples, I gave examples of the 3-4 examples that I could. Not necessarily that those examples must have come from the list that you have at the top of your head. So anyway, proceeding forward, in regards to healthcare, I believe, as you can see, what the current government has done, we had already picked forward from the previous Kibaki government. If at all we did not have the willpower to increase this healthcare, to the people, to try and make it as universal as possible, then we would not have come up with new hospitals, would we? And of course, in our DP Ruto, which is the next 5th president of the Republic of Kenya, he has said that part of what he's going to do is going to continue with what already was unfinished in this current government. Among them would be to increase more health facilities. They have tried to do as much as possible, but perhaps they have not done enough, because there are places in Kenya that still lack good health facilities, or at least enough to take care of the population around those places. So of course, healthcare is part of our plans. Just to respond to that. Number two, if you say that EPZs are already there, does it mean that we should not construct more? Is that the end? If perhaps we give a rough example of around, let's say, 100 EPZs currently in Kenya, does it mean that there should be no other EPZ being constructed just because already those are existing? No, it does not mean that. So, but what you're trying to tell us is that since those exist, that by KKA coming in to say that they're gonna, construct more EPZ, that is wrong. No, that is totally wrong. So, just to respond to whatever you said, that's what I had to say. Thank you. So, Temba nimeongea upande wa Julia.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I want to, for the sake of Kitum, Black, and maybe all of us, I want to refer us back to Vision 2030. Now, Vision 2030, you can find the document in online. I mean, there's a PDF document you can read on Vision 2030, and of particular thing are the pillars of Vision 2030. I just want to give a summary of the pillars of Vision 2030. And there were about 3 pillars. Economic pillar, social pillar, and political pillar. The economic pillar, if you read it, it gives you how they were going to achieve, you know, different things in that pillar of Vision 2030. Now, what was the precursor of Vision 2030? Kibaki comes in with Raila Tosha, and then he comes in 2002. They form the Economic Recovery Council that started up. Actually, that was the jumpstart of the economic revolution that we start talking about. Then after that particular, the term of the first whatever was coming to an end, they now sit down and say we need to have a long-term projection. And in the long-term projection is where they say that we need to come up with something that can be looked at every 5 years. So whatever else that comes to build on it, builds on the vision. So it's like a strategic plan for 30 years. I mean, Vision 2030. So by that time, we need to, if you read it, it tells you each government that will be coming every 5 years, they have like midterm, you know, like midterm, they come with, they pick different pillars and they work on them. So if you read the Vision 2030, there's of course economic pillar, social pillar, political pillar, to maintain a sustained economic growth of 10% per annum over the next 25 years, right? Social pillar, a just and cohesive society enjoying equitable social development in clean and secure environment. And political pillar, an issue-based, people-centered, result-oriented, and accountable democratic political system. So that's in the Vision 2030, right? So we have the plans and implementation strategy and the vision. Now, after the initial, the precursor of it, if you read the document, if you can go look for it, it will guide you on what informed its building. I listened to Black talking, and I listened to the deputy president talking, and I wonder, do they think we don't read? Do they think we are in a Kenya do they think we come from Mars? Where do you guys think we come from? Because if you read whatever Black is trying to say, oh, this is now going to be a revolution, this is going to read the document, Vision 2030. From Vision 2030, then is what they came up with, the Big Four agenda. It was just picked from certain goals in the Vision 2030. So the infrastructure project, which was also laid by Kibaki, now then they came and picked from the same Vision 2030. Now for someone to suggest that now we are going to come up with a new economic, this one is saying economic growth of 10% per annum over 25 years. So each 5 years you come with something.
Point of correction, Themba.
No. You wait. You'll have your time. So I first of all wonder, do you guys imagine that if you listen to what Julia has said, and if you listen to the 10-point agenda that Baba is talking about, you can tie them to the Vision 2030. To the Vision 2030. And all these things have been...
You can also look at Article 3 of the UDA manifesto. It's the same thing you're talking about.
You're talking a lot before being an opportunity. You know, if you all start heckling like that, we will not have a debate.
So give me 1 second, please. 1 second. listen.
No. Wait, Kiptum. Everybody here wants to talk. Everybody here.
The whole
Kiptum. Kiptum. You see all these people here? They're all aching to talk, but they are patient. It's not that they don't have something to say. So relax. You'll be given time. So I'm just trying to pinpoint on what Black has said and what also Julia was trying to push Black to say, and also appreciating that what Robert also was trying to put you to, and saying that if these things were imagined in 2002 and Vision 2030 came, what has consistently made it not achievable? And Robert has highlighted. He has highlighted the problem of corruption, because it is not ideas that are missing. It is not the things that we have. Beautiful papers. Read Vision 2030. Beautiful. But there's something that has made things not work, and you have refused to talk about it. And that is the problem Robert has raised. And that is the problem that even Julia is raising. And she's saying that let me leave it there so that I can allow other people to give their presentation. Because I know if I keep talking, Black will raise his hand. No, wait, Kiptum. I want to allow other people to give their submissions. We'll come back to talking.
You know
you have not submitted.
Yeah, Robert has also not submitted. No, you just made your submission, Black.
I was responding. I was responding to Julia's statement.
No, you can't take 5 minutes to respond. Robert,
Julia
and Makiadi you have given your submission. Let me give Mise, and then we come to Atuti. Then we can discuss. Let's allow those people who have not given their submissions.
Yeah.
Then now we can have Mise kindly.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for this meaningful debate, and I just want to say to our fellow panelists that we should avoid by all means being selective in applying, what is called selective honesty. One thing that I wanted to say, I wanted to remind, I know Makedi is listening. I know when Black yielded, he said that he did so as a sign of, as a gesture of acknowledging that the Azimio is superior than the Kenya Kwanza. And I just wanted to remind Makiadi that this is just our nature of gentlemen, gesture of letting other people go first, and then we come later. But this time we say, you're not going first, we are going first, and you guys have to follow us. We are tired of letting you go. If you remember, William Ruto has been the brigadier who fought for Baba in the last election. He was at the front line. He let Baba go. Now we are saying, Baba, you need to also fight for William, because this is something that I have also put forward for you. There is also another thing that Makiadi made just suggested that, ODM and other, let's say Azimio, is superior and powerful. I just wanted to remind my brother Makiadi that as much as you might think we are not powerful, it's not easy to have about 9 political parties that form a coalition or more, and you underestimate that. Otherwise, the Azimio would be in vacation if it were the case as you alluded, but it's not the case. The Azimio is in panic mode, and that they don't even know how to handle this KK, because it's a powerful and more shrewd than ever.
We can't let him go. Question there. Question. Question, Temba. Question.
He hasn't even made his submission. He's giving his opening remarks.
First of all, he came before me.
So,
I mean, after I came in, I was supposed to give my submission before him. And he
I'm-
just
I'm-
what is
I mean, Robert,
I was the one who was supposed to go
Robert,
before him.
Robert.
Okay, fine. With the Mr. Since you said that you guys are fair, you will have to wait so that.
No, hang on first, Robert. By all means, I've been listening, and you've been interjecting here and there, respectively.
No. I just came in because
the aggression.
I just came in and it just came in when I just came in.
Can I get a immunity from
you guys have been speaking in this network. I've been listening before I came in.
Robert, let me make a ruling. Let him finish and then we'll come back to you. Just be patient. Okay. Continue, Missy.
Thank you. You are a fair man, and that makes you a good debate moderator. Like
don't praise me. So, don't praise me. You know,
I mean, the tactics of.
I'm very careful. I'm just doing my job. Don't praise me, because those people who praise me highly, the next time they hit me highly. So I'm just doing my job.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So I just wanted to say that yes, we I think it was you see the tactic Robert's mastered in digressing my points. But what I wanted to say, Makiadi, if it's about the tear gas, we already William Ruto has already been oriented. He went for orientation in 2007, and he's already equipped for receiving the tear gas. And so don't worry about it. He will take care of it. He's immune to that. So, but particularly, I just wanted to say, and this is in regards to what Robert said. I just wanted to tell Robert, you came out aggressively saying that is Raila's. I just wanted to remind you that there is nobody has monopoly of ideas, and nobody's reinventing the wheels. These things that we are saying here, it's the problem is not that we have not identified them, just like the moderator said. The problem is implementation and execution of these ideas, the very many ideas that we have. You know, if it's about the KK, they also think about the primary education. You know, they also think about clean water and sanitation. You know, as well. They also talk about agribusiness and you know, food security. We are cognizant of that. And in other things, like in terms of job creation, my brother here, as a Black, has given you a rundown on how Kenya Kwanza intends to create employment opportunities. And Robert, you said you talked about, I think it's Julia. No, it's you who talked about it's Julia who was talking about that Baba is looking forward to put every county, industries in every county. If that was not if that was Baba's idea, then what was the motive of devolution? Wasn't devolution supposed to go down to the counties and create employment opportunities? You cannot create employment opportunities if you don't create industries, you don't create ways through, I mean, you don't create, you don't put things in place that create employment opportunities. So I want to say that you, Robert, talked about corruption. There is not, and you came out so aggressive, you know, so abrasive, you know, pointing out William Ruto. And you forgot that the people who are allied to Baba have been in corruption. You know, think about, for example, in Nairobi County, Evans Kidero was mad, who is also part of ODM.
Yeah,
was
but
mad,
you cannot allow this man to ride pass.
That's not right. Was mad with a lot of corruption. You know, think about
what has to do with the rider?
Hold on, Missy. Now, Robert, you see, the best way to engage is not to shout.
The problem is you are around these guys. You come and say rider is corrupt because of somebody else. So, I steal money. You are my friend. Does it mean you are a thief too? You cannot allow them to use some points here. Just smearing up. It's
Calm
smearing.
down, Rob.
That's smearing.
You see, listen, Robert. You know, you don't shout someone down. Once he's done with what he's saying, then now you'll have your opportunity to counter what he has said. And that's the essence of a debate. You see,
problem is,
you see
you
the
gave
same way,
Black,
the same way,
you
the
gave,
same way.
you gave somebody else.
Hold on.
Now, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, just calm down. Be patient, Robert. He will finish his submissions. You will have your time to dismantle what he has said, which is the essence of debating. And then, because Kiptum came here, he said what he had to say. We asked him questions, he could not answer. He has disappeared. I mean, that's the way you debate someone. You allow
The
them
best
to
thing
finish.
to debate is to debate someone when they are talking about the truth. We cannot come
You
here
know,
and start spreading lies.
truth is relative. You know, the truth is
we want to be genuine.
in philosophy, we say truth is relative. You know, your truth
Let's be sincere
will
what
not
we
be
are
my truth.
speaking. The
Yeah,
whole
your
world's
truth will not be
watching.
my
When
truth.
someone
So
comes
just
here and
calm
tells
down.
me that because Kitero stole, that means Raida stole. That's not the way we want to send out.
Exactly. So how do you do that? How do you make him understand that? And you see,
I'm
we are
not
also
making him understand
we
because
are
they
wasting
came from
further time,
the
and you
same
would have
state.
finished his point by now. Just allow him to finish, Mr. God.
Thank you for that protection. Perhaps it also teaches us the art of listening and allowing others exercise their opportunity. So I just wanted to say that as when you're a party leader, when your soldiers make mistakes, when they create problems, it's reflected on you. And so many governors, many people who are allied to Baba have been found culpable of certain. For example, I'm just going to focus on corruption. That they have painted the party, not in a very good color. So my last point here is, as much as you want to come out, I've not come out and said Raila is corrupt. I want you to differentiate that. But Raila remains to be the leader. For example, right now is the leader and the candidate or the candidate who is going to compete against the UDA candidate. So when you come out and point out someone so strongly, I was saying that would be selective application of fighting corruption. If we have to fight corruption, we have to find mechanism that can fight corruption holistically, not in a selective way. That is the best way we can fight corruption. And if indeed you are committed to that, let us not be abrasive to those that we do not support just because we don't like them, but to our country, and know that our country, our leaders will come, they will serve their 5-year term, and they will leave. But the systems will remain, and those are the systems that we should secure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. for that. And kindly, I am hold on, Robert. I am always very careful, and I encourage listening. Listen to someone. Listen to the person. Then dismantle. Do not increase your voice. Increase the level of argument. Increase the points. He has given you us so much material that you can use to counter argue what he has said. It's not about stifling his comments. It's about arguing it out, because people are listening. You want to give a counter argument, and then people will make up their mind. So once you have given that kind of increasing your level of argument, you help someone listening out there. Because if you tell me, say, stop talking, go, we have lost an opportunity to understand even how the other people are thinking, right? So you need to understand how the other person is thinking. And the only way to do that is allowing the person to talk. So kindly, let's be tolerant, just a little tolerant. And you see, let me tell you something. You might think what you're saying is the truth. There's someone who thinks that what you're saying is not the truth. So it's always that way. Truth is very relative. So I want to ask Robert to come in as you give your presentation kindly. If you can also, maybe in 1 or 2 minutes, you can counter what he has said and give your reasons for that. Let's not shout people. Let's not call people, you are a liar. These people should not come here. No, no, no. It is their mind and
I
content of
never
the mind.
say these people should not come here. You just put that one on my mouth. I never say that. But also, let me remind Mr. Miss, the last time you were here, you are ANC. Now you are talking about UDA. You are talking about KKA. You see how fake you are with all this information you just give us? First of all, William Ruto is a crook. That's the bottom line. Get it from me. That's what he has done. My friend, I was just watching some news from Nigeria. And now, if you remember yesterday what I spoke here, I said, this money which was caught, I mean, I can't believe it. I'm so frustrated that at this point, we have a country where just because you have power, you can steal, you can do what you want, and nothing happens. If William Ruto was involved on this corruption, which is now coming up, he should not be allowed to run for election. If it's true that this money, which I just saw some Nigerian news just reporting, the money was being worked with the former vice president of Nigeria, and when he went to Dubai, and that's what they wanted to get that money to the country, he should not be allowed to run for the presidency. If they allow him to run for the presidency, then Kenya is dead. If it means some of us carrying weapons, we start fighting, we will do that. This corruption has to end. And we cannot allow our country to be subject to people who are lying. Every night, Black and someone says, I can't even pronounce your name. I know you are somewhere in Canada, and I know you are a guest. No, I take you as a gentleman. But when you come here and you accuse Raila of corruption, just because the people near, Gidera is not even a member of Raila ODM. I was expecting you, if you are sincere, to come up and say, you know what? The vice president, he has been accused of these things, but it has not been proven. I'll get it. But to come here and just like the way you guys keep on lying, you are just one-sided. That's what makes me mad. You are one-sided. You are one-sided, Mr. Bragg. When you talk of things, if you want to be a countryman, you care about the country, talk about both sides. I've come here and I've criticized even in Papa sometimes when they do things right. But one of you guys, and because it's UDA, it's UDA. Now I'm not going to talk of anything bad about it. So according to you, William Ruto he has never done nothing wrong. Nothing. It makes me mad. Okay, here's the thing. On what I see here, I'm not going to talk anything. Let me talk about Ruto refusing to sign. For a couple of months now, some of us, we called it the vice president to resign because it was good for the country. But he has not done it. All he has done, he has taken advantage of what he's getting from security. He's earning money. He's using the office of the vice president to try to get presidency. Is it want to happen? I don't know. But this is what I know. William Ruto will go down as one of the worst vice presidents ever in Kenya. Why? First of all, we know him from KANU regime. He was against the constitution. The constitution he wants to protect now. 2, have we ever seen a vice president who fights with his boss, the president of a country? And he thinks he can overtake him, he can run him. He thinks he's smart. We cannot allow this man to come in as the president. You guys, let's care about our country. We cannot allow him. He doesn't have the character. He doesn't have the morals to be a president. Too much on him. So he comes and say he can't resign. Who cares about him anymore? He's a crook. He should be arrested. He should be go to jail. And if this thing is proven that he was trying to get these billions of money to the country through the vice president of Nigeria, like I see the Nigerian news right now, then he should not be allowed to run for the presidency. I don't care what other people say because he has support. But if we want to end corruption, this is the right time. And he should excuse himself to run. And if it's proven, if he was working with this Nigerian former vice president to bring money in the country, and some of this money to go to Nigeria to come back for campaigning. That's all I have, Mr. Temba. But I don't have, I'm so mad because I don't want to listen to lies. People who come here to lie. I want people who are just focused, not one-sided. Yes, Miss, I'm disappointed of you because the other day I was protecting you when you came here, but now you are just saying the way you just talk to me. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Now, just a second, mute
I
a
hope
little bit.
he learned from our silence when the time he was talking, so that next time it wouldn't be
Hold on, Mr. Hold on, Atuti. I can see your hand. Domi, we want people now to start taking this platform seriously. Msikuja na mavest na manini, mnavaa shati na msikae kwa kitanda na hakuna kukaa kwa nini, hakuna kukaa nje ya we want to see the faces. That's the new.
Yes. Hakuna kukula kwa studio.
Na hakuna kukula kwa studio moving forward, no eating kwa studio. Na Domi, you can put on a shirt or something on top. We don't people coming in like wamepitia tu. No, this now
that is sexual harassment coming to the studio and dress.
So we are not going to allow you if you don't want to show us your face, you don't want us to see who is talking, you just want to hide. Tunasikia tu sauti hiyo. Sasa sauti mwende huko kwa comment section. Sasa saizi we are branding the debate now. We want people ambao tutawaona. Nafikiri nani Mama Selina amelala. Domi maliza, tutakurudisha. Yeah, so it's getting now a place where before you come to the screen, you don't just wake up anywhere and you are coming in. Ati mimi leo nitakaa kwa kati. Nakuna. So you'd rather have two people, but at least wako kwa camera. Okay, now there's Mise, I think you have a right of response, and then I bring Atuti.
Thank you very much. I just want to let my brother know that his definition of vagueness, I do not have control over it. But one thing I know for sure is that we are under a coalition, and anything within that coalition is our business to defend. So, but you have said very well, Robert, and I hope that you realize that when we listen to one another, it becomes easier for me to understand you and you to understand my thoughts and conclusion, my argument and my conclusion as well. So lastly, I think it was to respond to Robert. Robert, we are very objective. We have a common goal. And I think I pronounced myself very clearly that I have not said Raila is corrupt, but many people are who are the face, who constitute the face of him, have been found with many cases of corruption, start from coast 001, go to all the way to my home county, Nyamira, and nothing has been done to show that at the party level, we detest corruption. So corruption is also a bottom-up and a top-down agenda that we should fight as a country, not just as individuals or party leaders, but everyone, you and me included. So that is one thing that I wanted to emphasize.
Temba, can I ask him, can you name anybody on Ruto's side who are surrounding Ruto who are corrupt, please, for me?
I mean, there are many people, even Wetangula, has been named in some scandals. And that's why I said this is not something that we can just narrow it down to just one individual, that in the whole country, we are only fighting one person for corruption. Now, that's what I call selective honesty and selective application of fighting corruption.
Okay, hold on, Robert. Maybe in the statement that you have said, you see how many people are campaigning to be presidents of Kenya? In Kenya Kwanza.
As of now, we only know of one person who is known and who is the subject of debate as of now.
So what do you mean that we are selective? I mean, if he didn't want to be talked about, he would have stayed at home. He would have gotten out of there and gone and stayed at home and gone and does the work of taking care of his chicken. But you see, the fact that he's there as a presidential. Actually, let me tell you, why aren't we talking about somebody in your village? Because those people have not presented themselves. But the fact that he has presented himself, he will be a subject of debate. So you can't say we are selective. And if you are a subject of debate, it was until Obama stood to be the president of the United States, that's when people started asking where he was born. That's when it became an interesting thing that they started looking for even a birth certificate from Kogelo. You see? So before you present yourself, we cannot talk about you. But as soon as you have presented yourself, then it is our responsibility to interrogate you. And let me tell you, there's no fairness in politics. When you start saying it is not fair, there's no fairness in politics. Politics, in fact, even in constitution, you don't find the word fairness. You find justice. You don't find the fairness.
Procedural fairness, actually. Procedural fairness.
No, you don't find fairness. You find justice. So when you start talking in politics that it is not fair to discuss one person, there's nothing like fairness. You have presented yourself, we'll interrogate you. So if kama mnataka huruma, mwende kanisani, atahurumiwa. Mmemmention sana, huyu amefanya hivi. Lakini kama mmeingia kwa siasa, hii ni siasa, tutachambua kila kitu. Kwa hivyo mise, wacha kuanza kuja hapa kulia.
One last thing I want to say.
Hold on, Mr. You have not listened to me. Now, listen to me first. What we are saying is, for me, I find it funny that you have gone ahead, you have talked about, in your submission, you have hit the other side, right? You have talked about Raila Odinga and how he's, Kidero and so on. But now when you start talking about Ruto, you start saying, oh, it is not fair. You have talked about Raila. You have talked about the associates of Raila. We need to talk about associates of Ruto. We need to highlight. So if we give you time to highlight the associates of Raila, and then you talk about Kidero, and then your statement in Akuishia hapo, we can do in the same breath, highlight the associates of William Samoei Arap Ruto, and we can go on and on and on. So you don't start a war, and then when we start talking, you start saying, we need to be fair, we should not. I mean, of course, if there are many people who are corrupt in Kenya Kwanza, we need to highlight that, all right?
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
if we are doing that, and when we are doing that in due fairness, you don't start saying that, the fact that they're in Kenya Kwanza doesn't make Ruto. No, they are associates of Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto. Now, we wouldn't be talking about Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto if he hadn't presented himself to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. And he has been mentioned numerous times, not once, not twice, in dubious dealings in the country called Kenya. And he has associated himself with the people who have been mentioned adversely in issues of corruption. One of them who has been mentioned largely and twice is one Anne Waiguru. She was mentioned in NYS. She had to take some light duties after the duties became so much for her. She went again to Kirinyaga. She was mentioned adversely. And now the same person is canoodling with the deputy president. I mean, if you find that person, you say that now they have decided to be the president and the deputy, what will come of Kenya? It is the same deputy president who said that Anne Waiguru should stop catwalking and kizungu mingi. It is not us, it is him. So if the same person who was catwalking and kizungu mingi na pesa za umma zimepotea is the person now you are catwalking with, what are we supposed to think of you? And then you start saying we should be fair to such a person. Now let me Mr. I give you 30 seconds, then I bring just as a tutti. Just as a tutti has been waiting for long.
My last statement is this. I was responding, what you have highlighted is what I was responding primarily, that as much as we want to focus on Ruto, it is okay for us to focus on both coalitions and find out how we can universally fight corruption. And lastly, show me
a motivational speaker. Listen.
Show me your company. Show me your company, and I'll tell you your character. So if Governor 001, Governor 046,
no.
Nairobi, there is an reflection.
Mister, we are not here to equalize. And now you want to be a motivational speaker because you are lost of point. Let me bring in just as a tutti, and then I'll allow Julia. Just as a tutti.
Hey, Bwana Thamba, nimeshukuru finally umenipatia nafasi ya kuongea. But before I bring my point out, kuna kitu kimoja nataka kusema. We are all Kenyans. We like it, we don't like it. Sisi zote ni wa Kenya. Kuna mwanasiasa mmoja amesema hivi, tufanye siasa zetu kwa lungs. Siasa itaisha.
Atuti ngoja. No, ngoja atuti. You know hii kitu ya UDA people coming in and starting with motivational speaking. Yes. We don't want motivational speaking. Just come straight. Ngoja atuti. Hiyo tunasemanga tukimaliza show. When we are finishing the show, now we become motivational speakers. Tunasema ya kwamba lakini saizi go to your point. Sema what you want to say. You have only 2 minutes. You don't have time.
You had a question on me. You had a question. That's what I was waiting for.
Just ask the question straight.
Ningetaka unipe nafasi because I started ndio niulize Robai question.
Na wewe uliza swali, hatutaki history mingi. Tuko hapa kwa sababu sisi ni wa Kenya. Hiyo story ishaisha. Wewe uliza swali yako straight. Mambo ya motivational speaking muache.
Vile umesema Themba ni hivi, corruption na nitaongeza truth na nitaongeza corruption. Truth and corruption are relative. It depends on who is where. Now, to Roba, wewe kabla yako, when it comes to Raila, before you we were. That's one thing I want to tell you. So when you ask about corruption, Sonko mwenyewe, Sonko ni mtu corrupt, kila Mkenya anajua from Nairobi. Everybody knows. Yuko wapi? Hayuko Kenya kwanza. Where is he? Here you have sanitized him because he is on your side. That's why I'm saying corruption is relative. It depends on where the person is standing. But at the same time, when you talk about, when we start exchanging the way you are exchanging,
No.
ukisema
What is the
hawa watu,
question? What is the question?
when you shout ukisema hawa watu
What is the
wananikasirisha.
question?
Let me tell you this, Roba. Please, Temba, give me time to talk.
No, what is your question?
Just give me time.
What is your question?
No, he has asked him, can I answer my question about Sonko?
Sasa sijauliza swali. The question is this.
If you don't have a question, useme uko na submission.
The question is this. Roba, between William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta, who should resign?
Thank you. Robert,
Okay, let me answer your question. Yes, thank you, Temba. First of all, you talked of Sonko. My friend, it looks like you don't watch this show. Temba can tell you, and some people can tell you here, I came here on this network and I said very clearly that Sonko should not be given a chance even to run anything in the country until it's cleared. He's a phony, he's tall, he's corrupt, he's even accused of money laundering by the United States. I said it, it's on the tape, and that one said.
Hold on, Robert, a second.
Yes.
Makiadi, can you moderate for a few minutes? I'm stepping out kidogo.
Yes. Okay. So let me continue. I came here, even Makiadi can tell you that. I said, in fact, Kalonzo Musyoka, he should not sponsor somebody's corrupt run for governor. And I said, if you do that, then you cannot criticize Kenya Kwanza that they are corrupt when you yourself, you are bringing.
You're on mute, Roba. Unmute yourself.
No,
no,
I'm okay.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
You can hear me, yeah? You can hear me? Yes. I was saying, I came here and I said, Kalonzo Musyoka cannot criticize anybody about corruption because he's sponsoring a candidate who is full corrupt, and he should not be allowed to be a governor. That one is there. That one I can tell you that. Now, to come to your second question, you asked me between Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta who should resign. Both should resign because they are incapable. They came in, they have destroyed our country. I'm tired of them. And that's why I said, come on the 9th August, it should be historical, because for the first time, maybe we will have somebody else from another community, maybe to put our country back. I never trusted them when they came in, and I was right. And I remained with that one there. Part of them, they don't know what they were doing. They have messed up the country. I could have read them resign from 2013. They never even won an election. They stole the election, and even themselves have said it. And I'm not going to, that's the truth. Okay? When the truth is said, the truth should be said. Okay? Have I answered your question?
Well, thank you for answering my question. And I also want to ask Julie this question, because I don't have any other chance, I'm very sure. I want to ask Julie this question. I'm glad through UDA, William Ruto has made Kenyans to have a conversation about the economy. We can now all talk about the economy. Initially, when Ruto started talking about the economy, Raila Odinga was talking about corruption, Ruto. He realized he needed to talk to Kenyans about corruption. Now, Julie, you have asked where UDA is going to get all the money to run whatever they're saying, they're talking about. My question for you is this. Where is Raila Odinga going to get the 6,000 monthly for Kenyans? Where is Raila Odinga going to get the money for free education? Where is Raila Odinga going to get money for free universal healthcare that William Ruto cannot access? Now, ukiuliza Raila Odinga hiyo pesa utapata wapi? This is the answer he always gives. I want to quote him. Najua kule pesa iko. Kwani wengine Kenya hawajui kule pesa iko, ni Raila Odinga peke yake anajua kule pesa ziko. It is for you, Julie, please.
Okay, I think you didn't understand what I said. First, I don't know whether it's to answer why I ask where you did get money, or to answer you where I will get money. So I think you have asked two questions. So I'm going to answer you first, where Raila Odinga will get money. Now, for the 6,000, it is already factored. We already have people being given 2,000. So he only needs proper management of our finances. And then Odinga says, I know where I'm going to get money, because William Ruto is known recently to be saying that 100 billion in Kenya shillings is budgeted for corruption in Kenya. So we go back to the same problem. If we seal all these corruption loopholes, we shall have enough money to finance that 6,000 Kenya shillings. And health services. He said he's going to improve the already existing health care, calling it Baba Care. We already have NHIF. Mr. Tuti, did you know that jobless Kenyans, if they pay only 500 shillings right now for NHIF, they're able to access health services from even big hospitals? I can illustrate to you. My own mama, I was paying for her 500 shillings, and she could access health services from Kijabe Mission Hospital. And when she wanted to go for an MRI from the German hospital, we didn't pay a single coin. The MRI cost 50,000 Kenya shillings. From her cover of 500 shillings, she was able to access those services. So Raila Odinga intends to improve on that. And we still have enough resources if we save our resources that is wasted on corruption. Number 3, free education. Did you know, Mr. Tuti, that we can finance free education without necessarily increasing the budgetary allocation on education? How? We only need to limit the number of boarding schools in Kenya. We need to have that every child walk to the nearest school. Already we have enough schools in many counties in this country. The only counties that are challenged are the marginalized communities, like northeastern and part of Rift Valley. Otherwise, most of Central Province, most of Mount Kenya region, let me say that, most of Nyanza and Western Province, and most of coastal provinces, and even most of Eastern provinces, children can walk to the nearest school. So we can finance free education without necessarily increasing the budgetary allocation on education. Now, got to your point, why Ruto cannot access this fund. I did not say he cannot access the funds. I said UDA simply has no structures, doesn't tell us how and where and what. They just say we are going to give people money at the bottom. They don't say that Treasury is going to budget for this and this through this financial institution, and then Julia and Makedi and the others are going to come to this financial institution and access credit. Ruto doesn't explain that. And he doesn't even explain, after Julia accessing that, how will he pay back? Because we got to collect this money back. Now, he doesn't even go ahead and say, how much will Julia get? If Julia gets 100,000 Kenya shillings, how is he sure that if you give me that money, it will improve my status of the economy? How are you sure that I'm really going to invest in what I'm supposed to invest in? On the contrary, Baba says, he doesn't say he'll give Julia money if Julia is a youth. He says he'll equip Julia with the skills that I need to be productive. So my point is, Mr. Tuti, UDA says all these things on the street, but they do not lay down any structures. How to do it, where to start, with who? That is my contention with UDA.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Julia. So it means Raila Odinga is not coming with anything new, because the structures are in place. Let's say what the point you're passing across is Raila Odinga will improve on the structures that are already in place. Is that what you're saying?
Whether improving, he's addressing the main areas Kenyans are needy on. He's addressing our health, he's addressing our education policies, he's addressing our food security, he's addressing what we urgently need. But Ruto just talks on the streets and he says, uchumi mashinani. Sasa unashanga uchumi mashinani, tutaanzia wapi, tunaenda wapi? And
Thank you.
I want to ask you to read the private chat. I was sending a private chat to Mr. Black, and I asked him something. Mr. Black, can you paste the link of the UDA manifesto here?
Thank you,
I
Julie.
just want to finish, Mr. Tutu. May I finish? Because you asked me a question. And then when I asked him to post, he said that this Mr. Black at Julia, true, we have not yet launched our manifesto, but Ruto elaborated some economic plans. So I asked him, so Mr. Black, so all you said is what you think and you have heard from Ruto. This is what I have been saying, that no agenda, no structures. So if you can follow our conversation there, you can see that actually UDA has no structures of what they want to do. They just come up with roadside pronouncements. Today they say this, tomorrow they say that. That is my point.
Thank you, Julie.
Okay, hold on, just a minute. I think
just a moment, please.
Hold on.
Just a moment,
Just a
please.
minute. I'll give you
I
a
don't want
moment.
to forget.
No.
I don't want to forget what I'm telling Julie.
No, you've
please.
taken too much time.
I
Listen,
know, but let
let's
me
do
respond to Julie,
this. Robert,
please.
you have a question, right? Because Domi's been waiting here, and you've
Yes,
not
let
even
me
made a
ask
submission.
Mr. Atuda a question here.
1 minute, 1 minute, please, Robert.
Yes, Mr. Atuda, there's something here you are not addressing me. Can you agree with me if it's proven that the vice president was working with the former vice president of Nigeria, and they are trying to get money, billions of money to Kenya for the maybe what we don't know for the campaign? Can you agree with me he should not run for the presidency if it's proven that that's what he was doing?
Robert,
Okay,
what I can tell you,
just as you answer that, make your submission after that. Just take a few minutes, answer that, and then make your submission so that we go to Domi. Thank you.
Robert, I don't want to talk about street information. I don't want to battle about street information. So for that one, I cannot respond to you. So I have nothing to tell you about anything that is on the street, which does not have any facts. Now, Julie, to finalize with you, I want to let you know that Raila Odinga has nothing new that is bringing to the table. And I'm glad William Ruto is the person who brought the economic issue on the table that Kenyans are discussing right now. And we're all trying to look for a solution for our people so that our people can have a fair, comfortable life with good healthcare facilities. Now, I'll go back to, before I go to my submission, there is one Makiadi who said something, as I listened very carefully. He talked about Ruto being in the opposition. Let me say this. Kenyans have not voted. Every Kenyan's vote is in their pocket. They are watching how we are debating. They are watching what the information we're giving them. Finally, they come up with a decision and a vote. If they vote William Ruto out, fine. We will have a president for Raila Odinga. If they vote Raila Odinga out, fine. We will have Ruto for the president. So, siasa tufanye kwa mabafu. Tukubali if it's Raila Odinga who wins, let's accept it. If it is Ruto, let's accept it as Kenyans. Finally, when it comes to people saying about Mcheru and Matiang'i, let me say this. It is our wish all as Kenyans that every vote counts, and we have said this before, I've said this over and over again, let every vote count. Let Raila Odinga win broad daylight. Let William Ruto win broad daylight. Whoever wins, let every vote count for the sake of Kenyans and for the sake of Kenya.
Thank you, Atuti. I think you can mute your mic now. I don't think there's any question for you. So, Ndemba, I think Domi has not submitted as I give you back the stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you, Makiadi. Domi, unajua umekuja tukimalizia, so nitakupa dakika mbili, then we take our closing remarks ndio tufunge studio. We already passed the hour. So, Domi, dakika mbili.
Okay, hamjambo.
I think first, let me just go direct to the discussion today. Ruto says, I will not resign. I think this is like has repeated the whole thing so many times, and it's anyway. Nobody is expecting Ruto to resign because that is who he is. Ruto is just rude. Now, see, him resigning now or not resigning now, it may not make much difference anyway. This is somebody who wants to be in office and continue using what he has not worked for. Now, this one is to help you people of Kenya Kwanza Alliance. I think we should be well observant to realize that Ruto has set all around wrong examples, very wrong examples, and we are going down. The nation is going down because into rotten kind of we keep getting rotten because of wrong examples of the leaders. Ruto saying that he will not resign, and he is fighting his boss. And by the way, let nobody come here and tell us that Ruto was sent out of government because he left the government by himself. Nobody sent him out. So, I mean, it is arrogant to tell us that you will not resign when you are fighting the government you are working in. On the same point, we are saying when we are talking of corruption, you see, it's like getting into a house, getting into a pot where there are beans only, and you're expecting to pick maize in the beans. I mean, how are you going to do that? The Kenya Kwanza Alliance is full of those people who are corrupt, and they have followed the example of their leader. So when you are picking corruption, by just a stretch of hand, the first person to pick is corrupt. The second person you are going to pick is corrupt. So what do you want us to say? That is the way it is. We cannot, and you know, unfortunately, he has created that environment whereby when somebody is faced with corruption, the first person to run to is behind Ruto, because he knows that he's going to get sympathy. They are going to sympathize with him for being corrupt, for being pointed out. You know, what we are pointing out is not the person. You know, in primary school, we are being told, mwalimu akikuchapa anakuambia sikuchapi wewe, nachapa makosa yako. There is a day, I think it was Alice Kihika aliulizwa, wewe unasema kwamba corruption is being fought, watu wenu wanapigwa, watu wa UDA wanapigwa vita kwa sababu kwa sababu of wanapigwa corruption just kwa sababu wanafuata Ruto. Akaulizwa, wewe umepigwa vita? Akasema hapana. Why? It's because I'm not corrupt. Now, yeye hajapigwa vita kwa sababu is not corrupt. Wale wanapigwa vita, they are the corrupt. So that is the bad example that our DP has shown us. And you know, let me help you people. The problem that we are facing, it is a creation of Ruto. And because he knows that, he has created a problem of poverty, and he is part of those who have stifled the economy. So he goes around and say, I am the solution. And because he knows the problem, he knows that he's the creator of the problem, he runs around and lie to those people who cannot see the lie, because apparently everybody here in this panel know that Ruto is a liar. He has lied so many times. So when we are talking of corruption, my friend, we are talking of a real thing. Let us not defend the corrupt just because we are supporting them as presidential candidates. It will not help you. In the end, it will ditch you into trouble. Shida yenye itapatikana Kenya, hata wewe itakupata tu.
Thank you, Domi. Thank you. Thank you, Domi. I mean, we would love to continue, but we have to come to an end. It's been a long day, and we are way past the hour. The 2 minutes I gave you, Zimesha. Come early tomorrow. And
just
no, it's okay, Domi.
I like to say to apologize. This place is very hot. That is why what to Nava vest, and I'm sorry for that.
No problem. Moving forward,
I'm sorry to
after t-shirt. We want to maintain some decorum in the platform, so that the people, when they come, they know the people they're talking to, and it was passed that lazima watu waonyeshe sura, so hakuna mambo ya kukaa nyuma ya curtain tena. So that's hiyo imepitwa sasa na wakati. Tunaingia mahali sasa, we want to see the people we are talking to. If you can't show yourself up, then enda pale kwa comment, uta comment kimya. Nobody will know who you are, and nobody will even wonder what's happening. So we have to come to an end to the show, and thank you so much, everyone. At least those of us who have stayed on up to right now. The show comes to you every day from 9:30 Kenyan time. Kindly remember to subscribe to Mutembei TV, and if you haven't subscribed also to Themba and Lulu Show, pale kwa YouTube. It starts at 9:30, and if you come, you find 10 people, know that the studio is full. The link is always your comments down there. So I want very quickly, today I'm not giving you 1 minute, because if I give you 1 minute, you overstretch. I'm giving you 30 seconds, just in one word, just say one sentence, summarize one sentence. No very long winded things. And I want to start with Domi. One sentence, tafadhali.
Hata na uko juu bwana. Mimi nimeongea sasa hivi.
Sasa wewe yako imepita. Haya, Makiadi, sentence moja.
Asante Ndemba. Mimi nimesikiza UDA members leo wakiongea hapa, na nimeenda kwa Google nikajaribu kutafuta manifesto ya UDA, hakuna. Nimetafuta manifesto ya Kenya Kwanza Alliance, hakuna. So all the language in your black ametumia hapa, I think it came from his head. It looks like these guys are not even aware of what they are talking about. Thank you.
Atuti, just as brief as that, 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. So I'll finally say one thing. Hata leo ukiuliza Martha Karua ni nani who is corrupt, Martha Karua will say this: I joined Azimio because it is less corrupt. What does that mean? Every side, every politician is corrupt, and the corruption still remains relative. Thank you.
Mr. 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Makiadi. We are very, we know we have concealed our intentions. We don't put all our cards on the table. So that's why we are unique. As Kenya Kwanza, we know, and very soon you will see that. So we just came here. Mr. Black just gave you leaked information that was not supposed to be leaked. So you should be grateful and thankful of him. to have given very classified information, but we are going to focus on primary healthcare, clean water and sanitation. So we will focus on job creation. We'll focus on education and skills development. And we also focus on agribusiness and food security. And so also we will focus on waste management, handling waste management, and EPZ. Even if it's an existing idea, we will expound on that and we'll make more jobs, and that will define what is called bottom-up economy pushing up. Thank you.
Thank you. 30 seconds, Julia.
Okay, fellow Kenyans, KKA economic pronouncements, street pronouncements is a mere scam. There's nothing like bottoms up. It's a bottomless pit. And for us in Azimio, we focus on improving your health, your education, the infrastructure, and making sure you have enough food, and making sure we move from subsistence production to secondary production. Kwa hivyo nawaomba nyote mvuke sakafu, mje pande wa Azimio, tujenge nchi yetu. Asante.
30 seconds, Domi.
Okay, to watu wenzetu, I think you don't copy, you don't wait until Baba has come up with a manifesto and read the whole thing and start saying, I'm going to allocate 100 billion and expect that we'll just see that as a manifesto. Hakuna kitu mnatuambia. Okay, that's what I say.
Thank you. That is in 30 seconds. Kenya Kwanza is a fraud. That's the biggest fraud. There's no table, there's no card. So they're telling us that there's a table and there's a card. That's a fraud. There's nothing on it. Makiadi, tafadhali article. Julia tuombe.
Article yetu rahisi sana leo tunasema 48 ambayo ni access to justice. In one sentence inasema the state shall ensure access to justice for all persons, and if any fee is required it shall be reasonable and shall not impede access to justice.
Access to justice. Unaona kuna mahali kuna fairness. Unaona kuna mahali imeandikwa fairness. Justice. Julia.
Wacha hebu tuombe. Ewe Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki, ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate ustawi. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Makiadi, Justus Atuti, Domi, Mise, Julia, asanteni sana. Tupatane tena masaa kama yale yetu. Usual suspect Julia, Makiadi na Mise, at least umeanza kuwa usual suspect. Tukutane ile masaa yetu kama kawaida. God bless you. See you again tomorrow. Kwaherini.